that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the
One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, yo, release the stress. In the place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this.
I just can't stop. No, no. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Ooh, no, I just can't stop. No, nothing you could do. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop.
Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this. Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this.
Run it up, bust it. We got the fire. Run it up, bust it. We got the fire. Run it up, bust it. We got the fire. Run it up, bust it. Yeah. Ooh, here we go. Back again, same scenario. Win, 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 win. Yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6. We like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. I believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh.
Down with the party, down with the party, down with the party, 'cause that's where I be. that's what they told me. They wanna get down at the party, cause that's where I'll be. Down with the party, that's what they told me. They wanna get down at the party, cause that's where I'll be.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. No, you lying, you don't know me, dog. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me, dog. Spent a bag on the whip, parked in valet. Just took another trip, skipped a drive, called my pilot, then jet down to LA. Yeah, tell me, who you know like this? Let the beat bang, turned off the light switch. I was in the VIP and met a spicy mamacita. Took her ass straight to Costa Rica. Yeah. It's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. No, you lying, you don't know me, dog. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me, dog. Step back, homie, don't let this freezer go dripping. Cause these jewels might mess around and flood the whole kitchen. Took a bit to get it, was on a mission. And now it's platinum plaques, back to back. I spent a couple mil, you spent a whole rack. Bought the block just to give it back. Remember I was moving rocks, now I spit crack. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me. Now it's fast. I'm too cold for you. Diamonds straight out of Mount Everest with it. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice, homie.
You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my Joven, be my woman. way. I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl. You're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, I'm second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah. I got a game on live.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything you start. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others find they feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man on my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got the baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn near sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you can have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me, live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
You keep me up all night, all night. Get
been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops, I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm nashed up, then TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I'll scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
It's finally time for playoffs this week. 3 teams will be locking their spot for Masters Shanghai. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Riot Games Arena. We're coming to you live from Berlin, Germany. And like I said, a huge week ahead of us. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined here by Ash. I love that we're matching. I feel like this is like a way to kick off the week. Love the bows, love the pink. It's Wednesday.
It's Wednesday, and I mean, it's so sad that Ku's not here to join us to be matching, but I feel like it's good vibes that we showed up unintentionally like this, too.
Yeah, unintentionally indeed. And speaking of those intentions, I feels like, Ash, last week was kind of like a fever dream. Anything that you remember from what happened here? Because I can't tell you.
Unfortunately, I do remember. And fortunately for you, the funniest things did end up happening.
Every funny thing happened.
Like, it's insane that during the last week of the regular season, that was when we saw the opportunity for both Giant X and Koi to win their first matches here within Stage 1. And they deny, for Giant X at least, the opportunity over towards Vitality to make it over towards playoffs. And then you also have to take a look towards the fact that in Group Alpha, it's 3-3. Everyone was tied up. It really came down to the differentials.
I just can't. In week 3, I was like, BBL, first seed out of Alpha, easy peasy. I don't understand why they're not in this bracket that you guys are looking at right now. But of course, we should address, Ash, today, everything is single elimination. So there's a lot of pressure on these teams.
That's the scariest thing. The fact that we do have this knockout round, of course, with Carmine Core and Foot landing themselves into the upper semifinals. They have that safety net where they are 1 match away from qualifying to Master Shanghai, but then they also have the ability to drop down to that lower bracket. But it's do or die here in the first day of playoffs, which is crazy when you look over towards Fnatic versus Team Liquid and then NAVI also versus Team Heretics.
Yeah, we have a lot of storylines going on. I'm glad you mentioned Masters because in some of the other regions, we already locked in the teams that are going to be attending Masters in Shanghai. Over at Pacific, if you're a paper boy, it's a great time for you. They're definitely going. Gen G somehow made it through, and we're going to get the Susanto brothers to China. I can't wait. Ash, is going to be great.
It's going to be insane. I mean, the fact that we get the opportunity to see, again, Forsaken and X-Curry go head-to-head in that kind of regard. But also, we have to address the fact that DRX are going to be missing out on back-to-back international events this time around, which is pretty heartbreaking for that team. I feel like so consistently throughout VCT have seen them make it to that international stage, level up every single time. They will be well missed, and of course, for Americas and China, they're going to be figuring that out later on this week.
Yeah, same for NRG too, you know. Maybe time to bring Finesse back. But also, Sentinel's not going is going to be interesting, but we will find out in a couple of days who is going to be filling the slots here on this part of this graphic, at least for VCT EMEA. But that is all for the teams that's going on around the world. It's time for some hard-hitting news. Welcome to Valorant News Network EMEA, you guys, your most trusted source for all things Valorant.
Coming to you live from Berlin.
I am your host, Yingsu Collins.
And I'm Mitch McBride.
Our top story of the day, authorities are officially reaching out to the public for the assistance in the disappearance of Fnatic. Last seen on June 25th, 2023 in Tokyo. They're described as looking washed in a slump. And if you have any relevant information, please send your tips to zeroteamregion@vctemea.com.
Good luck to whoever monitors that inbox. For the second consecutive year, the World Health Organization has put out a warning for the spread of BBL-itis. They identified choking as a major symptom and advised that hopium is not an effective treatment for the disease.
We gotta watch out for that one. Next, a documentary is being made about Team Liquid's miracle run to make playoffs. The film will detail how Liquid remained even resilient in the face of adversity, took on impossible challenges, and successfully prayed for everyone else's downfall.
Well, Professor Charles Nennington has completed phase 3 of his cloning program in an effort to preserve and spread his talent. His latest subjects, Wu, Zero T, and Re-NS, have yielded positive results in VCT EMEA following his widely successful Alpha project.
Wow, good guy, Charles Nennington. In music, American rapper and songwriter Kendrick Lamar has revealed why he will not be dropping a diss track on Team Vitality. He said they already got bodied by Koi, so there's not much you can roast them about after that.
God's plan. After months of dispute over territory, a peace treaty between Gentlemates and KC has finally been signed. A wall will be erected to commemorate the occasion. It'll be blue, have plenty of room for Natank to be on top of it, and even incorporate a special Dono wall section for Slicky's chatters.
Well, can we get some slug approves for that one? As always, we ask you to vote who you think should be the Estonian player of the week, and we are so excited to reveal that for the second time, Team Vitality's Kix has taken the honors.
A surprise win by all accounts. Make sure to vote for next week's Estonian Player of the Week and see if Kix can win it again.
For the Valorant News Network EMEA, I've been Mitch McBride.
And I'm Yinsu Collins.
Thanks for watching. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the news. I've just made my way up here, joined by Minnie and Yumpy for a quiz. Welcome back. You two, it's great to have both of you here. Now, you guys have always faced each other, as in you, Minnie, and Yumpy, every single time Fnatic has played Liquid. So I would like to hope that you will have some knowledge in your brains about this historical matchup. Are you confident about this? You good?
100%. 0%.
No, Minnie. I mean, the last time Yumpy did this with Durkee, they went flawless. They didn't get a single question wrong. So I want to make sure that you guys work together. On this one, we're going to start with an easy one. How many times in VCT, not including third-party tournaments, have Fnatic played against Team Liquid?
I think it was 8 or 9 if you don't include. Wait.
We played you once.
2 times before Iceland, then Iceland. Then 2 times in the summer, that's 5 times. In the Berlin qualification. Then after that, we didn't play for a while.
There was a Champs, was it Champs 2022?
Yeah, Champs 22. No, it's the 6 now.
What?
2
you
times
were,
before.
you were on 6?
Yeah,
already?
no. 2 times before Iceland, once in Iceland, then 2 times in the
Summer.
2020 summer, that's 5.
And then Berlin qualifier. Or is that the summer?
No, that's the summer,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm going to have to hurry you up. You're on the
then
first question.
6 times in, and then 3 times... 9 times.
Correct. Yes. You're off to a good start. And obviously, this is a meme that's been going around for the last 3 years. Is that... Yeah, go on. You look like you wanted to say something.
I was thinking that was good coaching. Like, I let him do all the work. I just sit back.
Yeah, it was great coaching. But yeah, there's a meme that's kind of like Fnatic and Liquid, you ride together, you die together. You either both go to an international event or neither of you go to an international event. So how many times have you ridden there together? How many international events have you both attended?
First Reykjavik.
Yeah. Champs.
Not Berlin. Champs.
Then 2 times in 2022.
Then Reykjavik. Copenhagen?
No, we were not in Copenhagen.
Oops. 3. Then
yeah,
Champs
Masters
again.
Berlin. Oh, no.
Champs again.
Yeah.
4.
Does lock-in count?
Does lock-in
count? Lock-in does not count because everyone went to that
Okay.
one. Yeah.
Then Japan and so 6 times, no?
Correct. You guys are doing great. Okay, this is going too smooth, so I'll give you a harder question. The last time you guys played against each other, obviously the EMEA finals, what maps did you play last year?
On the final?
Yeah, when you faced each other, when
That's
you
easy.
won. Yeah, what maps did you play?
I mean, Lotus, Ascent, Haven, and Fracture.
Correct, in that exact order as well. So, did you know that, Minnie? You remember that?
I didn't remember Fracture.
I clearly remember.
Yeah, I mean, he won that one, so I feel like that makes sense that you remember it. Next question is the first time you ever faced each other, all the way back in 2021. If you remember this, I'm just going to let Yumpy answer this first, and Minnie, maybe you can confirm if it's correct or not. Fnatic ran a triple duelist comp on Split against you. Do you remember what that comp was and who was on which agent?
Booster on Reyna, Doma on Raze, Derge on Jet, Mystic was Astra maybe, and Magnum was Sky or something like that.
I think he was Omen.
Something like that.
Well, you were so close. Every single thing was right, and it was Magnum Killjoy. But other than that, it was the Astra.
I thought that there was Sky.
That was the first time we played each other?
Yeah, that was the first time you faced against each other in a best of 5 as
We
well.
lost 3-1.
And Minnie, a question for you here. Yumpy only played one agent that entire best of 5 on 4 maps. Which agent was it? Jet, correct. All right, you guys are doing really well.
I remember those dashes back then.
and,
That was
that's Sliggy.
Last but not least, because we're running out of time, you only have 20 seconds to answer this. How many British players has represented Liquid or Fnatic all time? Give me a number. You don't have
I can't Liquid player, so James, double James, Kiko, Dom, Trav, 5 in Liquid. If you count coaches, Sliggy 6.
Yeah, we'll count coaches and coaching staff as well.
Me, Jake, Mystic. That was it, 3, 4,
Yeah, so
9.
add it all together.
Does Bacon count?
Bacon does count, yeah.
Ah, okay, 7 then.
I don't know how we're... Does it kind of Mystic play for us and then for them? Like, is that 2 or is
That's
that
1. That counts as 1.
Oh, 1.
We have 7 then. We have 6 without Mystic. How many do you have?
3 with Mystic.
Okay, so 9.
All right, okay, you fell the last one. You are one of Mo 40.
yeah,
forgot
shit.
about Mo. Anyway,
Hey, this is...
thank you very much for joining me, guys, and hope the game goes well today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, Yumpy carrying as usual, Ash. I'm really impressed that he managed to remember all of that information, given these two teams have played against each other so many times.
It's insane to be able to retain all of that in your head. I feel like you mentioned, Minnie was totally carried in that situation, but it's crazy the history between Fnatic and Team Liquid in that kind of regard. The fact that Yumpy was there for every single international event that Team Liquid had gone to over the years as well. The history runs very deep, and it's going to be quite the rivalry, I think, today when you consider all of that.
Oh yeah, for me, this is the vintage EMEA rivalry. And of course, if we talk about recent history, the last time they played against each other, Ash, was the only time the Fnatic managed to actually drop a series in EMEA last year. And that match gave Team Liquid a title, becoming the best team in our region.
And that's pretty insane because the regular season for Fnatic, they were clean across the board. They hadn't suffered a single loss up until that grand final where Team Liquid just looked very clean, especially that dominant win. I believe it was 13-6 on Haven in particular that I think really sealed the deal in that particular series, going 3-1. But you can see the celebrations here as well. We have to remember that Yumpy and both him and Nats were on this iteration of Team Liquid. So it's again that opportunity to go head to head, and one of them has to go home today.
Yeah, let's talk about the new iteration though, because this will be the first time that Enzo and Mystic get to go up against their former teammates. They got their revenge against Gentlemates already. They talk about how that was very heartbreaking. But of course, for these two, they were dropped from this roster after Istanbul. So I feel like, Ash, revenge, it's gotta be on the cards for these boys.
Yeah, it's friends to foes, right? That's the storyline here for Enzo and Mystic. But I think that it's also tough because going up against an IGL like Boaster as well, he's gonna know the ins and outs of both of these players, having played with them under his wing when that part is considered here. And you also have to look towards, I think, Nats in that matchup against Gentlemates was the secondary caller that I think made a lot of differences here for Team Liquid in that matchup to help build up their confidence.
But this is the thing though, Ash, do you think they're gonna get their revenge? They're on tour to beat every team that upset them?
For Team Liquid, I'm not exactly certain. I feel like there is a lot of pressure, and I feel like if they do manage to at least get a hot start, they can.
I can't wait to see it, but this is it. It's time to get everything started. Let the VCT EMEA playoffs begin.
it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
Today will be the 10th time in VCT history that Fnatic take on Team Liquid. There's no two other teams in the world that know each other better than these two. And of course, with the added spice of the fact that Enzo and Mystic will be facing their former teammates, some demons there as well. But this is the thing, the stakes are so high at this point. The loser will be going home. Today, they will not have a chance to fight for Masters. And Ash, this map Veto is going to be crucial for these guys.
It really is, and I think it's scary because both these teams have map pools that lean into each other as well. Seeing Ascent come out first is interesting, considering the fact that for Team Liquid, I feel like this is a very strong map for them to start off on when they play such an unconventional composition here on Ascent.
I absolutely love their composition here, but do my eyes deceive me, or did Fnatic pick to start on attack on Ascent of all maps? You know, this is the kind of thing that NAVI would do every now and then because they don't have a choice. They always pick this map. But Ash, I cannot believe my eyes.
I think it's so surprising because you look at Team Liquid's typical composition, the fact that they usually run the Viper on Ascent here as well. That gives so much additional stall alongside that Cypher pick that they're usually running. So I think it's pretty dangerous because now Team Liquid, they get to have their longer half on something that's very comfortable in their ability to just delay Fnatic's pushes. And Fnatic, this is a team that also loves their set executions, their set plays with those explosive entries on towards site.
Yeah, I need to see them hit their shots. I need to see them come out the gates a little bit stronger. Against NAVI, they just cannot afford to have a 0-6 half to start with, Ash, because that's going to make your life so hard.
It does make you wonder then, after that matchup against NAVI, Fnatic going back into the server, workshopping, you get to the opportunity to learn more from your errors in that kind of regard. And I do wonder if there maybe is even a compositional change coming out for Fnatic, all things considered, allowing Ascent to go through into the map pool, because you look at what they typically play and it's been that meta composition that's been around for the last like 2 years.
Yeah, I do wonder what we're going to get here. Let's take a look at Agent Select and see if we do get any changes. And it looks like it's not Fnatic that's going to make the change. It's Team Liquid. Ash, I love their comp so much. I'm a bit sad about this.
It's kind of devastating because you expected to see Yumbi on, or sorry, Mystic on that Viper and the Yoru as well for Kiko, which was so much of the disruption. It was what was catching all of these teams off guard. But I guess knowing that Fnatic will lean into this more traditional composition as well, maybe they just went back to bread and butter, thinking it might be a bit more comfortable.
I wonder if this disrupts Fnatic's game plan of wanting to start on attack as well. Maybe they did that knowing that they might be going to the Viper Yoru.
It is possible in that kind of regard, but again, I think that the fact that Team Liquid have shifted off of that as well, it's interesting to see them actually commit to the compositional change here as well.
Well, I can't wait to see what we're going to get. Of course, Team Liquid, it was a miracle to get hit in the first place, so we got to bring out the man that made it all happen. Here's Mitch. Oh, and Tom's there as well.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Yeah, I brought Tom along with me today. I couldn't get Enzo to cast, so don't know why.
You made it happen by not casting their last game. So what are you doing here today then? You're a Fnatic fan today, yeah?
Actually, we've got a replacement for you. Welcome, Bola. No, unfortunately, I'm sticking around. You know what? I might never have cast Liquid winning a game, at least Enzo winning a game, a series. But today, it could be different. These teams have been separated by a narrow margin all season long. As you said on Twitter earlier, Tom, it's been an incredibly...
They had the same record.
Incredibly close season.
Exactly the same record. It makes no sense. I don't know how they've done that. It's almost like someone's writing a script at home, but let's be real. Somebody's going to go home sad today. This is a matchup. Teams that have played each other so many times. Heartbreak, elation on either side. The fact is, as Sue has said already, normally they go to events together. Well, this time that's not possible. One of them is out after this match.
Well, just the other day, Team Liquid took down the devil they knew in Gentlemates. Now, the devil they don't necessarily. Fnatic up against them. Defensive side start for Liquid, and a slow start indeed. No pressure being applied by that defense. Instead, spreading it and hoping that Fnatic walk into them. You can see Cam set up on A, traps for mid as well. And the idea to flash out on mid with Yumpy and immediately crunch that fight the second the trap is hit. But Fnatic are taking it slow. Does look like they are heading towards that trap setup.
Yeah, the fact is, this map being picked up was maybe a little bit of a surprise, but moving away from that composition was an even bigger one. If Fnatic have prepped, it's probably not for the cookie cutter comp. Already though, solid start. Kiko aggressively alongside Yumpy. The tag team just shutting down Fnatic. Boaster trying to cling to life, even a chance for a reload, and Boaster does well. It's now left on to Leo, and he can't quite hit the shots. It'll be Liquid to kick things off, the pistol under their belt.
Very good start. This is what you want to see if you're a Liquid fan. Fnatic have shown time and time again they're able to bounce back when they find themselves falling behind. Team Liquid, on the other hand, in this series at least, I see them as the ones that crumble if Fnatic do get off to a lights out start. With a pistol under their belt, they can be happy. And again, it comes down to this trap setup that they had in play, based off the flash, based off the crunch afterwards. The trap gets hit, and it's go time. That's 1-0, and an outlaw in play for Kiko already. This man is an animal with every weapon, to be honest, but when it has a scope on it, he hits another level.
Yeah, I think they're going to need him to be good today. The fact is, even though this map is obviously the pick of Liquid, one they feel confident in, it's going back to a more normalized comp, so the surprise factor goes out the window. But also, we've seen Fnatic already play this. They played it at kickoff versus Vitality and absolutely destroyed them. Yeah. And they played it versus NAVI, and I'm pretty sure they played closer than Liquid did. So it's a map that they're definitely still going to be comfortable on, just because of the almost basicness of the map. For now, though, expectations, I was going to say a 0, but that's not a bad start.
Yeah, inside the smoke, able to get the close range angle, but the kills are being cleaned up outside of it. I was worried about A. This was the site that didn't have that Cypher setup this time. A change around that left them a little bit weaker to that contact play. Fnatic creep their way out, the dash to give it away, but players up close catch them by surprise. It doesn't matter. 2-0 found, minimal losses on the side of Liquid. As good a start as you could hope for.
I like the Durka there. It looks like he was trying to make a sneaky play into the smoke. A bit like this, just moments later, not realizing the door's closed. So he's just walking into a door. not quite working out, and in the end, fairly easy cleanup for the side of Liquid. This, though, is where things are going to get a little bit more interesting. And I don't know if this is a direct counter to what is Enzo, but Leo, going into round number 3, has brought an Odin on the attack.
Well, yeah, that's the idea. Just the counter spam. They heard the Ares rumbling off earlier on in the previous round. The same setup was in play. There's a cam to try and catch them in main. They have the recon to bounce back on, but finding nothing and damage done to Enzo. A good return by Fnatic, good contention over an area that Liquid have already shown them. We want to fight for this, we have our ideas. And Fnatic come in round 3 with some counterplay. Now, Shock Dart goes through to destroy the trap as well, further taking the info out of their hands. Fnatic are doing a good job of controlling the map so far, but they haven't made a decision on where they're going yet.
Kiko's dash is gone. This now becomes a lot more dangerous, and, well, he's going to be met with a headshot from Durka. Normally you try and escape in rounds where you have those weaker weapons. There's always going to be those risks taken, those gambles that aren't expected. The problem now, though, is that there's a lot of weak weaponry when it comes to this B-side defense.
Yeah, I mean, starting it out, Enzo will grab one with the Ares. Not my favorite weapon, not one that finds a lot of success when it is picked up, but especially not in open combat. It's a good start. The smoke certainly helped them, but 35 seconds, still plenty of time for Fnatic to get into this site. The Danger Man could be nuts if he's left unchecked. That wallbang from Leo is clean. And Mystic's being spotted on the site. 25 seconds. They've got to up the pace and make their way through. Leo's thinking about spamming. And good damage done. Nats on 26, still good for 1 in the back. The cage up, he won't be able to get the weapon. Even the risk of further spams too much. 2v3. From this point forward, damage is the name of the game, and Leo's getting a little more damage through the wall. He's owning it up with the Odin.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for the opposing side, but he's basically managed to clean up the round. Yumpy has retreated at rifle. We saw him have a pop-off game in their necessary victory versus Gentlemates. Might even get to see his chamber a little bit later on, but needs quite a lot here. First kill does go his way, making things ever so costly, but the double peek from Fnatic is sublime. They'll get their first round on the board, but it wasn't clean.
No, it was anything but costly as it was. Fnatic have found one. They've shown a lot of presence on this map as well. The spams early on, the traps destroyed, the pace change in the mid round as well to just pump the brakes. It left Kiko with a dash online, a position he couldn't hold, and once the dash faded away, he had no way out. Opens the door for them to push the site. Even then, they make it through market, pump the brakes, go back to spam battles, go back to trying to control, grab the recons up to find information. This isn't a team that's tunnel visioning their way into a site. They're showing Liquid they're here to play on the same level. And spams early. It's going to be a fight between these two, and a good bit of damage out of that last one. Leo's on 28.
This is the thing. You're battling a man who loves to play the Odin on this side of the map. Enzo will do it in every single scenario. In their match versus GX, they had an incredible comeback, and a lot of that was him retaking with an Odin.
Goddamn right it was.
And I hated it, but it did work. So I say to challenge him at his own game, it's not the way I'd go about it. But we'll see if it's going to work out. Timmy the Turret is going to meet the same fate as probably many a player will in this matchup. And those early fights, if anything, have just left Leo with a gun that you really don't want on low HP. Like, if you have a Vandal, maybe you can hit a shot or two. With an Odin, it's not going to work.
Oh, you better be very clean and hidden by a wall. You know, even the utility taken out of play, going back to an alarm bot, they're worried that someone could have pushed into main and taken that space. It slows them down further on the side of Fnatic. Team Liquid respond, pulling through to the site. 2 players in Boathouse. They'll defend this one and run the clock as much as they can. They need kills on the way through. This could and likely will come down to a retake. The question is, how much damage can Nats and Enzo get done? How easy can they make that retake for their teammates? Already going well with 1, with 2, in fact. Enzo wall banging them with the Odin, and Nats takes his time to swing. It's all on Durka. 75 HP, 10 seconds, and the spike down in the open. He is out of here, but he's not out scot-free. Look who's coming to say hello. Kiko, his steps might have been heard. Durka's ready, but not good enough to take the fight. The op a little bit too quick on the other side. 3-1 now for Liquid. And the Let's Go Liquid chance begin.
Yeah, it's one of those rounds for Fnatic where it was clear they wanted to head in this direction pretty much from the beginning. But when you know you're up against an Odin like that, you just can't afford to be slow. Like, you can't afford to allow for the rotations, to have that extra utility in play. And eventually it just came down to him having time to isolate. Like, he's able to wallbang a guy, then switch up to the next position. It's not the most mobile of guns. You need to be a little bit quicker with it. And what Durka being the last one left alive almost shows how poorly that went for Fnatic. Nonetheless, it's not going to be too much of a problem with it being so early in the game. Liquid, though, off to a flying start. It's great to see, because a lot of the time, as you've mentioned, they're one to let leads slip, but if things go poorly, they're not the greatest comeback team in the world.
We've seen it again and again. I mean, in this series as well, we're talking map pool-wise for Liquid, very comfortable pool. Icebox, Lotus, Ascent, ones they've loved to play all throughout this.
Surprised we didn't see Bind. That's the big one.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. For Fnatic, I can understand their reasoning, but a risk nonetheless. And Liquid need to be very cautious in this round. Of course, Fnatic don't have a full buy. That's why we're not giving too much respect to the attacking side on this one with mostly pistols to play with, but Liquid do make those mistakes. We've seen how the numbers advantages can be taken and converted into wins. Cam spotting them on the walk up. Good information now. It's a mid and B main play that rotates a little bit slow to come over. In fact, we've seen the Shrouded step straight through to market. The swing, though, caught by Nats. Ever vigilant, ever ready for these fights. Left just into Leo's hands. He does well to find Nats, but that trade is all they get. 4 rounds on the board now for Liquid. This wasn't one that, obviously, Fnatic invested a lot into, but it comes out clean, and it's a money-making opportunity for Liquid that they have cashed in.
Yeah. Getting better in terms of the finances. Operator in the hands of Kiko. Had it already, but we'll continue into the next round. And it seems like Fnatic have given up on trying to battle the Odin in wallbangs, as they're going to go in with the rifles. Also having that Hunter's Fury, always good for some of these early pickups, especially if you do want to try and isolate that Odin player. Not going to have the same maneuverability with that gun in hand. For now, though, again, looking a little bit slower in a different style from the side of Liquid. You've had the Odin spamming every single round. Okay, now it's taken by an operator. That means they can switch up that utility elsewhere. Already going to spot a little bit of the battle coming in for mid control.
Team Liquid burning up their smokes for A main control. And there seems to be an idea there from Fnatic to contest it. Seen Boaster playing on the other side, waiting for his gap, but little does he know, Yumpy's doing much the same. Getting up close. Was looking for the fight, but backs off. Knife gonna come back into play. There's one spotted outside. You get the idea now. Boaster being here, no ult online. They're angling towards this A side. It looks like that's how it'll pan out in Liquid. Well, they have certainly read this with the rotations. Already 4 players close by and ready to help out on this fight. Mystic doesn't seem to need help, but he's got it anyways. Nat's on the scene as Mystic cleans up house, and Yampy's advanced position pays off tenfold. Nothing left but Leo again.
Yeah, and they invested a Hunter's Fury, seemingly a little bit late. It looked like they were trying to make contact and then have that as a disruptive tool, but it really wasn't. They basically lost the round before it was even utilized. You had 2 players just hoping to try and take some of those fights, and Liquid were so prepared for that aggression. A couple of players watching. Yumpy's even going to be there to close out the round, and I am wondering when Fnatic will call a pause, because this hasn't been particularly close in the first 6 rounds.
Yeah, I saw those early round adaptations. The push and pull of the map was good. The read over when to switch up the timing's even better. And you can't fault that second kill. Chronicle blinded him, still goes down to the wild spray, but there was a second player. You have to think, even if that goes well, they probably only get the trade. Timeout called for Fnatic, realizing there's a couple gaps in play, and they can't allow that to continue. This is Liquid's map pick. We can look at it that way, with Icebox up next, a map where Liquid looked good against Giant X. They came in with a crazy adaptation. I don't expect to see that comp on Icebox again today. You never know, but that did feel like something they prepared as a ace up your sleeve against Gentlemates.
Well, that's the interesting thing on the other side, is that you have Fnatic's classic comp, which they played last time. They won 13-4. The time they tried to innovate, they lost 13-4. So it definitely is it's a map that I understand Fnatic may still feel like is their bread and butter. But you're beating Koi, a team that has been known to be pretty much the worst team in the league this season. No offense to them, they've not had a great time. So it's not really anything to almost gamble upon when you've had pretty good results for Liquid on that map as well. Like decimating Gentlemates on it, beating GX, and only losing to Foot this season. Other than that, they're 4-1 on the map. So I want to see a little bit of life in Fnatic, because right now, they're being blitzed.
Yeah. Look, a 5-1 scoreline, it's not pretty, but how many of these games have we seen start out this way? And that team does find their footing. They bounce right back into it, and we end up at a 7-5 half, a manageable one with a pistol under your belt in the next. It's almost equal. For Fnatic, well, they're going to be leaning on that, hoping that this is another display of some such things. And a slower approach, but one that is looking to take control over mid. We've seen those traps in play around mid before, but no shock darts deployed. They're not looking to control the map elsewhere, which is allowing earlier rotations from Liquid, who once again have 4 players on this A site ready for the push.
This has got to be on Durka. Maybe goes in second. They've got some supportive utility, but they're going to try and play off the one-way. It has a gamble, and he actually used all of his knives in one go. Didn't even get a kill for it. That's gone horrifically. And while Mystic, he loves his TB. He loves some confidence plays. This is maybe a little too confident. 2 players now being dropped. Durka has a rifle under his belt. And potentially more guns to be found. Again, though, it's still on him for now.
The HP is trickled down massively. When 2 players bunkered down on the side, it'll be tough to break through this. Opt for Kiko, maybe a silver lining.
Not ready
They can
yet.
manage to draw his sight, and in fact, Kiko is starting to step away. Smoke about to be deployed through. This is to get them out onto the site to bypass the off. Reveal from Enzo. Timed well, but it goes past the smoke. They're still safe inside it. Now they've got eyes on him. Rotations from Kiko. He's just now making it through. Enzo can't hold on, but the trade is quick enough. Leo, same old story. Guy's got the lowest first deaths per round for a reason. Barely ever goes down until the last few seconds. Now a chance in the 1v2. Isolates a fight, knows the up is last. Really nice try by Leo. And that could have been some light at the end of the tunnel for Fnatic. Instead, it gets that little bit darker. 6-1 for their opponents.
Yeah, still, in isolation, not a bad round. A Blade Storm, few SMGs. I think it'll be frustrating with how close it got. And it's safe to say that confidence might be the highest we've ever seen it on Liquid. Like, they are willing to buy everything. You had Mystic TPing up against weak weapons. You had Yumpy swinging with low HP, and they're two very different reactions. I feel like more of a sigh of relief coming out from EMEA, almost giving them a way back into the game. But now look for Liquid. Almost every single ultimate online. Only one for information gone on the other side of things. They used a fair amount over the last couple of rounds.
They've been chipping away. Attack side this time looking a little bit different. Sight's no longer set on A, which is a good thing. Nats's setup has found its way here.
Take flight.
And the mid control will be sought after. Bullets are coming close to breaking that trap. They know where it is now. Happy moved forward, but that won't be catching them by surprise. And the shot landed by Leo. There it is. He might not have killed the upper last round, but he starts this one out the same. Like I said, lowest first deaths. I don't know why you tried to face him early in the round.
That's definitely the plan. One of the first times we've seen Fnatic with an early advantage, and while Liquid are not just going to sit back and wait. Timing here is going to be everything. The steps have been heard. Nat's still going to get one. Yumpy's still trying to swing, but Dirk is already going to be past the angle. Enzo, though, he's been unstoppable at the back of this site, spamming away. He gets himself a kill and a second as well. The Odin Master at work, and well, he's got support as well, leaving it all onto Critical, and he just can't stop him. The Odin from the backside picks up 3. And well, it's 7-1 right now for Liquid. This couldn't be going much worse for Fnatic.
He's the greatest Odin player of all time. He's the greatest. 9-2 for Enzo right now. Looking absolutely spectacular down on the stage, and what a disruptive play as well. I find it hard to look at anything else in this. They're on their way through, and you just cannot uproot this guy. Spams through that wall. You swing to face him. He spams through the other wall. And then he hides behind it for the next 2 kills to close out that 3K. Absolutely gorgeous.
Standing ahead.
Round number 9. Pressure's on, but not for Kiko. He's gone running in to take this fight, and the reveal is perfect.
Oh, the reveal in combination with Hunter's Fury. Everything working for Liquid. A setup we've seen before, but a lot of the time doesn't have that same level of success. Getting those 2 openers. Everything Fnatic is attempting is being shut down almost immediately, and again, they have to try and find a response. It's been a quiet start to this game for Althea. Not someone who goes missing for too long, but they really need somebody to step up here, and I don't think he's winning this fight. No, Yumpy just isn't missing.
There's no stopping them. You spoke about confidence. Well, it very much is at an all-time high with that play. I like Leo's position, though. Such a cerebral player. He's letting the first pass, swinging in to catch the element of surprise. And that's just a stinger. The things this man can do. He's the last man standing. And he won't stand for much longer. Of course, it's the Odin to come in and close it out. I was starting to believe in the Leo clutch. It would have been spectacular. But instead, it is 8-1 for the defensive side.
There are a few players who've won a 1v5 in front of our eyes before. He is one of the few. But unfortunately for him, it's just not enough. And that's the problem. Is this really the plan? Okay, for a second I thought Fnatic were going to go in with a double Odin on attack, which I feel like if your whole game plan revolves around trying to kill Enzo, you've already lost. No offense to him, but
he doesn't know. He's 11-2. I get it, Tom. Makes sense.
I was going to say because he's not normally the man you need to target, but he is in this game. I'll give you that. Alpha is going to drop 1. Those trades are out. Enzo might be in trouble here, but no, it doesn't look like the next pulse is going to connect. A gas from Leo almost manages to take out Kiko. That would have been a huge kill to find.
Well, he singed his hair bun. That's about all that's happened here. Yumpy. There's not a lot of space for him to get out of here.
Bomb grenade out.
Not a lot that they can do to try to deny. Nade is thrown through to try and counter out the lockdown. It looks like it's landed just about where it needed to. Ult used as well, so no utility to fight their way back through, but still a minute on the clock. The problem is Fnatic don't have control anywhere else. They're being flanked. They know that that's a possibility, so they just decide to fight forward. Great success with Chronicle finding that, and they know exactly where Yumpy is. What's the decision? They can take things towards A if they want, run the risk of only going into 1 more man, and at the end of the day, Enzo has been there a couple times, but he was spotted spraying early on short. They'll isolate Yumpy. That's the idea, and they've caught Enzo on the flank. It looks like everything's gone according to plan. Just that man left to deal with, and they will finally get it done. 8-2, the beginning of a comeback, and this is a team that never gives up.
Yeah, it's still an incredibly long road to go down. An 8-2 scoreline on the defense for Liquid already looks good. Obviously a mass change in composition and the way it runs, so it's not quite going to be the same on that attacker side, but even still, we've seen a lot of teams be able to pick up rounds on that side of the map nowadays. And I feel like Fnatic, they win this round, but a lot of it is just finally being able to catch that aggression. Like, the defense have been pushing all over the map, having set plays here and there, and this time they finally managed to stop one of them. Doesn't mean they'll be able to stop the rest.
Well, that's it. These are set plays that, in this instance, it's the first time we've seen it, right? That full mid-dive Odin spam to provide covering fire. Didn't work out. It's all good. From a defensive perspective, there's no need to fret. You reset, you go back to what did work. It's just sitting down and waiting for them to push on in. Being proactive at little bits of the map. Around Jenny, lot of danger with that spam going through. There he is, down and dropped. Knives out of the game. Durka still nestled in on that corner, but Mystic manages to uproot him. Okay, the advantage no longer in play for them, and that spam leaves Alpha on 6 HP. A good start to this retake already for Liquid.
A single kill for Chronicle. Give him the null command. Information can be guarded by Nats as well, having that neural theft available, but for now it looks like it's going to be into those firefights. Enzo kind of waiting for someone to make a mistake. He needs his teammates to take some space, and well, that might be one. They're not aware of the position of Nats already, and he's going to drop a second. Leo, a lot of the time, has had no help. He's got to try and do it all on his own. Try and clutch this one up, and they're just defusing. The second shot connected. He's going to go running, and finally Leo has his clutch. It is deserved at this point.
He waited so long, so many opportunities taken out of his hands, but now, a clutch under his belt, the fire relit under Fnatic. 2 in a row, better than they managed so far. And just at the last minute, I said 7-5. That's what we've seen time and time again. 8-4 still possible.
The scary thing, though, is that it really does feel like it's Leo or bust.
Yes.
Like, the rest of the team are not awake right now. Chronicle had 2 kills in the last round. He's got 3 total. Alpha's been really quiet. Durka's been okay. A lot of the time he's going to be dashing into sites. It's forgivable, but it's really scary how missing the majority of Fnatic have been. And while Durka's already gone, an opening kill coming up for the side of Kiko. Now Enzo's a little bit low. It doesn't seem like it's scared him away from these wallbangs whatsoever. And now Fnatic again have to try and find a way back into this round off a deficit. You're already going to see the information found as well from Mystic with 2 players spotted outside of B.
They'll avoid any further contact around the B site, by the looks of things, Fnatic setting their sights on A. Ult from Chronicle should get them through. Trap's already heard. Or the knife instead put in. Nonetheless, those abilities will be offline. As we see that ult used, Chronicle now suppressing the entire enemy force. Enzo down to 40, but he does some damage in return. A few tickles onto Chronicle's all it amounts to. Site control fully lost. No ults to counter on the way back through. Team Liquid, sure, man advantage to play with, but that's about the only positive going for them right now. Take a look at Fnatic. They are miles away, playing their post plants, and a late lurk up through middle. If this takes Liquid too long to get in, they could be in a lot of trouble. I like the dash out of Kiko. I like the wall bang out of Enzo, straight down onto Boaster, but here's the element they might not be ready for. The reveal shows a couple of them. Alpha now has to try to capitalize on this. He's got Chronicle with him, and both are shut down! Yumpy alone! And that's how it's gonna end. Kiko dropping that final player to leave the defuse in their hands, 9-3. I don't know how Yumpy managed to find both kills on short.
I genuinely, again, like, you look at the position that Leo is in, and he's screwed. Like, he's absolutely screwed, and he's still able to do some damage. Like, you've got the Dark coming out, but it is Yumpy just being able to get those 2 kills, but I feel like Alpha has to get something there. Like, I don't understand how he's not managing to find the impact that we've seen from him so many times from these sort of positions. 9-3. Fnatic in desperate need of a response, even just to give us some semblance of hope for Icebox, because right now they are being bullied.
I mean, there's no other way to say it, Tom. 9 rounds on their defensive side for Team Liquid. As we said, this map pool, it seems to be set up for Team Liquid's success. All 3 maps, ones that they've been incredibly confident on. In fact,
ones they've been picking.
Yeah, if you gave them a choice to pick the 3 maps, I don't think you'd see much different from what's in front of you right now. That doesn't necessarily mean it's bad for Fnatic. These maps are good for them too, and there's ideas behind why they've chosen them, but there's a risk to it, because the comfort level is there for Liquid. We can see that clearly. And the attacking side, 9 rounds, 6 advantage, and a pistol win under their belt here.
Oh, nail in the coffin.
Has to be.
It's a straight up retake. A little bit of damage onto Yumpy. Still a full utility belt for the side of Fnatic. Multiple flashes, Chronicle and Boaster. They've got what they need to try and make a play back into the site. But even still, this is not going to be easy. Chronicle with a first. Yumpy, again, I don't know how he gets anything from these positions. Trade back from Mystic does well, but still the advantage sits with Fnatic. Onto the defuse they go. Enzo going to try and slow them down, but those counter flashes making it awkward. They're not currently defusing, and now Enzo has it all to do. Looking to try and clutch out, and it will not happen. Althea finally steps up to the plate. 3 kills with the pistol, and even a defuse for the extra orb.
A very much needed round for Fnatic procured, and good to see the smiles on their face. Like we say, this is the problem with a squad like Fnatic. No matter what lead you stack up against them, they're always going to come into it as if it's 0-0. Play for every round. If anything, they'll play for the clips. Alpha. Bit of a resurgence from that man as well, being a tough first half, but he just splits open this site and even closes out the round. The 3-piece for him, putting him back up around the middle of the board. These players waking up on Fnatic, it's a good sign.
What is this? What is this by? The attack side, Spectre and Bucky.
Yeah.
In a round you'd normally eco. Liquid, what on earth are you about to attempt?
Keep in mind, this is a buy. I mean,
it's
Enzo
Nats
and
has not bought, but everyone else has. This is odd.
It is one of the stranger second rounds after losing a pistol I've seen. There's many ways to buy up in these rounds, Tom, and I think a lot of teams will go for the Stinger. Or at least for uniform buys across the board, but let's see what the ideas are. Fnatic might be surprised on the way back through with what they're about to face off against, but a lot of it falls down to Yumpy and Enzo with those pistols still being able to do the damage. A drone bought up will be expended, and although it doesn't find a whole lot thanks to the knife coming through, it does delay them slightly. Got a ping off. Durka on his way around, outlaw in hand. Everybody now 1-shot to him, barring Yumpy, and there's the Bucky finding value up top though. Leo's good for 2, almost for 3. He's made it winnable, made it doable for the side of Fnatic, who now only face off against the ecoed Nats. The low buy man in play, and he won't even find one. Maybe if he had a Bucky, Tom, that could have been different, but not to be.
Worryingly close as well. That's the scary thing. And if he wants to, he could even play a hero rifle, which he's already bought, then try and do some extra damage going into this round. It seems like a way to just almost try and damage your opponent's economy as much as possible. The only thing about it is, if you don't win either of the rounds, okay, maybe you've kept them honest, but you've done it with them getting 2 more rounds than they would have had. So it definitely has its risks about it. And because of that failed force buy, even though it was costly, because they invested, it's not a success.
I do enjoy the vision of leaving Nats low buy as well, because this guy isn't involved in any of those initial fights. He's lurking up through mid, so if he has like a Stinger or something like that, he's dead to a mid fight anyways. And if he doesn't, if he only has the classic, well then the only way he's getting involved in the fight is if he does manage to sneak behind them, which is exactly what happens. Then the weapon doesn't matter so much.
I do think he did get 1 kill.
He got it on short,
Yeah.
That's what I mean. So he snuck up short, so why give him a weapon to flank with when the 4 guys fighting should have the weapons, and he can then have this if things go wrong. So, very good idea. I like it.
Has, however, given that road a little bit of a boost for Fnatic. If they close this round out especially, which, well, you're going to have Nats needing to go nuclear. It might be a bit of a surprise, though, somebody even having a rifle. And yeah, Boaster has met that surprise. Unfortunately, Nats has already met his demise at the hands of Alpha, and now leaves it all on to Mystic. He's going to try some tricks, but that dart has kind of taken the magic away.
It has a little bit, hasn't it? Pulled the curtain up, and you could see it in broad daylight. 3-round gap. Hell of a difference from where we were just 15 minutes ago. Fnatic have really come back into things.
He's got 20 kills. Leo is 20 and 11, and they are losing by 3. He is having an insane performance, and that's the thing. One of the bits that has me most excited about casting this matchup, even in comparison to what we've seen in the past, is just the depth of talent we have on either side. Like, you're talking about players like Leo, Chronicle, Alpha, Dirk. We already talk about how crazy they are on an individual level. You look at the other side, Nats, Yumpy have been there for a while. The young guns coming up from that tier 2 for the exact same reason. One of these teams is out.
Big mid play from Team Liquid. They've made a lot of noise on the way through. You can see Leo is waiting to check it out. The flash should come through. He's ready for it. Anti-flash on the corner, but they're not pushing through. Wise to the potential trap plays of Fnatic, showing presence and then moving back in the other direction. This will put pressure onto the likes of Chronicle and Boaster, the 2 players defending this A site that's about to be trod all over. A lot of rifles for Liquid, but yeah, they don't have those ultimates. They don't have their way through, but Mystic's paranoia, I assume, is going to lead the charge as they burst their way in. No, in fact, it's an IP. Chronicle almost gets timing by it.
Chronicle had his knife, though. It's going to give quite a bit of information for the rest of the team to rotate, but they need to get a move on. They're slowly being surrounded here. The thing is, though, Boaster's position is going to make things quite a bit more awkward. They're going to get to hold on to quite a lot of ground. It's more so how many can Chronicle take. The answer's already 1, the second not quite going in his favor. And they have managed to isolate one of the battles at least. Dirk already going down. Nat's waiting on the corner. Alpha rounds it and wins the fight this time. Puts it back into an even scenario with Boaster still holding onto that ground. Kiko desperately low on HP, but he's got Mystic alongside him. And now it's down to Leo again, and not this time. Liquid turn things back to hit double digits first and still have themselves a 4-round lead.
That smoke came up on A main just in time. Boaster was about to have the swing of a lifetime. It would have been 3 players looking the other way to try and deal with the one down below, but Mystic got it off just in the nick of time to block that vision. And then obviously gets his own kill up top the very same way. Big round from him, not just in utility, but the rifle in his hand. And for the side of Fnatic, down by 4, coming up against a lot of ultimates now as well.
Shutting them down.
Keep in mind for Liquid, it was 3-0 start to this half into Fnatic's hands, but they force bought. They did a crazy force buy that didn't work out. Hero rifle for round 3. Once rifles come back out, they're looking that little bit better up until now. Beautiful disruptive play from Alpha. Spike on the floor, and Yumpy almost irretrievable at this point.
But yeah, the worst thing is the ult was actually cancelled by the KO ult. Nice bait though. They've actually managed to trade that out quite evenly. Now they've got to be careful of Enzo's gun, and actually Leo goes diving through. High amounts of risk, little reward from the Fnatic side. They've gone from having an advantage to, well, an evening up, and never mind. Just like that, it's a flip of a coin, as now a couple of players go down on the other side.
Mystics here in those steps, but they know that TP was used close. It was heard. He's just about dodged Boaster and knife out. It's the freest kill of Mystic's life. He's down to 32. It's at least a headshot that drops him in the end, so it's all onto Enzo. Shock Dart gone up straight in the air. It's going to be bouncing around for a little bit. He's trying to make them think that he's moved position towards main. He's buying time, but no. Here he is instead. The Odin doesn't find the first fight, but it snipes Dirk out of the air. All left on the Chronicle. He'll be revealed in a moment, but safe behind the generator with 29 HP. Chronicle comes out on top.
For another one.
It could have been. Can you imagine? He steps on that spike to defuse it, and down comes the Shock Dart, but no, not today.
That's actually the funny thing there. I think if Enzo dies maybe a second earlier,
maybe
that other Shock Dart probably kills Chronicle, because it's only because he saw the first one that he goes, okay, I should probably keep an eye in case there's another one. Desperately close. A back and forth, and you can still see that Fnatic are taking a lot of risks in these fights, but with a lower buy.
That man.
Oh, he's gonna be livid when he watches that back. Probably said like 30 cool quotes the whole game, and that's the one they put up. Wow, it looks like a pretty pacey attempt was gonna come through. It's been cancelled out. Chronicle insta-popping the ult after steps are heard, and the stampede of Team Liquid comes to an immediate halt. The aggression from Fnatic replaces it. Dirk has gone walking out with Outlaw in hand, wanted to use his dash to find some free space and a free duel, but nothing's being offered up right now.
This is definitely where the game starts to get a little bit more dangerous for the side of Liquid. They managed to build up a pretty hefty lead in that first half, a streak of rounds, but we're starting to see those heroes, well, I would say heroes other than Leo, come online alongside Leo, because he's been there the whole time. I'm not going to take anything away from him. a close position from Boaster on the judge. I think it's versus the Blade Storm. They could have its problems, but he's just going to be spamming, looking to try and do as much damage as possible. And he's done damage, he's just not got any kills for it. A decent start to the round for the side of Liquid. They've got to deal with Chronicle, and that's exactly what Kiko does. Now that's another gun on the ground. They still have Hunter's Fury, this Blade Storm still up, and Dirk is tagged.
30 seconds left.
Durka could be in trouble as well. That cage about to fade. Kiko's aware of it. He was watching it before the cage went up, and he'll be watching it when it goes down. But Durka finds them both. 2 barrels and 2 kills. Nats, last man standing, swung by Leo. He didn't stand a chance. 10 rounds for Liquid, 8 for Fnatic.
we were basically waiting for Dirk to go down there, as it just seemed like they were so ready. And instead, well, there's that little bit of finish magic to bring them home another round. 10-8. The difference down to just 2. A single round is all the Liquid have managed when it comes to this attack side. But again, still got that Hunter's Fury. Still got themselves that Odin being purchased back up, although it hasn't had the same level of success just yet in comparison to the first half. On the other side of things, lockdown available as well, so you may see Fnatic attempt to retake if it gets to the late round. And with Alpha being solo, I almost wonder if it would just be used for delay.
Here.
I'm nervous when I see Durka getting aggressive like that. Sitting inside the smoke, looking for an opportunity. Dash is being used. Here he goes. The spam, it's a little too tight. The lip of the catwalk has blocked him off completely. And now it looks like he's going to give up on the aggression. No dash to get out. Cloudburst used instead. He'll dodge the shock darts, and Durka's out scot-free. They have lost map control. They haven't found the picks they were looking for that left them 3 stacked up on A. Now they go back out to find it, and Chronicle's about to step right into the crosshair of Yumpy. And it turns out Chronicle's a little quicker. He was ready for that position. And now a 5v4 unfolds that leaves Team Liquid thinking their best option is to run it back to the A site. But Chronicles come back to reinforce the troops. Not only that, but you've got Boaster here on the angle, and Durka up close, ready to fight. He'll only get the 1, but he's got plenty of teammates to fill the gaps. 40 seconds on the clock. Okay, Boaster down for 1, but that's good enough. Fnatic just need to stagger this aggression.
Yeah, and this is where, if they want to, they still have that lockdown available. It's so risky from Chronicle. Almost ending up punished in a scenario. I said they didn't need to. They have that lockdown. They can force players out of the site. Mystic is going to have to retreat and just play this one in post. Both players, in fact, going all the way back to the corner spot. And there we go. Wow, it's a good thing he did hold on to that nade. Now they can create some really awkward scenarios, just sticking this one through all the way, leaving it down to just Nats on 29, and he just has to save the gun. Solid from Fnatic in the retake. Come on, Liquid, I wouldn't mind to see a pause on their side now.
Yeah. After losing 6 of the last 7 rounds, I think it's a fair time for Liquid to call a timeout, and the prediction comes true.
It's forgivable for the first few. As we said, they took a lot of risks. They went for
whatever.
investments. They went around, but then after that point, they've been shut down. A lot of the early fights have started to go the way of Fnatic. As said, like players like Chronicle have really started to come alive. As said, it was a really slow start to the game from him, but he's looking good.
I think the key thing is looking at the timeline as well, Tom. Of the 6 rounds they've lost, 5 of them they're getting the plant down. So the first plan of getting to the site is working in the sense that the spike is being planted, but whether they're losing too many on the way through or whether they're not holding on to it well enough afterwards, that's what they're discussing here in this timeout. There's going to be a lot of adjustments, and at this stage, with Fnatic making that comeback run, this is where the pause is good for even just resetting that mental, because you do start to feel shut out. Even though you still have the lead, losing that many rounds in a row, well, with minimal disruption as we can see, it really doesn't do a lot for making you feel like this is your game. You're about to close it out.
Yeah, especially with that first half, how solid everything looked, and now the fact that Fnatic are most certainly back into the match. And it has to be noted as well, last time out, it was Fnatic's defense where they really struggled. That's where NAVI, obviously one of the best attack and ascent teams in the world, were able to shut them out completely. So Liquid, unfortunately, with their changes of composition, aren't having the same amount of success that they would have done over on the attack. And needed a momentum reset, needed something to come in straight away though. Gonna have that Hunter's Fury popped. It's a plan to try and isolate Boaster. It's done a little bit of damage, but he's still standing.
Yeah, Shrouded Step got him out. without too much to be worried about. And the stacks up on A are pretty decent. Boaster's the only one actually sat on site, but there's going to be a lot of support utility coming his way. And quick retakes from this side. Paranoia used. If anything, this is going to spur Team Liquid forward. The big flash taken out of play, the big piece of utility. And now they look to the site itself. They just need to uproot these players, and Boaster's quick to be dealt with. Chronicle up top to flank from Alpha Yair, completely unchecked. Backs were turned, but he's almost the only one to do damage. Another kill coming through on the Yumpy. But it's just not enough. At least for not for most players to clutch it out. But Durka, well, he didn't buy a lot, and he invested a Bladestorm. He's gonna have his best shot at this one. Still a dash, still an updraft to work with, and both Cloudbursts. The real problem is gonna be dealing with these players, and you can see why right away he's taken out of the sky.
Yeah, I really like the late dart as well. Put outside the smoke just as it's about to fade, so when the smoke fades, he's screwed.
You gotta
go.
go.
He has to go somewhere. Great work from Mystic. He really has been having a fantastic game. It's one of the things that I feel like I've noticed over on this map for Liquid is that normally you'd have the disruption of Mystic setting up Kiko on the Yoru. I feel like Mystic has actually become the disruption. We've seen him TP into a lot of really risky angles, like try and take elevated positions, and it's playing more of like a quasi-smoke duelist. It's been really impressive for him on an individual level to keep what was the exciting thing about this composition.
Yeah, I think you have to give a lot of props to Yumpy for that as well. His support utility has been perfect. Even in some of the earlier rounds, when he was on A site, the B site pushes came through. He was the one rotating in to lob those flashes over, just to delay them that little bit longer, to open up opportunities like Nats grabbing the 2 kills from Boathouse when he swung out. That was off of a Yumpy flash. I think his support's been good. 11-9, 2 rounds needed for Team Liquid to close out their map pick. One that was looking almost undoubtedly to be theirs. It was in their pocket, but stolen straight out of it. Now Fnatic, weaker by Boaster on the A site with a weaker weapon. His retake ability is not going to be great.
Take flight.
It's the B site that has ultimately got eyes on it. Lots of players spotted by that drone. Looks like the info's there for Fnatic.
Oh! Dark has just jumped right in behind Nats. That's already going to be the lurk gone. Now things definitely become tougher. 2 players still here. Leo not missing a beat. They've got to try and clear the man from the backlines. Yumpy has managed to do just that, and Chronicle caught out. Basically goes facing on his lonesome, and speaking of on his lonesome,
30 seconds left.
The spike is alone, but they can start rotating back in the other direction. Mystic looking to try and hold the line, stop them from chasing this man down, trying his best to TP out of there, but it's actually going to be the judge at range that does the damage. And now, the ice-cold Finn, Yumpy left to try and clutch this one out, a 1v3 scenario to try and put the 12 for Liquid.
Well, he took a step forward towards Generator. They think he's further back on the site. The recon even revealed no further push. It's all down to timing. Flashes perfect. It's caught them. He'll equalize it down a bit better. No, even in the 1v1. But the ace will not be found this time. Only 4 kills. You know, he gave it a good old shot, but not good enough. 10 rounds found for Fnatic, 1 away.
I don't know if the call was that he was low, but you see Leo jumping across with a classic in hand. I think Nats also just had the fright of his life with Durka jumping in behind him. But again, Yumpy tried his best, but wasn't quite enough this time around. Another defusal, another plant.
Felt that?
He's trying to steal our jobs. 11-10. Ultimate online for Leo. The same can be said for the null command and the neural theft on that attack. The fact is, though, financially, Liquid are in a little bit of trouble here. They lose this round and they might be fighting up against 12 with just pistols.
Hunter's Fury is good. Damage is done. It's looking for more and not quite placed on the 3rd one. But with Kiko down already, big danger man already eliminated. Fnatic rotating in to stack up the A site that little bit more. B site held down by the Killjoy setup. And the mid control still going to be fought for by Durka. Has his dash. But later on if he needs it. And the drone is heard making its way towards him. Is it going to reach? No, it actually doesn't reach all the way into Pizza.
Yeah, they should calm that there's someone there. Maybe not. Durka gets that one almost for free. It didn't seem like Yumpy was aware that there could be anyone in that position at all, and that's a huge mistake for the side of Liquid that he's been able to get out of there with no problems whatsoever. 40 seconds left on the clock, and with everybody backing up, I wonder if Liquid have genuinely decided to save it. And honestly, I'm all for it. Like, putting your economy in the bin, giving Fnatic 11 and trying to fight for 12 with pistols, it's not worth the fight. And trying to go in for a 3 versus 5 with no information whatsoever, it would just be foolish. You'd be gambling purely on the individual brilliance of your team, which is there at times, but not worth it this time out. Fnatic's comeback, getting ever closer to being complete, and Liquid, it looks like they might be fumbling it again.
9-3 at the halftime. I think this is somewhere that, if I'm Team Liquid, I'm making the right call, saving over these weapons. You don't have Kiko, you don't have Yumpy to burst through to a site, even if you did want to take the 3v5. Having these guys online late round is important. But now, you have to wonder, do you still compete for that mid control? Here, you lost it off of a smoke and a recon, and then a player in a position who, and I mean, Durka didn't do anything special. He sat there, he waited the drone didn't get to him, and he just counted to 30. He's there the whole round.
I almost wonder, was that the recon or was that just the first tag? Because that might have just been literally just the tag.
Right,
I mean, it's such a small, like,
I think
opener.
I think you are right.
And that's what I mean. It's just, it's one of those things where it's unfortunate, but yeah, the follow-up is what's a little bit more damning, a little bit more worrying. And you can see as well, the Fnatic players in this defensive half have been getting more and more confident as they go. Chronicle willing to peek that, Durka willing to fight that in the last round, willing to fight short, go for pre-fires. Like, you don't want these players getting into the zone because their zone is championship winning. For now though, they're still going to have some vulnerabilities. 4 rifles in hand, but maybe not the ones you'd want, and Yumpy's going to be left down to a pistol. They're going to put the pressure onto Durka.
A man that does well under pressure. Already answers up for the first, the knife through, catching Durka, but he's already out. A dash is being used. He's on the site, ready to take another fight. The jump peak, not quite going to catch him. Wrapping around the Jenny. He's heard those steps, playing it so well. What a play! Durka's got 3. He's taken the round into his own hands. Mystic on 11 health. The last bastion for Team Liquid, and well, the same call as last time. Perhaps you want to go and save, but there's no choice to be had. You have to fight for that weapon, and that's not a fight that they will win. Team Liquid down on 11 while Fnatic surpassed them. 12 rounds found, and map point on the very last round of regulation. What an impressive comeback from that defensive side, and Team Liquid have got to feel devastated.
Yeah. A ring around the rosy, they all fall down. I've heard that one in nursery rhymes, but I didn't think I'd be seeing it in Valorant. Just completely outplayed, but also mistimed. The players in main were not ready. If they're out, he's dead. Like, there's no way he should be allowed to do that, where 2 players wrap around from shore and he could just walk around them like there's nothing there. It's confidence in his teammate, but at the same time, you just wonder where the communication was there. Like, okay, I don't have you covered. You've got to be aware of these positions. And there's been a few moments like that now for Liquid. They're slipping.
I think you can see it when we start out this series, Tom. We mentioned the confidence of Team Liquid, not in the way they're going for the setups that they have. It's about the fights they were taking. They were bloodthirsty in a lot of these battles, and we've seen Team Liquid slow it down since then. Right here, 2 players seem to give Durka so much respect that they don't want to swing him. They don't want to go down. Instead, they'll wait for their players to wrap on Jenny so they can face back box together. But he's not there, and they can't clear the other positions because they're waiting. They're giving him that respect, that room to breathe. My goodness. For a team that started so slowly, we gave the warnings. Fnatic are a team that you can see them go down by any margin. Unless 13 is on the board, you do not give up. You do not take your foot off the gas, and this is exactly why. Now, they stand the possibility of finishing this map out in regulation, but falling into their pocket with Fnatic's map pick up next as well. A devastating start for Liquid, and they're denied any aggression on A. The wrap around to B, but they haven't caught these players off guard. Fnatic are still here, still waiting, and Kiko is dropped immediately. Alpha's not stopping either.
Yeah, it's been a slow start for so many members of Fnatic, but when they need it most, everyone seems to arrive. 3 remaining for Liquid to cling on a map they look like they had their grasp on. They had a holdover for the majority of that first half, and Durka, he's going to try and maybe go for a wallbang. It's not even needed. Leo's just too quick. He's been fantastic throughout the entirety of the map. He kept them in it, and it would be fitting if he was there to close it. The fact is, Yumpy will face anyone, and it may not matter. He is going down. There are 5 Fnatic players waiting to finish this man off, and eventually it's Durka to do the job. And Andalusia flawless, and a flawless defensive side from Fnatic.
A flawless comeback at that as well. Andalusia will be in touch for a sponsorship. 2-round difference in it, but, well, towards the end, it didn't feel like a close game. Fnatic dominated that second half, and now we move on to their pick of Icebox. It could all end there. We'll find out if it does after the break.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. No, you lying, you don't know me, dog. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me, dog. Spent a bag on the whip, parked in valet. Just took another trip, skipped a drive, called my pilot, then jet down to LA. Yeah, tell me, who you know like this? Let the beat bang, turned off the light switch. I was in the VIP and met a spicy mamacita. Took her ass straight to Costa Rica. Yeah. It's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. No, you lying, you don't know me, dog. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me, dog. Step back, homie, don't let this freezer go dripping. Cause these jewels might mess around and flood the whole kitchen. Took a bit to get it, was on a mission. And now it's platinum plaques, back to back. I spent a couple mil, you spent a whole rack. Bout the block just to give it back. Remember I was moving rocks, now I spit crack. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me. Now it's fast. I'm too cold for you. Diamond straight out of Mount Everest with it. Yeah. It's a whole lot of ice, homie. It's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me. Now it's fast. I'm too cold for you. Diamond straight out of Mount Everest with it. Yeah. It's a whole lot of ice, homie. It's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you
Well, it's not Fnatic versus Team Liquid if they don't leave you on the edge of your seat. I'm your host, Yings, and I'm back here with Ash and a special guest, PM. Hi, welcome.
Hi.
What did you make of that map?
That was to be expected, actually. It's typical from the two teams, so yeah, Ascent for all teams and all side from Europe. And they went back to the classic old-style team comp for Liquid.
I mean, Ash, we spoke about this briefly, but why on earth did Fnatic choose to start on attack? Did they answer that for you at all?
Not really, because I mean, it ended up being, what, 3-9 for Fnatic on the attacking side, but I think that maybe it could have been the idea of prepping for the previous composition that Team Liquid had, and maybe having some ideas of how they wanted to dismantle that Yoru Viper composition, but it was a big surprise for sure to see them starting on the attacking side.
Yeah, it wasn't the best until PM Leo woke up and won a massive clutch for them, and it felt like maybe the tone and the momentum of the game really changed after this round.
And that's something they added last year when they recruited Chronicle and Leo. It's the clutch compartment. Like, they needed this to go back into the match, and typically that's where he excelled. Clutching, so did Chronicle, and so did Darker too.
Yeah, but look at this 1v3 as well, as we're about to see. Ash, I did not... Well, I mean, Leo does this sometimes, but I didn't expect it given the tone of this game so far.
No, it was insane. This was exactly what Fnatic needed to actually wake up and get back into this match, I think. Build up some of that confidence. We saw it lacking in that first half, how they kept getting shut down by the defense of Team Liquid, because for Team Liquid, it's a very different approach to their defensive side. They won, I believe it was 7 out of 9 of their defensive rounds were just taking the fights to the side of Fnatic and just shutting them down.
Yeah, and they were able to do so because I think Fnatic chose the attack side because they wanted to prove that they can play in 2024 with a lot of explosiveness. And while they failed to do so, they needed to clutch to survive and a pistol round to get back into it.
Yeah, they did indeed. You guys saw briefly there my fun fact of the day, which is before today, Leo only picked up the Odin 16 rounds in his entire career. His literal Odin pick rate is 0.2%, which is crazy when you look on the other side. It's Enzo's bread and butter, and they just kept running into him, PM.
Yeah, fire through fire. You need to beat him with his own weapon, so it's a good idea, it's a good improvisation too. And now that Fnatic said, okay, we are back, just like they did actually in the regular season against, I think it was Giants, right? So they are going on Icebox, and two old teams from European style going on Ascent and the Icebox. Maybe they need to show some original team comp, maybe some Gecko to get back into it.
I mean, that was Enzo there in the AIM Labs warm-up, but I feel like, Ash, it doesn't get more original than that last Icebox comp we saw from Team Liquid. I feel like Sliggy's brainchild from back in the days. Do you want to see that again today? Because Reina, technically having a great win rate in the EMEA so far.
She is having a great win rate in the EMEA, but I think that that composition, what Nat said it was made 2 hours before the matchup. Yeah. So the fact that they came in with that surprise factor in their last map, I think that was a strong opportunity for them. But at the same time, when you look at the fact that that's not something where you can replicate the kind of performance time and time again.
Yeah, I agree. It's very difficult to say, okay, we beat jungle mates with their own skill and with Reina. Can you do it against Fnatic? Can you do it against Alphager, Derke? It's not the same team, it's not the same level, so they might go back to something more classical, or maybe something that goes with Gecko and what we see usually these days on Icebox.
I think the biggest risk with that composition as well is we saw how Team Liquid started to slow down on Ascent as well. They're such an emotional team in the sense where they need to start off hot, they need to build up that confidence, but once that ball starts to slow, you can see that show in their gameplay. So if they're going to lean on towards agents like Chamber, like Reina, they're not going, if they don't start off in that kind of sense, it'll be very difficult for them to pick up that fragging power.
That's very acute because 2024 is the rhythm and you need to put some rhythm in your game. They tried so on the attack side, but then they were choking and it went very slow to execute through short. So let's see it. They're going back to it. It's confidence, it worked once, so let's do it again.
Yeah,
it's pure ego team comp.
They're going to keep this comp, and I mean, Fnatic, they should expect this at this point. What do you guys make of this?
I think it's an interesting pick. If Team Liquid, again, if they have that hot start in the first half that we saw on Ascent, I do think that it becomes doable for them here on Icebox. But again, it really depends on those vibes. I think that that's a big difference between these two teams, is that on Fnatic, I feel like there are players, even looking towards Boaster, who is an IGL with so much leadership and charisma, being able to drive that emotional power. That was something that we leaned over towards Nats on last time around.
And question is, we saw the firepower and the clutches from Fnatic. Where are the clutches from the team of Liquid, Yampi, and Nats? They are usually clutching, and they need to right now because we have a Chamber, we have a Reina for Kiko. So they need to show some firepower, some magic from them right now.
Oh yeah, I completely agree. I mean, that was the thing that kind of carried them through, right? They got them to this point already. A miracle playoffs run, we keep calling it. They have to win here though, because if they don't, their dream of going to Shanghai will be over. Mitch and Tom, there's a lot riding on this one.
Well, the stakes are most certainly high. Icebox, a map that Team Liquid pulled out a tricky comp to confuse Gentlemates, confound them, and more importantly, battle them in a way that they weren't quite ready for. Fnatic would be foolish to come in with the same notions in their head here, Tom. And after a lights-out comeback on the first map, this could well be where we ended.
Yeah, I'm very nervous for Liquid. I think running that composition once, it's brave. Running it a second time, your opponents are going to know exactly what to expect. And Fnatic, with this exact composition, one of the best teams in the world at controlling the pace of Icebox. So they're going to have to hit a level that we didn't see versus Gentlemates. Doing that versus Gentlemates is one thing, doing that versus Fnatic, completely different ballgame.
Doing it the first time is one thing as well.
Yes.
Doing it the second when a team's ready, when they bring in a comp that's good for controlling the map. That can be a completely different story. Team Liquid need to come in with confidence, and it looks like they have. Barriers up, and Yampi's up too, but they're ready. Fnatic sitting back in a default, waiting for aggression. They know that that's what you're gonna get with this composition. A team that wants to be up in your face early, so they stand back and get ready for a big strike when that happens. It doesn't come down to a kill to start with, but it does delay that aggression from Liquid and leave them in their B plan, which might even be to fall back towards the site in a moment.
Yeah, with already a couple of players tagged up. Alfia has been told they're going to try and battle and duel, and he's bought a Sheriff. I'm going to be honest, I believe in Alfia. We know what this man can do, and they are pushing right into him. He's on the angle, waiting, even going to be shooting at the turret, but he's only going to get the one. Kiko's able to trade, but more importantly, he's able to get his health right back up to maximum.
The wall used deep as well. It's going to narrow down these fights to just one laneway so the whole team can focus up. Nats has managed to slip past, but only good for the one despite damage on the Chronicle. Yampi doesn't have a way back in. I mean that quite literally. There's a wall blocking him. So from this point, it is going to be a slow round as he either waits for that ice to melt.
In 7 seconds, he can try and TP back on top of it.
Oh, wow. That would be helpful here.
It would be an almost instant death, but it would be entertaining. The thing is, though, he's not even going to get past the first hurdle, which was Boaster, as Fnatic will take themselves the pistol round and get off to a start on their own map choice.
Waiting for the day we have map effects. The Sage Wall doesn't actually break on Icebox, but on Breeze, you're out of here.
It just turns to water. It's just a puddle.
But it makes you slippy, so you can't stop and shoot.
Please never do this. This is why you're not allowed to have ideas.
Am I wrong though? That's what the ice should have been. When you put ice on the ground, you can't stop in it, so you just keep sliding. But whatever, you know, game design, we'll discuss that later. I'll be in touch with the devs. 1-0 for Fnatic so far, and Team Liquid will not be coming in with a funky force buy for round 2. Instead, a little bit more of conventional play for us as we get classics across the board, barring Kiko, and I suppose barring Yampi. He'll always have that headhunter in his back pocket.
Yeah, it's always going to be dangerous with a few bullets in hand, but you can see the Fnatic, again, employing what we've seen from NAVI so many times, that 3 rifle, 2 pistol, allows for a few mistakes, and then gives them a pretty strong buy going into the next round. Definitely a bit of a backup plan. Also means that you can use some of those pistol players to farm up some orbs, and more importantly, act as fodder. For now, though, it is a complete stack up of the A site, and up until a moment ago, there wasn't even a single player in the vicinity of B. Realization has been there for Liquid, but will it be too little too late?
I think in terms of the push, it most certainly will be. Unless Fnatic gets slowed down a lot, but hard to imagine what Liquid could do to slow down this team. Even the Viper wall is already placed towards that A site. So they have nothing really to push these players back. The space taken, the plant come through, and the flank even abandoned in favor of grouping up and using those numbers to try to power your way through the setup and play. But Fnatic have range, they have numbers, and they have rifles to work with. Getting even a kill or 2 here would be impressive, and well, they have managed that at the start. That was only Chronicle who was up close. The rest of the squad are keeping a safe distance.
Yeah, the Fnatic post plants is where they made their name. so much utility being dropped, but more importantly, players as they go, earning up those ultimate orbs per player. You see Enzo hoping that maybe someone gives him an angle, makes a mistake, but other than that, plan is to just go down to the spike, hold on to everything for the next round, and Fnatic will be perfectly fine with that. They get to keep their 3 rifles in hand, have a pretty decent economy going into the next round, and the fact is there's going to be no easy round for Liquid to take, no weak weapons. This will be 5 rifles.
Yeah, the early round setup works perfectly for Fnatic economically. Stacked up and ready to go, while Team Liquid, and this is what we touched on at the start of the last map for Team Liquid, it's not the same story as Fnatic. Fnatic can go down 10 rounds, and I'll still believe in their possibility to bring it back, not least because of the squad. They're an easy one to believe in, but because of the history, because they've shown us many, many times that they can do that. For Team Liquid, if Fnatic do get the ball rolling, get confidence high, well, the setup from Liquid relies on confidence. And we're going to see that in this round right now, as Yumpy has already gotten up close.
He's very far forward, though. So far forward, in fact, he would be in trouble, but it doesn't look like he has any plans of escaping. That's what his util really allows for, but there wasn't any plan there. He was just hoping to take those firefights, and already picking off Boaster, removing all of that Vipe utility is huge, and Kiko has done exactly the same on the other side of the map. It's a little awkward, but he'll escape with his life.
Yeah, the Outlaw's got a shot off on him, though. Can't allow that to happen again, but it looks like the wall will give him a safe passage back. The idea was good. Firing that second shot through the wall, it could have worked out, but not this time. Sage heal, well, still vulnerable to an Outlaw, but now they've gone to the rifles. Fnatic
That guess
to make
correct.
the way through A.
Shock dart landed on his head. He's right back down to low HP again. Kiko has to try and do something a little bit audacious. It seems like Durka might do the opposite. Straight through the smoke. Enzo caught off guard. The spray's decent, but Kiko's still surviving, and now can actually heal himself up for a second time.
Plan's coming through, but the swing is as well. Yeah, the confidence for Fnatic is certainly there, but it's left Leo in a 1v3, a familiar situation. One that he's won before, and now he's just a pixel away from spotting where Yumpy is. Trying to root out that final player. Another tap.
Left.
He's caught him. He knows he's up close. Great read from Leo. 6 seconds. Another tap. But this time, the read is there. He's going to try to kill it. He has to find the elimination. There's no time anymore, and they will not root Nats from his position. Patience play from Nats that works out perfectly.
I think if it's anybody else in that scenario, maybe they swing, maybe they peek, maybe they take a risk, but
you just look.
Nats is the calmest person in the server. So that's the one thing that was kind of against Leo in that scenario. He's the only player that isn't going to take that risk. Even still, though, you have to bear in mind that that was Fnatic still saving some economy in the back. And the amount of damage that Leo alone was able to do has made that round so much more costly. It's going to put Mystic back onto a Judge. Yumpy, okay, with an Outlaw, that's not too much of a detriment. There you go.
Sorry?
There you go. Not too much of a detriment.
Yeah, pretty weak weapon. Can't really get anything done with that. But, well, as we can see, Yumpy most certainly can. 140 tags, so dangerous. 2 players here, Chronicle and Boaster, playing without those shields. Only light shields, without the heavy. And that's the only thing that can save you from the ire of Yumpy in this round. He's got a challenge up close, but Alpha, full HP, now a little bit lower, but that wall was thick enough to keep him alive, and he follows up with another. Sure, Nats gets him in the end. The slow orb made it impossible for him to leave the snake bite, but that only equalizes numbers. And for Fnatic, that's perfect, because this map, they know there's players towards the B site, and the rotations have probably come in. So they'll spread the net out and look for where the gap currently resides. In fact, they'll spread out, walk back, and then set up for a B retake. They want to have Team Liquid either rotate passively through the spawn or get aggressive. It's a little bit of both with Mystic behind yellow. If he's not spotted, this could be dangerous.
Dodge the dart.
Does he get curious?
And that might actually start pulling players away from this side of the map. You can see
30
Kiko starting
left.
to clear out the kitchen. Do they actually check towards yellow? That's the main thing. Timing is not good for Enzo. He's going to get dropped, but Mystic is still here. Tag low on HP. They don't know where Kiko is, but they do know where Mystic is, but he lands the shot anyway. A huge round from him, and Kiko's there to finish things off. Liquid back onto the board and level with Fnatic.
I don't mind Fnatic's idea to double back in that situation. I'm surprised Liquid still stuck around, and they even got themselves that little jump scare on Enzo. Being able to get so close on the site without the info in the hands of Mystic.
This was unlucky for Yumpy. The fact that I think both shots hit. Didn't look like he really moved his crosshair, so I'm pretty sure both connected.
The combo as well of the slow and the snake bite was almost to force him into that position.
And if that snake bite hits him, then that one shot will be enough, but timing was a little bit off.
Oh, here we go again. Alpha's kept himself a rifle in this round. Kiko, it's dangerous to go for the dart, but Alpha's just not missing. He was slow to start the last game, but he's been getting better as they go along. He's got the only weapon in this round, but sometimes in the past that's been enough.
Well, there's a reason the man's gun is glowing. Putting in a lot of work so far. This rifle's already picked off Enzo, grabbed the opening. But Team Liquid have rotated into position. Wall going up now. Denying them for just a little while. Slows do somewhat of the same. When the push comes to shove for Fnatic, it's really the weapons that should leave them down in the dirt. Ult available for Kiko, might want to be used on this low HP, but he'd still need to find someone to connect on afterwards, and, well, he's done just that. Nat's picking up 2, and this is the disadvantage of these weaker weapons. When you take those fights, you won't always be able to win them. That first shot doesn't connect. Nats is even going hunting. He's feeling confident with his ult online, and he's given away a kill, an opportunity to Chronicle. With still 35 seconds, a rifle now retrieved, and low HP on Kiko. I'm getting worried that that might have been an overheat, but Kiko's position proves to be superior, and the lead goes to Team Liquid.
Yeah, we've definitely seen moments already in the game where things could go wrong for Liquid, but they're able to convert the rounds at least. A decent one from Kiko in the end, and Nats facing off, but that was just a hero rifle. Just a singular gun put into the hands of Alpha to try and make things costly. Fnatic, though, it's been 3 rounds in a row to their opponent.
30 seconds.
And actually, the ults are building up across the board. Like, we haven't really seen anything invested from either side just yet in this many rounds. And with a Viper's Pit, a lockdown on the other side, and as said, almost every single ult 1 or 2 away, I think this is going to be an interesting round.
The aggression out of Liquid is on B this time. But they'll be spotted as they make their way forward.
Here.
A-side defenders have a choice on their hands. Whether you still compete for this, it looks like they will just try to pick them off, use their slows and snake bites to slow down the actual plant and buy some room for the flank. But having been spotted by the turret, they abandoned that, move back towards the site. Here's the slow play. Nice connection on the first, hard to get out. The damage done to Alpha and Chronicle. With the lockdown in play now with no Hunter's Fury to counter. Looks like they're fighting instead. Kiko's already grabbed one up close to double up on Nats's, and it doesn't look like he's stopping. Going forward to try to destroy this lockdown. He almost didn't do it, but just about gets out of there with another kill, a lockdown destroyed, and a man advantage for the side of Liquid. These players, though, are knocking on their door, looking to take this fight very quickly, and if they swing onto Leo, the chance for Boaster to catch something around the side is there. He's even found Kiko a beautiful one-way.
30 seconds left.
With the Viper's Pit available, it might not be a bad idea to put it in.
Yeah, the thing is, Leo's a little bit further behind. I think he's waiting for maybe a little bit of extra cover before that ultimate is used. Needs the spike to get over as well. And timing's going to be everything. Yumpy's just missed it. Looked away at the wrong moment. The dart's good. And they still haven't got the plant in. Leo hits the shot. 2 HP. And this time Enzo does peak. It's the opposite to the last clutch for Leo. This time he wanted that spike down. And instead, the IGO is just ahead of it. Another close clutch round for the side of Liquid. But they're starting to run away with this again.
They are. Yeah, that early lead now secured, doubling up the rounds of Fnatic, doing damage to the economy of the attacking side as well. And in this round, when there seemed to be a lot of threat, somehow, not only one peek out of Kiko and a few shots put into the lockdown, but he dismisses, goes around the other side, destroys the lockdown, gets a kill, and gets out. In moments like that, you can understand this composition, because whilst you might be limiting your utility and your abilities, the reality is giving someone like Kiko an agent that he can go into fights, and if he finds the kill, get out scot-free, it's paid off in even the last 6 rounds more times than I think any other agent would.
It's one of those agents as well, when it comes to a lockdown, you're actually in a good spot to fight. You get a kill, you can dismiss, and you're not going to get caught. Nonetheless, still some danger in this round. Couple of ultimates available, tour de force for Yumpy, but I'm more looking at that Viper's Pit and the amount of SMGs that are currently online. I wonder if Fnatic are going to try and attempt to use this. The problem is just how many personnel are here. Liquid have an eye on everybody, excluding Yumpy on this side of the map. In fact, Kiko, he's going to go for the play. Sprays down a couple, has support, and it's a nice shot or two out of Fnatic, but ultimately, it's a complete shutdown of any plan they had.
At the very least, though, Tom, those 2 kills coming through, it's going to keep the economy somewhat managed for Liquid with reinvestments coming in, but this sort of play, the wall drops and you just go swinging. You expect normally there'll be a flash or something like that. Well, with this composition, you're, like we said, you're limited with utility. This is where confidence comes into play that little bit more.
The funny thing is, like, as someone who went through CS, watched the Fnatic team there.
Sure.
We always had a thing called the Pronax pause, the Fnatic pause. They would be in the worst possible scenario. They'd click that pause button, and it doesn't matter if they had the greatest speech of all time or they sat in dead silence, they always seem to turn it around. Weirdly, I think that's carried through to their Valorant team as well, because the amount of times we've been seeing Fnatic in a position where they should be done, they're getting bodied, and then a pause comes in, and I don't know if, again, Elmer Putty's telling them exactly what they need to hear, what he thinks, or telling them what he had for breakfast. But somehow, they always seem to turn the tide. And with the amount of ultimates they have online as well, that's probably a good time to do it. You're coming in with a Res, Bladestorm, Hunter's Fury, Viper's Pit. Sure, there's a couple on the other side as well, but a lot of them are counterable by what the side of Fnatic have. The fact is, though, this is their map choice. This is the attack side. This is where they've always looked solid versus Koi. 8-4 on the attack. I'll have to see if they've still got any bite left to their Icebox.
Get out of my way!
This round with 4 ultimates, one already burned right off rip, is where I expect Fnatic to do some damage. The Bladestorm for Durka has been deadly in the past. Kiko got a good spot to play from. Pushed up in tube, and it looks like he'll take the timing as they spam up the wall. I love this setup. But actually finding something from here is tough. With a Killjoy turret, watching your every move.
Back.
Oh, nice shot.
So clean from Yumpy. And he's able to keep control of Yellow as well. He hasn't fallen back to the site. They're going to put some util in to try and disrupt him, but Durka's found him. Fin on Fin. And Durka's going to go for a little bit more, but he's not found anything. Hunter's Fury also utilized. Don't know if the call's been there for Nats, but he's going to try and make a play off of it, and the rest of Fnatic are waiting. Kiko, though, that flank comes in quick. Puts things back into a 2v2, and bear in mind, Alpha is on his last legs.
That was very important for Kiko. Sitting around that whole time, waiting for the turret to go offline. Eventually, Alpha stepped out of range. Now he's low in HP, but finding a spot in the corner on the bottom of sight. A trap being set with one player baiting them in, and Kiko caught with knife out. It's all onto Enzo, and he has to fight through a Viper's Pit to get this done, even being watched by a turret. Shock Dart is good! It didn't catch him. It didn't catch him. It must have went just past Alpha. In fact, it looked like it was going to hit him in the legs. Perhaps it went straight through. Reveal up close, not going to do anything for him.
They've gone.
And as Enzo goes running through, and both haven't gone, Tom. Only one. Alpha still sat behind, and as the pit fades, it's a clean kill for Alpha Yer. 3 rounds on the board now for Fnatic, and that pause did them well.
Yeah, it might not be the cleanest round of all time, especially with Kiko managing to get in on the flank, but the way they played that 2 versus 2 was brilliant from start to finish. The idea to bait with the spike, even put up the screen so there's an opportunity for the peek through it from Alpha, yeah, perfect. Catches Kiko. He literally, as you said, he had his knife out, wasn't ready for anything, and then also the bait with the Viper's Pit. Put it up. You leave Alpha behind low on HP. If he goes down, it's a 1v1 with a post plant. A good opportunity for Boaster. But instead, he ends up finding both kills while desperately low on HP.
Absolutely gorgeous. A well-deserved round for Fnatic, and one that has put Team Liquid in a bit of an uncomfortable spot. Yumpy has a classic as his main weapon. Of course, still, as we said, that Headhunter's always going to be there, but his options are that little bit more limited. Mystic, well, he won't be fighting.
Look how far Kiko is gone. He's actually going to end up having to...
No, he can get past it.
Oh, no, he can. He can go all the way around it. Alpha, if he takes a step back, could be in so much trouble. Kiko's just clearing so much ground. Every single member of the Liquid team, bar him, is now on the other side of the map. And Alpha is none the wiser that this has been given up completely. The problem, though, is if he doesn't move, there's nothing that Kiko can really do about it. And he doesn't want to abandon his post as the mid defender. So he may have to go back just in case. It's created a very peculiar round with Fnatic now walking into a stack. And a plant is integral to their plan.
I mean, the patience from Alpha to sit in this corner for the last minute has kept him alive, and he might even have massive impact in the late round. Turret was taken back. Kiko shouldn't be aware of this position, and Alpha gets the jump on him. Shut down at least, and Yumpy will retrieve a weapon. Okay, there's an opportunity.
Oh, what?
There was an opportunity. It just got snatched out of their hands. Crazy peek from Durka. They're ready for Yumpy. They know that this push can be coming up behind. They're watching it like hawks. Chronicle, good for the one. The second player, though, might not be expected. Doubling up has its value. And Mystic, he's creeping through, finding one, finding two, and now leaving it all on the booster. Spotted on the corner and taken down. Mystic on the flank. It was their third flank of the round, Tom, but eventually, you know, if at first you don't succeed, try and try again.
I honestly thought the original plan was for him for Yumpy to take that kill and then him just to res. I was like, okay, he'll just bring him back, they'll try and fight this together. Maybe he gets one kill, goes for the res. But it was just tunnel vision from Mystic. He knew what he needed to do, he knew he was going to get fought, and he hits every single shot. In the first map, he was fantastic, even though it slipped away. And while this round is going to be a huge difference maker for them, around the, in all honesty, up until that point, looked like it was ropes. Instead now for Fnatic, it's obliterated their economy. Sure, they still have the res, but they've used everything else up over the last couple of rounds. And while Liquid still have a plethora of ults.
It's always beautiful watching Mystic work his magic. Used to seeing it on the controller, but no different on the Sage this time. That res still in the back pocket, as well as a Viper's Pit. And one step closer to a Hunter's Fury. Opening pick goes to Enzo, catching Alpha, getting aggressive up on Belt. Have sent out a little bit more to this play than just A control on the side of Fnatic. Look how close Durka is already. Damage done. He's lit down to 45, and Yumpy even gets out information in their pocket too.
Yeah, Yumpy knows that if you're shooting for more than a second, that can be enough to lose your head. The fact is, though, the Chamber's allowing him to play a lot of really obscure angles. They're not angles that, as Durka, you're going to pre-fire. You're not going to pre-angle any of these positions, and that's why Yumpy's doing it. Just to create awkward fights that give him a leg up in almost every single position. 40 seconds left. Res available, but won't be used, at least at this stage, for Fnatic. It's only going to be if they can get themselves into the late round. They've got to be careful of the flank. This time, though, Yumpy had no exit plan. It's more so a chance to set up Nats, and he's done so much damage already.
Even picking up Chronicle through the wall. Double flank underway. They're not ready for either. It was Alpha who was picked off first in this round, so that turret not online. It's a clear message being sent to Kiko and Mystic. But with Nats down and Enzo too, it's only the flankers that remain. Weaker weapons, sure, and Poster falls quickly, but Leo still to be dealt with. 7 HP. Not quite enough to tank that first shot. Liquid will find the defuse, but 7 rounds on the board. And Tom, all in all, it's another decent first half under their belts, but that didn't mean too much when it came to Ascent.
No, this is reminding me again of when we saw Fnatic play up against Foot. You knew what was coming. It was a comp we didn't expect to work more than once. The team have run it again, and Fnatic don't look like they have adaptations. Like they have ideas to actually stop what Liquid are doing, because the fact is it is very much the same. Like they are looking fantastic on an individual front. We've seen Kiko just run pretty much through A almost every single round, all through mid. Like he's just taken that space for free. And normally what I give credit to Fnatic for is these defaults, holding, delaying. They were doing it in the first couple of rounds. Since then, they've been trying to go for these more direct B takes, and they've been wrecked because of it.
In fact, here's the adaptation from Fnatic, right? Early presence on B, some control fought for, and they look for that aggression on A. You have 3 or 2 players still sat around, up on belts, trying to catch an aggressive angle. Now they're worried about him even being up in nest. But it's a switch of pace. Instead, it's the B site that the push is coming in.
This is the thing. Like, we've seen this from Yumpy. Now it's Kiko. He's taken deep B control. So again, you have one player that can just watch towards mid. In fact, Mystic still has a wall, which he's now going to use. So that's delayed if they were going to push in that direction and gives information. And so now they have themselves every player bar that one on this side of the map. Enzo up above, not going to be expected. An easy pick, even with the res, but the trade's coming back. Fnatic are making these fights close, at least.
Ambitious to make that play. Oh my god, Kiko's gotten past the turret again. He is in the absolute perfect position. They're going to be banging their heads against the wall. If they end up back turned to this man again. Oh, but he whiffs. None of the shots connect this time. Finally, Fnatic are able to deal with that flank, although you can't help but think kind of fell out of their hands, whether they did or not. Enzo's here, Odin in play, 16 seconds. They just need to stop the spike from being planted, but that's a pretty big ask. Wall goes in. So too will the spam in return. Oh, just about breaking it open, but Chronicle manages to get away with it. 30 HP is enough. With Nats down, this round is looking done and dusted. The credits in the bin a little bit. You might consider the save if he can get out of here. And it's not just about crossing back to the spawn. There's also a gap that's being watched down below, and Alpha delivers the final blow, 7-4. Oh, what was that? Okay, Alpha's ready to go. Yeah. 1 round left to fight for, and it could be a 7-5 half. That's not bad for Fnatic, getting their attack side out of the way early.
Well, yeah, that was saved by Boaster in more ways than one. Like, getting the opener on the site, but more so, I don't know what it was, just a sixth sense to turn back around, but otherwise that round completely goes astray. It's the second time we've seen that as well. Do you remember, I think it was Tomazi, the exact same, he had that really deep position. We're building it up like it's going to be the greatest play ever, and yeah, just caught. It's painful. And for Liquid again, like, we've seen them choke from a 9-3, slip-ups like that, mistakes that look like they could all go in their favor. Tour de force for Yumpy though. He's been devastating with this gun.
He's going up. There's a small gap there to get back out if he can reach it, but there's a player up top. Good connection, no way out. Just the one to be found. B site that little more open. And the Hunter's Fury finding not a whole lot. Healing back up, any players tagged, and the spike now sets its sight on the sites. This is where it can be dangerous. Viper's Pit's about to be online with this plant. That's why you see Boaster going for it. And a Viper's Pit with this advantage is going to be near impossible to get back through.
Oh, they're going to try and get in quickly. Mystic's been good, but he can't do anything versus that Viper utility. An attempt to wrap around. Kiko has a way in and a way out. That's the only real benefit he can find in this scenario, but he's all left alone, and Alfred's there to close it out. Solid half for Liquid, but in the end, Fnatic have that decent resurgence we've seen from them so many times. And that setup for me is actually a little bit more interesting, because in most cases, a Hunter's Fury combined with disruptive play, I think is good. But for Yumpy, it kind of revealed him. Like, I understand the idea, but it's like, he has a surprise factor with an ability to TP. Instead, you make it so they're going to have to move. And unfortunately, I guess it hits the one player that's going to go up.
Yeah. Not an easy follow-up. 2-round gap at the half for Team Liquid. It's a very tough position to play from, because what you have to think about is the fact that, sure, we move through to playoffs. There is a lower bracket, but not for these teams.
No.
You lose this series, your chances are gone. And for Team Liquid, they almost had map 1. They would have had another chance on Lotus, but they've got to take that chance and make it their own now.
I think as well, you have to put the context of the orgs. Liquid, Fnatic, expectations are always high. Not making it to 2 events will be huge, and Alpha's already kicked it off with a bang. Kiko, one of the heroes of the first half, is already gone. From a util perspective, it won't be the end of the world. They can play in those post plants, but, well, in fact, all they've got left is shock darts.
So those advantages, someone needs a pick on the way through. The aggressive positions for Liquid. Problem is, Yumpy can TP out. You'll have Mystic very much isolated. He has to be the one to find a lot of damage. Yumpy, no TP. Instead, he's taken out by the shock dart. Sent to another dimension. Shots landing for Nats, but it might not be enough. There's just too many players left on the other side. Fnatic win out the pistol and push up to 6 rounds. The gap now 1. And for Team Liquid, we can't see Fnatic get off to a flying start on this map, because there will be next to no room for them to come back in if that happens.
Good start from Alpha, but again, it's some of the counter utility. There wasn't a lot really to play with, and that's again one of the sort of deficits of this composition for Liquid, is you lose a lot of that post-plant util not having that killjoy available to you, but you also lose some of that initial space taken that you get from the Jet as well. And now you best believe, although Durka might be at the bottom of the board, going into that defensive half, having the sniper in hand, he's only going to get more terrifying. And that's, it's the opposite to what we saw last time. Before we saw the whole team invest and him save. Now he's the only one investing and everybody else is saving. Probably not the start they were looking for either. Maybe a gap that could be isolated, but well, immediately Durka hones back in.
Well, the shot has landed long range to Chronicle. But what's most concerning is, in fact, that Nats has to land almost every shot. Sure, one hit up against every one of these Fnatic players, but just look at the setup. Durka sitting back with an outlaw of his own. Waiting for the wrap around the side, utility on its way. Shock dart's good to slow. Okay, the wall is up. They'll manage to cross with it, maybe even get a plant, but the numbers are being taken out of their hands. With every passing second, Leo, aggressive position. Worked out beautifully. 2 bullets left. He's going for the reload. Decent timing for Mystic, but no weapon retrieved. And I don't think he's going to take this fight with a classic. Just biding his time up top. Left. And here comes the swing. Oh, it's even. It's not even him. It's Leo. What?
I was about to say, a little bit to the left, that he's going to get that kill, and eventually it's all revealed. 7-7. Scoreline equalized. Again, a lead of 7-3, which has been a 4-round streak for Fnatic. They've started their comeback a little bit earlier this time out. And of course, they're still going to have some pretty dangerous weaponry in this round. And for the other side, you have to bear in mind that there has been a loss because of what Nat's invested. So he's going to only be playing with a pistol. Now, of course, for the most part, you're going to see him lurking. You're going to see him in the back lines trying to take space. So that's not a huge issue. But it's not a round where you want to be going into a deficit, especially when there's 2 outlaws.
Alpha, I thought he'd be in danger, but somehow he's able to take the first kill. A clean shot onto Yumpy. Wasn't the best weapon for the fight. Oh, Kiko. Oh, Kiko, you've got to be careful. He thought they'd be a little further back, but Fnatic's aggression and how quickly they fill in these positions catches them off guard. Team Liquid, 2 versus 4. This has been a devastating start to the round with a plant not even secured at this point, and difficult to secure with Durka hot on their tails. They have to find some kills. Mystic does well to find the first, but even then, with him being low and the self-heal not bringing him back to 100, you have to hope Nats is able to get massive value from this position.
Toxins going up.
Definitely not going to be easy. This is the man you're looking at, but again, Outlaw waiting on the angle. And Bosa's already going to connect. Mystic's been good, but as you said, those heals aren't what they used to be. It's going to leave him desperately low. 30 seconds left, and the call may even have to be just to try and hold onto the gun. Bring something through into the next round, have an opportunity to do some damage. He's had a hero play or 2 throughout this map and plenty throughout the series. But it looks like the bleak is about to get a little bit bleaker. Bear in mind, this was a bonus round. A couple of Outlaws, Guardian. It wasn't the prettiest of buys for Fnatic. It was still decent. But they had won this round by, what, the first 20 seconds?
Yep. Oh, it was a very quick decision. A very easy one for us watching on. After that first scrap goes down. It's not even the first one, right? Because Yumpy being traded out, this isn't too bad. You drop Alpha, you open up a lot of control, but it's the kills that come in after that. This control dropped by Kiko as he gets that little bit too aggressive, a little bit too early. And Tom, you know, it was worth looking at coming into this. We started out the year, at least we started out the stage, talking about Fnatic and how this core 5 had never been on a 3-loss streak. Whenever you had the full team. They'd done it with substitutes, sure, but 2's the most that they ever lose. On a 2-loss streak again. Seems like once they hit that 3rd, well, 3rd time lucky for these guys again and again.
I don't know if you can call it luck.
Fnatic famously lucky team.
When they do it every single time. It's definitely a weird one, though. Like, coming into this matchup, both teams, you look at the accolades of last year. Liquid may not have had the victory on an international scale, but they were the regional champions. They were a team to fear. Made drastic changes, picked up the Apex core. It didn't go well at kickoff, fair enough. We gave them the wiggle room. Going out last of playoffs, only just making playoffs, or what was it, a 2-3% chance? I think it was.
3%, Tom. It was 3%.
I always mix it up because I think Sentinels was a 2%. So both teams had a very unlikely story. think it came down to 2 rounds for Sentinels, which is definitely a little bit cursed, but for Liquid, that's not what the fans expect. That's not what the org expects, and for Fnatic, well, we don't even need to talk about that one. You win 2 championships last year.
I mean, Fnatic were in a position where even going into the last game of their season, Liquid could have eliminated them. It was possible, depending on rounds, depending on scores, and that's what it came down to. Not a team that would be comfortable qualifying the playoffs off of a round difference. But they managed it, just about. And now, when it comes down to a head-to-head, it seems like they have a pretty definitive idea of who the better squad is. 1 map under their belt, their choice here on Icebox, and now they get the defensive side. Remember, Liquid decided to start on the defense. That could be their better half behind them already. And with Mystic down, it's not looking like things are going to get any better this time around. They have got weaker weapons, but that was a rifle that will now be retrieved. An opportunity for Kiko to find the value now.
He definitely has been the player to watch thus far in this map. But they're going to need a whole lot more from him. Fnatic on these retakes so far have looked sublime. The early rounds have looked fantastic, and already just starting to use some of the utility to clear him. He's still close, but already being revealed, being surrounded from the rest of the team just that little bit further away. They don't have the util to really deny anything, and while it doesn't get much better than that for Fnatic, this is a round that will end with an Andalusia flawless. They're 9th onto the board, and straight after a pause as well, you'd have hoped for at least a little bit more from Liquid, but this is the round where they actually have a bye.
Well, that's it, right? Those pauses, you can discuss the plan for that round. A lot of the time, information finding, limit testing. But this is the round where everything comes to a head. With rifles in play, with your economy on the line, and with a potential big lead for Fnatic. If they win this one 3 rounds up, facing into a lower bye. Ultimates are coming online for that defensive side too, and a little bit further behind on Team Liquid. This could be where Fnatic take it, where they find that final stretch to the finish line. 2-round gap doesn't seem like a lot, but in the context of how things went and how they will go with this round loss, that lead's going to be extended very quickly. Defensive Fnatic play all over mid. A lot of presence here, and very passive on A, with just Killjoy utility spotting for the aggression. Alarm bot, a key piece of utility to watch the back.
That's the big thing. They've already got themselves Hunter's Fury to try and deny the plant, and they've also got themselves the lockdown available to retake it. They are set up for this already. You can see just players outside of the site. They are just waiting. Could even put in a slow to try and make things more awkward. This is a set play from Fnatic to try and make things as awkward as possible for the side of Liquid. Hunter's Fury is only going to delay though. Nothing more to be had, no damage dealt, which for Liquid won't be too bad. And Yumpy going to go walkabouts, going to try and get ahead of some of that utility, but will be forced back.
Yeah, but Kiko isn't. He stuck around a second longer, but they know that lockdown's likely to come through. Kiko not backing off, though, as we said before. He's going to look for a kill, the dismiss, or perhaps even the destruction of that ulti. It doesn't come through. Nat's on his lineup, fires through a snake bite, waits for the pulse, and now here comes the second. Looking to delay that diffuse, but Alpha's taking space, being proactive. Only the one to be found. Shock dart in, finds nothing. Yumpy now goes through for his turn and misses the shot. The numbers staying in favor of Fnatic, with Nats the last man standing, and all 3 taken down by Durka. Plenty of time left for that diffuse, and double digits locked in for Fnatic. It doesn't even come that close when you consider how Durka one-man armies the last play.
Well, that's the thing with this composition. You need to be aggressive, you need to be in their face on that attack side, and Fnatic basically had the ultimates in this round to go, no, we're going to make sure you delay the plant so we have everybody rotated in, ready to go for a retake, use that lockdown to force you back, and once you're forced back, you don't have the post-plant utility to delay us long enough. That's the thing. They had to use the snake bites immediately, otherwise somebody could have got onto the diffuse just like the round before, and then it comes down to, what, a shock dart or 2? It's just not going to be enough.
Now we spoke about Liquid and how they managed to best their, at least for the core 3, their rivals from last year, the tier 2 champions, Gentlemates. Even on this map, absolutely demolished them, same composition. But now the tier 1 champions, they proved to be a different beast altogether. 3 rounds in the lead. Team Liquid are able to buy themselves at least a couple rifles, and it could work out if they manage to get the Viper's pit in play. Nice shot by Yumpy, great shot by Kiko, and the B side is being taken. The late play by Nats even, it looks like he just managed to slip through. They think he backed off. At least the body language tells you that. But Nats thread the needle somehow. I mean, they're looking at Enzo. Maybe they think that's the guy they saw moments ago. The plant is coming in. So much is happening. It's distracting the players, and that's when Nats gets a free kill onto Chronicle. With back turned, this delays Leo's rotation back to the site. I mean, at least I thought it would. But he's dropping Nats. Now a 2v4, winnable with low HP on Enzo and Kiko.
Yeah, you can already see the wrap back around though. Mystic's gonna try and basically reclaim the ground that was lost when Nats fell. There would need to be some pretty crazy shots connected. Not bad from Alpha though. He's at least gonna get himself one. But for Leo, there's not really anything to be had. It looks like Mystic's trying to hunt him down on the other side of the map, and in the meantime, Leo has other ideas. His goal is to try and make this round as costly as possible. Nobody realizing that he's still around this corner, but it's only going to be the one. A couple of players dropped in the end, but Liquid have finally found some form, found a round. It came off the individual ability of Kiko and Yumpy. There's some pretty high-impact openers. And luckily for them, the ult economy is firmly stacked within their favor.
That's their way back through. Their foot in the door. It won't be closed on them. A 2-round gap, 4 ultis, like you said. Big advantage for Team Liquid to play with. Here, I think Nats did a fantastic job of sneaking up through middle. One of the main things you're going to look at in some of the compositions we've seen earlier on in the tournament was mid control without a killjoy. So difficult because that alarm bot is so pivotal. Even with the alarm bot, he managed to sneak past it, which I have to say is close to a first for me. Dirk is getting aggressive, but there's no one there to await him. At least there wasn't. Mystic is just around that corner on the boxes.
That's the thing. I think it was actually a shot connected from the site that forced them back. Yeah, Yumpy's going to try and make a play through mid. You'd think that with the alarm bot not down there, they're going to have a stronger hold of this side. You can look at the passive position that Leo is currently holding to try and watch this from afar, but it would just be a slight step backwards that could cost Chronicle his life, but I can only assume he's not going to move off this angle at all.
He had been revealed. Eventually Chronicle had to, but the shot's not hit. Yumpy even tagged up 56, Kiko on 25. Dirk is advanced position. Now there's someone there for him. Quick kill on Enzo, and he is out of here. Getting out of dodge for free. Viper's Pit aggressive, Enzo on the res, and Viper's Pit abandoned.
Yeah, I think it was almost sold as a ruse. Just try and hold some ground for a second. Angle held, but it's still won by Yumpy. That's a huge kill. It leaves Chronicle there. I don't know if he's going to try and use the res. It would definitely be a risk, and they've left Nats behind in middle. Snake in the grass, the rat in the backlines. Nice shot for one, but there he is. Pounces at the final second to give them that afterplant. You can see Enzo's trying to make sure nobody can get in to deny it. A 3-man flank would definitely be a surprise, though.
Yeah, I mean, Boaster already walked into the trap. They know one is behind, but that's the extent of your information. But look at the position of Nats. He's cleared it out. He's calling to the troops. There's no one in the spawn. They have to be somewhere else. And, well, Alpha, he might get the element of surprise, but he was spotted. Kiko dropped. 1 versus 2. There's no way he's going to give this one up. Not a 10-8. The angle held by Yumpy, though, is too strong. A pixel that reveals Alpha and gives Team Liquid another lease of life. 1 round behind Fnatic. It's not over yet, but that's only 2 in a row, Tom. A lot more to be connected by this attacking side.
Yeah, huge back and forth, and again, I feel like it's the impact of Yumpy and Nats. Taking that initial control, getting Nats into a position that he could play from, even using a Viper's Pit almost as bait so that he can hold on to some of that ground. And then just, it comes down almost to 1 fight. That fight, Durka and Yumpy. If Durka survives, I think they almost run out of time trying to clear him out of the site. But Yumpy hasn't been missing those shots.
In a long time since I've seen the fragmentation on the slow orb. There it is again. Throwback to the days of Alpha. The Chronicle is going to be joining up with some of his teammates who've gone for a bit of a mosey around middle. Fnatic with a lot of control there, spotting well, nobody. That's the real downside.
They're pinging the B side because they've heard so much on the other side. They've already heard like the dart go through. They've also used the drone. This is a pretty over-the-top fake. It leaves Durka completely alone on the A side of the map, up above, watching. It's something that almost has to be checked for, but they've already bypassed the initial angle. Mystic is not going to go for the peak, almost just baits in his opponent for Nats to take that fight. Now Fnatic are nowhere near the action.
But they have managed to isolate a player. Enzo's caught in the cross back. Alpha's position is not good enough. Beautiful shot onto the head of Alpha, but Mystic tagged up. They try to push forward to capitalize, but Yampi's there, waiting, taking the kill, dropping one, and Kiko's flank comes through at just the right moment. 4v1 on the back of it. 66 HP for Durka. He can be a demon, but not up against Liquid. The successful streak of Fnatic comes to a halt as Liquid now equalize things with 3 rounds in a row. The game really isn't over yet. And the problem for Fnatic is they've invested a lot of credits into these last few rounds. Now, their balance is running a little bit dry.
Ults as well. Rez used, Hunter's Fury used as well. So these have been costly rounds in more ways than one. And a lot of this has just come down to some fantastic rounds out of the side of Liquid. That one in particular, to sort of fake them out completely with a ruse, be prepared as well for there still to be a player up top. That's been an angle that's been causing them some issues on their way into the sites. They're ready for it. Nats connecting that opener, but yeah, on the other side, just completely faking them out, but then leaving Kiko behind. That was the biggest thing. He's able to completely disrupt any opportunity for those remaining players to retake with a perfectly timed flank at the end. Liquid may have just come online at the exact moment it was needed. But again, Mitch, there's a pause, and it's got Fnatic's name on it.
Yeah, 3 rounds in a row for Liquid, pause for Fnatic. We've seen this before. We know how these stories tend to go. Round number 21. I'm even looking at that HUD down the bottom, Tom. Bladestorm online for Durka. Rifles bought up by 2 players, and I think Boaster's set to follow suit. Viper's Pit just 1 away. They did burn up a lot of ultimates, but they might just have exactly what they need on this defensive side for Fnatic to make it work. It's still going to be a difficult round for Liquid. No reward found off rip. They might have damaged the economy, but it's still healthy enough to give them a fighting chance on the side of Fnatic.
Alpha immediately going to go walkabouts. He's someone who can be a hero in a lot of these rounds. The drone will already pushed Durka back off the angle. It hasn't stopped them with the push-up. This can be a lot of information either way. Potentially just going to leave Alpha behind and try and stack up the defense to help out a little bit. What is that? And Durka just through the edge has managed to find himself 2 kills immediately.
I mean, I'm going to need to see that in a replay. That was quick as can be. And he's still roaming around, knives in hand. He might be 1 down, but 4 still to go, looking for the refresh. First shot doesn't land. Cloudburst deep allows the swing up close, damage done. And here comes the stinger. What a bite it will have up against 50 HP. Mystic tries to create some space, get back that little bit further, but Yampi, oh, he's going to be in trouble. If this wall does get broken open, that's another angle for him to consider. Considers it well and even lands the headhunter. 1 versus 2. Spike to be planted. He needs to choose his position carefully. Look at Alpha here. The flank is coming in, and he has no idea. Spike planted, round ended. Fnatic had him covered. All the boxes ticked. 11 rounds now on the board, and Durka smiling. We've yet to see just what that looked like from his perspective, but I don't expect it to be reasonable. Look at this. Oh, stop it! Stop it! The second one, he was already back through the wall!
Well, we talk about Fnatic pauses. As said, I'm not sure the coach said anything about that.
Oh, yeah, no. I saw Alma and Mini. Yeah. But peek up close. They'll push you off the angle. Go back. Wait till they push. Once alarm bot goes, swing in, headshot 2. I mean, it's a simple strategy, a common one. Everyone should run it, Tom. Maybe they might need these players, though.
Yeah, I can think of 1 or 2 that might also fit the bill, but Durka and Icebox has always been a pleasure. And now he's going to buy himself up that operator as well. Still, Liquid with 3 rounds, relatively clean ones. They're still going to be able to get a purchase onto the board. Have themselves that operator, and it is an early fight towards the A site. Orb tapped. Just going to have to fall back off the angle. Ultimate's firmly in Fnatic's favor. Lockdown for Alpha. Viper's Pit for Boaster. You can lock down one side and put the lockdown on the other.
Poetic. It's good to see Alpha's gun still glowing as well. Lights out map from him. Still involved in this engagement with the lockdown, as you said. And Team Liquid will step their way forward. It'll take a moment
before they're able to actually bait this ulti out. And with the wall going down, that's where I expect Alpha to start making his way in, but they'll delay it. He wants the support of the whole squad. It's a wise play. The aggression is being there from Liquid again and again. Kiko, he's not going to stick around after that reveal, surely. Gone running, hoping to open up space for Nats to make it through on the lurk. Has to be careful, because all the while Alpha's turret is watching for that aggression. Now Alpha's turret down. This opens up the door for Nats to quicken his pace, to make it through this window, to catch an angle. He's doing damage, dropping Durka, and the push from Mystic at the exact same time. It's gorgeous. And, well, Kiko might not be in the best of positions.
There's 2 detained players. Both hasn't seen any of them.
I mean, look, he's probably not winning the round.
There we go.
Even if he dropped both, I think he would have just stuck around to get deleted. And even that first kill ends up being enough to allow Team Liquid to close in on him, catch up, and get hot on his heels. We're at 11 to 11, Tom.
Though.
This is it.
This is exactly what I wanted to see from them with this composition. Like I'd said many a times, Mystic hasn't been on the agents that necessarily allow for disruption. The guy's just a maniac. Like sometimes he just does things that are utterly insane. The angle, it's just disgusting. And then just the aggressive swing from Mystic was absolutely everything. But this is what I want to see from Liquid. Rounds where they're all on the same page. What is the plan? We're pushing this. We're taking these fights. Yumpy initially, Kiko after, Nats from behind, Mystic up front. It couldn't have gone any better if they tried. And now Fnatic are on the back foot again. Weaponry, definitely not ideal for this sort of round. But as we've seen so many times before, sometimes that doesn't matter at all.
This would be a hell of a round for that Viper's Pit to come out from Boaster. They need their way back through, but it doesn't look like a retake is on the cards. 4 players on the A side, ready and waiting to go. Flash up and over. Kiko's caught one, good angle. Remember, most of these players have weaker weapons. That was only a pistol he dropped, I believe. There's a rifle on the floor. 2 more Bulldogs and a Frenzy. The Frenzy up close, catching Yumpy completely unaware. Even still, how much more can you expect from Boaster? Nothing, realistically. Even needs to reload that Frenzy, dropped on from behind. Actually isolates another kill. You got to applaud him for being the only person to do damage despite having the weakest weapon. But nonetheless, regulation win no longer possible for Fnatic. Elimination now a thought they can push to the back of their mind for Team Liquid. 1 more round. And they'll bring us to a 3rd, bring us all the way to Lotus to fight for tournament life against Fnatic.
This is the parallel from the last one. One team hits 11, and then the other team just doesn't want to let it go. Both teams knowing what's on the line here today. Both of these orgs failing to make it would be a travesty. 2 big fan bases. 2 big orgs, a lot of money invested into their teams, there's no doubt about it. These teams have put so much into Valorant and more. They've been there since the early days, since before the VCT was even a thing. The fact is though, only one of them today can continue in the playoffs, looks to try and challenge, make it to the stage where you at least have a lifeline. There are no lifelines in the first day of playoffs. And well, it's going to be Liquid taking themselves a pause, a chance for Emil to earn his money, a chance for Enzo to come up with a plan. But it also gives the opportunity to the other side. And Fnatic after pauses, well, round 21 is the only round they've actually won since, and that was straight after a pause. That was one of their opportunities. Let's see if they can do it in round number 24 as well.
Oh, this is it. Those barriers are going up one more time in regulation. Fnatic have a big test on their hands. Can they lock in an overtime, or they're locking in a much longer day? Viper's Pit activated, not to be left on the sidebar. Used on A, but there's not a lot of presence from Liquid there. Yumpy up close. He's got 1 hit shot onto every one of these Fnatic players. Everyone has light shields, but 1 shot back is all that was needed. Chronicle with the headshot, delivering death to the Outlaw. And Team Liquid now lose one of their main ways to open up these sites, to take those aggressive fights. They won't be happy with that.
They're going to fight to bring him back.
That's why the res is coming in.
Yeah, it's just how Fia's position definitely makes me nervous. Up from above, that has not gone great. That is a freebie kill, and more importantly, Mystic's gone down at the same time. It was a risk taken to get Yumpy back in, and it is a risk they may pay for.
The wall was too shallow. Someone has to recover this now. No res is online. Nobody brought back from the dead. Instead, they've got to eliminate some Fnatic players. Nats is beautiful. Able to slip under the site, but there's still one player. And he doesn't know about Durka. Doesn't know where he's gone. Ring a Rosie once again, but this time it's Durka that gets ahead of it. Catching Nats, shutting down the option to plant. Now you rely on Kiko. Catching them off guard. Catches Leo with an arrow in hand. Can't make it out past the turret. Time delayed, 14 seconds. Time for a plant. Enzo sneaks through at just the right moment. And a plant can now be secured. They've got the site control. And with Kiko still looking for more damage, it was looking doable. Enzo even has a Hunter's Fury, but the chances to use it are going to be limited. Both players spotted. The information there to play with at least. The lock-in of map 3, he just has to find Boaster and Alpha. Yeah, but the first shuts him down. The IGL of Fnatic keeps this map going that little bit longer. 12-12, and overtime is on our hands.
It's an unfortunate truth for Liquid that it seems like their own attempt to bring back Youngpi from the fray was their undoing. That was the problem. They still fought back in the 2 versus 4 scenario, but it wasn't quite enough. And now heading into overtime, everything's even, everything's square. The problem, though, is they don't have that economic advantage anymore. We were talking about them bringing in the Operator. Last round, they brought in the Outlaw just because of those low shields, the good read on the finances of Fnatic. And as we say again, a pause is called and a pause won, or round 1 straight after for Fnatic. They are very good from those scenarios. Can Liquid turn it back again?
The op on Youngpi, off rip. It's had its moments, although Fnatic have done well to shut down this position, this play, and very same weapon in the past. Nats is the one up close, giving away his position, destroying the drone, and hoping that Youngpi can catch them off guard as a result. Doesn't look like that's happening. No, Fnatic, they're aware of this play. They've ran into it a couple times.
I'm more looking at this. Just look how far back Alpha currently is. It's because of what's been done to them so many times. Kiko is in their head, and he is not yet pushing. He is still sat all the way back, but the rest of the team are looking to build up in that direction. Alpha's only goal is to deny these flanks. Fnatic have been so successful at getting openers, getting into afterplants, and they're even waiting for Youngpi, it seems, and he's not going to manage to hit the shot this time. Force back further passive.
Trapped behind yellow as well. With the wall up, you might actually see Nats completely locked out if Boaster puts that through. They haven't managed to root him out of this position or even spot him, I believe. The element of surprise certainly there. The shoulder not fired on by Youngpi. He's patient and he gets his reward. Now wrapped on, sprayed at, and Enzo returning fire. Picks up 1. The flank eventually comes in and Alpha's able to drop 2. But Youngpi is still in position. They can't afford to give any more players to that operator. The rotation is called and Fnatic make their way towards the A site. But look at Team Liquid. They're miles ahead of them, already wrapping into this position. The only question is if the flank from Alpha can find the value that we can see. It's just about to. What a shot on the nets! Great correction, but Enzo can drop this spike on the way through. He has to take the kill. No way that they managed to plant this all the way, and there it is. A shock dart to grab the triple kill and close out the round. 13-12. What a chaotic close to this one.
Yeah, the fact is Alpha did his job and some. He catches the players flanking, but Fnatic just didn't get into the site. The Turkish superstar did everything they could have needed of him, but it's Youngpi. I don't know how he survives this long. And then right in the last seconds of the round, you have Enzo just making that realization. If I can even slow them just a little bit, if I can deny that extra space, the round is over. And that's exactly what he does. Closing it in fashion with a shock dart as well. A little bit of style points. Liquid though, I'll be honest, I don't think they should be taking a pause.
You know what, I can completely understand them taking that pause.
I understand it, but after what we've seen, results-wise, maybe not.
Every time there's a pause, Fnatic are right back on that horse, but my goodness.
Hey, I like it.
You need to take a breath after a round like that. I need to take a breath. Appreciate the pause, Emil. Good call. But for Fnatic, it's a chance to reset into this, to get themselves lined up, to push it to another overtime, to bring us to a close here on Icebox. Lotus, not a weak map for either team. One they'll both be happy to play it on if we end up going all the way, but Fnatic, we're on the cusp of it here. They don't let go of these maps, not without a serious fight.
Whatever happens here, it's going to be mental toll. If Fnatic have to go to a third, as I said, they've already lost Lotus more times this year than they did the entirety of last year. And no, that's not because the map wasn't in the pool. Again, they're going to attempt some aggression. A lurk from Nats is something they'll have to be wary of, always. But the more obvious danger... Well, there you go. Thank you very much, Zilf. Is that man right there? Halfia in mid. He has been so damn problematic for them in every single round. To say he deserves the victory is definitely true, but there have been many players on Liquid that are fighting tooth and nail. Look at this position! Almost an opener already for Durka.
Might be the opener for Alpha. Looked like Yumpy was ready for it. Oh, there's a little gap in that wall. I don't think they've noticed. Oh, now they have. Yeah, Boaster was in a little bit of danger if he went out wider. Flank around by Nats being watched. Boaster ready for it, you would think, but Nats is that little better this time. A double kill from him. Kiko grabbing one up behind A and the triple to close it. 14-12. They won't let go of this lead as a third map is locked in. We're going all the way to Lotus, and with 13-11 and an overtime victory, you better not go anywhere. This last map is going to be a banger coming up after this.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man on my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got the baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my my soul on the beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life.
Oh, and that was a very much needed response from Team Liquid. They keep themselves in the running for playoffs and for Master Shanghai. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with PM and Ash. What is it about this comp, man? I feel like they show it and we're not super sure about it, but so far, 100% win rate.
Yeah, it was convincing, and they had the firepower to take on Fnatic, so it was not so easy to take Fnatic as it was against the Frenchman, but they did it, and it was convincing.
I do think that, I wonder if maybe the comp itself is what's instilling the confidence in these players, like allowing Kiko and Yumpy to run free in that kind of sense, which is allowing them to really come out full force within that Fragging Flower, play for themselves a bit more individually there as well.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned these two because this is the Chamber Reina combo. You guys happy with what you saw?
Yeah, it was their win condition, and we can see that they use it perfectly. You have to take risk, you have to take duels, you have to be supported to kill the drone for you and make sure that you get the kill and get out with it. Also, you can see Yumpy on the defense, but you can see it also on the attack, where he opens frag with a sniper, but he also makes noise made. He's going for duels. It's like just the meme with the dog, hitting a plate or something to pour water with and making noise. So he's saying, duel with me, play with me. He's not committing really middle, but he's baiting Fnatic to take duels they don't really need.
I mean, it's just typical. Like the Chamber voice lines as well, right? The quotes that he says in game in that kind of sense. But I think you even see that kind of aggression coming out on defense, even when they were playing on Ascent as well. I'm curious to see how it is going to work on our next map, though, heading over towards Lotus, because being that 3-site map, there's more risk in playing aggressively there too.
Yeah, we'll get onto that in a minute because first, I want to talk about this kind of adaptation that Liquid were making. We saw some flanks that were just coming in over and over and over and over again, and it just felt like Fnatic didn't really know how to deal with it because sometimes it was 2 people flanking, sometimes I think even we saw around with 3.
Yeah, there are artists, like there is Nats doing their Viper thing. We know he can lurk all the time, but also Yumpy taking timings and duels. And that's very like individualistic, like you're taking risks on your own, and that's the idea of Icebox, Reina, and Chamber. Now the question is, do we do it as well? Do we change on Lotus? And do we keep this style because it's working? Like since the last match and this one, we can see that Liquid is saying, okay, we should have a process and work on things through the process. Let's put it on pause and just play on our talents and play on the skill and making sure that we are hitting shots and winning the matches that we need.
I think what works so well about the distraction that you're talking about there, PM, that Yumpy and Kiko are able to provide to the team was also just opening those opportunities for Nats to also thread that needle in that kind of regard and be able to get behind Fnatic in a lot of these situations. Really just his timings. This is something that Nats has always been known for, of course, but I felt like they were absolutely sublime here on Icebox.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to get a little bit worried as we head on to the next map. I mean, if they're doing stuff like this focus on Lotus, call it a day. But this is the thing, Fnatic, they kind of let it slip. They were 10-7 up, the retakes looked on point, it looked flawless, and all of a sudden, we're playing a map 3, and a map 3 where so far, every single time they played it, it's been labored. It's been overtime upon overtime. Even the ones that they lose, it's just they go so deep into the map, and Liquid are the ones that feel more loose and confident.
Exactly, freedom, a lot of it. And I'm actually worried for Fnatic because they need rhythm, and to have rhythm, you need confidence. And they lacked a lot of rhythm and confidence against NAVI last week. So they need to forget about it and say, okay, it's Icebox, it's Reyna, it's happening. Yes, we know how it works for years. So let's go on Lotus and let's play directly into them and just answer them with their own firepower. So they can get rhythm if they are confident enough, and they have to show it now.
Yeah, I'm really looking for a vibe check here on the side of Fnatic in that kind of regard. I think that Team Liquid, this is something where we saw them adjust well and turn that around with their confidence. But for Fnatic, I feel like when we see them on the cams, sure, unless it's like some crazy like 1v3 or Durka's 2 Blade Storm kills that we saw over on that B site, it's very serious. It looks very tense there up on stage, and we need to see that turn around to be able to actually bring that mental back up so they can get the ball rolling again.
Hey, Alpha's laughing there. Alpha was, I don't know, maybe someone said something funny to him. He was kind of cracking up.
That's what you need.
I do wonder, though, as we head to Lotus, will Liquid change their comp again? I feel like Ascent, they changed what we didn't expect them to, and you can tell how that threw off Fnatic. And the Icebox comp, again, you never play against a team that's running Chamber Reyna. So would you guys like to see them make any changes, Ash, on Lotus?
Honestly, on Lotus, I feel like the composition that they've been running with Yumpy on the breach, you have the raise there for Kiko. It's standard Lotus, right, overall, but I would like to see maybe an opportunity for Yumpy to, again, play a bit more individualistically. Sure, he can flash for himself, but it's not ideal on that breach pick because you are looking to play that hard set initiator role to actually assist the team in that kind of sense.
Well, let's take a look real quick and see where we are going to go, and no changes, PM.
No changes, so they can explode with this team comp with Breach and Sova, but they have to be crazy about it. And it's true that Yumpy won't be as individualistic. He will play for the team most likely with his Breach, which is the opposite of Chamber, but it's fine because Yumpy likes to change agent during a match. So they are going in a loose way on a very, very team-wise agent comp. And I think that Fnatic needs to inspire themselves from it. They need to go loose, they need to go for it, they need to rush into it. Even though it's the old team comp from we know back then, they can still prove that everyone is doing it, they can play with rhythm and confidence.
Well, this is it. The loser will be sent home. There will be no more second chances, Mitch and Tom. Let's just jump into the final map.
Let's get on to Lotus. It's time to see which of these two teams is going forward and which one's going to be watching from home. KC, their opponent. Not an easy matchup. We might see both teams joining the home.
They're giving them a lot of data as well.
Oh yeah, a lot of rounds played out. 13-11 on Ascent, 14-12 on Icebox. Now it's just Lotus left. Let's see who comes out on top with Liquid starting on the attack side and Fnatic on the defense. I think we're in for a good game.
Well, the fact is, I bumped into Kojo, team manager of Fnatic, just a moment ago, and I gave him the stat that this year Fnatic have gone to overtime 60% of the time when they play this map. 3 out of 5, and 1 out of 3 for Liquid as well. I think we could be in for the long haul. The only thing stopping us is if either of these teams run out of steam. Because they've been playing for a while now. It's been a long game. And look at the position already. It's nasty from Durka. Kiko's got the entry, but he doesn't even know there's a man lurking behind. It's going to be 3 for Durka. A huge way to start this off, but already this pistol round is over.
All thanks to that man's sneaky little position in a box I'm sure Liquid are going to be checking from this moment forward.
We're going to be wallbanging it every round.
Every time. Get that Odin back out. For Fnatic, hey, confidence building round right off rip. Look at this. The fact that he gets the third here. An insane correction with everybody else swinging to take him down. And they just can't make it out onto the site afterwards. 10 seconds till barriers go up, and a round 2, and I just want to wait till a few more seconds pass. He is actually genuinely buying a round 2 out. Durka, I love you, man. What? Oh, and he's doing damage with it too. He's the best of the best, Tom.
Wow, he did like 44 damage to a player with no shields in a classic.
That's a respectable amount of damage.
Oh my god, he did 44 damage in an eco round.
Would they have gotten that kill without the wallbang? Who knows? Who knows? It's all the mental games.
Guy.
I know it sent them back towards the B side. You're not going to go A with a round 2 Odins. You go B, you get hit. You know, this is what it's all about.
Right. We're moving swiftly on. Oh my god, is he going to... Oh, look at that! He got a kill with a ghost! It's unbelievable!
That's normal play for a ghost. You know, if it was an Odin, that would be impressive. But he, you know, no risks taken, no reward found, in my opinion. For Enzo Mystic.
It might be play of the tournament, honestly. It's so impressive.
It could be off-rip round 2. I'll say if Fnatic dominate this map, that could be the reason why, Tom. The round 2 Odin from Durka.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and unequivocally disagree. For now, though, any damage would be nice. Mystic. In a solid position.
30 seconds left.
He's about to get an IGL battle. He's read it perfectly. Timing going to be everything. And there you go. A huge upgrade. Oh, actually, Mystic's done quite well. Making this round costly indeed. Durka now low, which is not what you want when you've got the Odin in hand. And the thing is, okay, they had 2 pistols. Right now, it's not too costly. They lose any more players, and that really is a problem.
Oh, well, here's a chance to do what Durka did, but spotted out, wall banged up, and it's the Odin. Who would have known?
Wow.
Otherwise, they would have had to swing into the angle, Tom, and they might have all went down. You saw what Durka did. You can't deny it. So, beautiful buy from Fnatic, and a second round secured.
This is now where we need to see a response from Liquid. But that's the thing, though. All jokes aside, having this extra weaponry, the 3 rifles kept into this round, defuse as well for Durka means that he has his showstopper. Now, I will be honest, I kind of hope he gives the Odin to someone else while he's got a showstopper in hand. It seems like a bit of a weird combination.
Backup, it's a backup weapon.
The Odin.
What? No. What are you going to do with that flying through the air? Oh, I mean, I'm surprised. I am actually genuinely surprised that he keeps it. Often you're going to see a Viper in these positions, although the Seaside support alongside a Killjoy I'm a big fan of. But then you look at someone like Boaster, someone who famously goes for those wall bangs a lot. But Durka, he's jealous. He wants a shot with the big gun. I don't blame him. No opportunities, no targets.
Oh, okay. He's giving out. There we go. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Just went for the early damage. Now has put Boaster in play, solo. And that's the thing. They're claiming this control early towards Rubble. It's been fought for on the other side of the map, but I can only assume we're going to see that rotation back in the other direction. Now, the drone is going to be such a pivotal piece of utility here. Because on the other side, you've got the Prowlers. You can clear those close angles. You can use the Haunt. The drone, though, is going to be sent in immediately. And will actually force Boaster all the way back. Can't afford to hold onto this ground any longer, but it is a Rhythmic. They're going towards C.
Oh, they're going fast, but Durka spotted that. Showstopper used to catch one. Chronicle trying to fall back, delay, and the Snakebite will do exactly that. There's no way through for this attacking side. Damage has been done to Nats as well. They have to rely on another site, on the A site, moving towards Boaster as he sits down inside of tree. Odin in hand. It's a tough position without teammates covering your cross. At this point, he's hoping that they walk up and he can catch them, but he knows the door will be open as steps come ever closer. Now playing behind the smoke instead. Remember, the benefit of this weapon is that you can spam. The downside is those bullets are very, very clearly visible. Leo does well, dropping the 1, delaying further, and even getting Enzo. There's no way now. When that's on 20 HP, both players to find 8 seconds to do it. Looks like saving the weapon is the only remaining call to be made, and Team Liquid make that call.
Yeah, this is not the start that they were looking for. I think they're definitely going to have to start battling for some of that early control, but the read from Fnatic in this round was sublime. Like they had that early position. Boaster may not have got a kill, but he held them for a ridiculously long time, and then you just have this 3-man defense of C. With the amount of damage that was done, they almost had to fall back. And by that point, rotation already in for Leo. He's had a great series overall. And now a 3-0 start. Now again, we've seen this a couple of times. It's going to be the hero rifle, Mitch, for Nats. Can he do it once more?
Same old spams coming through, Tom, but Durka, I mean, he's got something else. I've seen Boaster in a few of these and never really able to do the damage. Sometimes it's just unlucky they don't go your way, but every time they've stepped up to Durka, they're being lit up. This guy's walls must be partially see-through. I don't know how he's predicted that. Enzo and Kiko both extremely low. On a buy round, this would be damning. The Pistols will still spur themselves forward, taking control of B and potentially even getting a plant.
I wonder if it's just the value of supportive utility. Like Boaster can place the smokes, use the paranoia.
Spike planted.
And then Durka could just hold mouse one, spam. For now though, it has ended in an afterplant. The only real threat still is gonna be Nats. They're trying to pave for him through the corner he goes, but here goes Nats. Paranoia will force him all the way back, but he's able to hold onto the ground for a second. It's a spam from Boaster and the rest of the players fall like dominoes. Only a single player dropped. They're even gonna buy the extra time to go and retrieve that Odin, I'm sure. Fnatic now 4-0 up on this defensive side. We've seen comebacks, we've seen streaks, but Liquid might want to stop this a little bit earlier before it gets too dangerous.
Man, I don't know what kind of time Dirk has been putting into these wall banks, but they're working out. And it's really difficult for Team Liquid because early approach, you're getting spammed down. You're being denied control. Not just that, but as you said, Tom, and I was doing some thinking on this, Durka having that Odin in, the players that are actually, you know, stood around looking for fights, ready to react, are the ones with that utility, are the ones that can slow down the way you typically deal with this Odin, which is by quickly moving in, taking the control.
And
well,
if they open the door,
distract.
he can nade it.
Exactly. So there's so much that he can do from that position to deny this control. And you can see it sent Team Liquid running straight towards this C site. Hunter's Fury activated and mostly just team damage coming through. Not a lot connected.
Yep, it's done a little bit onto Kiko, but that's about it. And, well, it seems that Liquid were desperately hoping for an opener. The aggression that we've seen from Fnatic has mostly been around wallbangs or just taking rubble control, which they'll know they don't have because of the cam that's aggressively placed. And then just getting information and gamble rotating. So they wanted to try and pick someone off to cause some havoc on the Fnatic side. Well, at least from our perspective right now, it just looks like they've wasted an ult.
At the same time, though, slowing the play has left Alphayer alone. Not a position he can stick around for too much in, but he'll take his one shot and get out. That's Kiko falling on the other side. Team Liquid, sure, they can secure themselves a post plant. Fnatic are happy to give that away. Playing instead for the numbers retake, looking for any further aggression from this Liquid side, and having denied them with that aggressive control, they're now ready to go blitzing in. Durka swaps out the Odin as well. You can expect those two blast packs to be used as he makes his way through. Nade still in back pocket, being lined up now with a seize from Leo. The Snade in, no targets dropped, and Yumpy even finds space in the midst of it all, but he's spammed down. Great reveal from Leo. Up top though, Mystic able to get so much done, but he can't get out on time. Even then he would have been down below, and an easy trade for the side of Fnatic, not needed. As 5-0 is now locked in, Fnatic are running away with this.
Yeah, the start from them has been fantastic. It's a map that last year was nigh on flawless. They only lost it to Loud, and that's it, twice. And it never happened again. No one within EMEA was able to take them down. In fact, a lot of teams resorted to banning it. This year, it's been a different story. Losses to Foot, Heretics, Carmine Corps, the new era of VCT EMEA. For Liquid, okay, they had victories versus NAVI, Gentlemates, and a close loss to Giant X, but they need to find a response. And if I remember correctly, in the GX game, the only reason that map was close is because they won some of the most ridiculous clutches I've ever seen.
Yes.
Jumpy with a 1v2 wall bang, Mystic TPing behind them, getting a multi-frag. Like, those were the hero plays. Yeah. Yeah, that one was all right.
With an Odin.
But nonetheless, that hasn't been happening thus far. Leo is yet to die. That's the position we're currently in. Chronicle only dying once, and Durka, well, even from the pistol, he hasn't stopped.
Yeah, I might have messed up because I looked up the first death per round, and Leo is miles ahead in terms of he has the least first deaths per round, right? He might just have the least deaths per round at this rate. Guy's playing unbelievable.
Cast is off the charts.
It actually is. I think he's top in cast in the whole league. So there you go. That's a useless stat I accidentally stumbled upon. Yay, go cast. Get rid of it. But 5-0. You can't wish for a much better, right, lads? Hold on. Whoa, let's just pump the, all right, Elma, call a pause. Call a pause before this gets out. They've got two Odins.
Two Odins and an operator.
What in the world?
This has to be some of the worst retake weaponry we've ever seen.
Or best. It depends. Hey, those retakes on B.
I don't think it does. I think it sucks.
You get tree control on A, then you spam through.
You're not allowed to talk anymore.
No more theory crafting.
But for actually getting into position, it's going to be really difficult. Boaster, such an aggressive spot. He's going for some spams already. They're going to try and kill him off with that showstopper, but he's already escaped. Just going to get the space instead. Naturally, Chronicle has been caught. He'll go down at least, trying to be a little bit cheeky around the angles. The worry for them already is that's one of the rifles. They've only got one left.
They've got 2 big guns to replace it, though, Tom, so I wouldn't be worried. Make that one with Boaster going down. Operator on Durka can be the second for us this time, but he didn't see Mystic sitting up on top of the box. He's been a menace with those shrouded steps, and they have sometimes been shrouded. What is that? I just dropped that point entirely. Alpha didn't even bother scoping in. But look, what more can you do from this point? We talked about the wall bang ability of this site, and it most certainly is there, but they have to root these players out of their positions, which does not seem doable. The spam finding next to nothing, bit of damage, Kiko low, but that's where it stops. Team Liquid finally put a round on the board, and I will say an ambitious buy from Fnatic that doesn't get rewarded this time.
Yeah, I think it's just, like, firstly having that showstopper. Like, all of the space that you were hoping to hold on to and spam just gets removed almost immediately. And then everything else, you're almost playing from a retake scenario, which is just where all of those guns suck. Like, you're needing people to watch your back, and every single one of them was an isolated fight. Good work from Liquid, got themselves onto the board. I'm still looking at Mystic having a judge in this round. I don't know what he has planned, but I am intrigued.
Okay. The TP.
He's really lazy. He didn't want to walk that far.
It is fair. It was about 3 steps backwards, so understandable. But obviously now they're worried about potentially being behind, and Kiko's gone running in. Not the usual reaction to a Nightfall coming into play. He has become the nightmare, very much so. What is this guy doing? He is playing Omen, like, I will say this confidently, like I've never seen before. Not rewarded this time. In fact, it draws him into a fight that, okay, all according to plan. Durka wall bangs Nats, but Nats grabbed the kills, kept it equal. Team Liquid have a plant to now be found with a post-plant Odin for Enzo.
Spike planted.
Careful. Oh, it's just gonna be a swing. They're playing with such unbelievable confidence, and now it's left onto Durka with an Odin. That's not a sentence I ever thought I'd be saying in a retake scenario. He's going to find that first kill, though. Odin versus Odin, but he's got a showstopper to boot. Trying to work out where this player is going to be fighting from. Enzo's going to reveal it with the drone. Gives away exactly where his opponent is. The nade already being thrown in. That showstopper is still available, but I think he's a little bit more wary about popping it and going down, and instead, Durka's going to take that fight. A 1v2 retake for Durka with an Odin. Write that one down.
Yeah, I think that might be a first, Tom. I'm not going to say I'm certain, but I don't think I've seen this man use that gun
Sorry,
very
my
much.
mistake. A Rebel clutch with an Odin by Durka.
There we go.
I'm going to make sure that was clear.
It's corrected. There's your little prompter just to remember. Unreal. I mean, we start out with chaos.
Look, can you get me Alpha? Please say we have Alpha's face. I saw Alpha's cam after he died, and I've never seen him look more confused.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people don't even know that wall is wall bangable. It's one of the stronger positions for those rotates back through. If you're like the planting, like normally you'd see you plant B and then someone's there wall banging. Sure, that makes sense. Not usually the opposite way around. Catching the attackers. Okay, that's a lot of reveals, but some of these angles are a little too much for the wall bang to go through on. Dirk is going to have to go for the reload, and they're spamming right back. But the thing is...
He's definitely done more damage.
Yes. Oh, so much more. And on the side of Fnatic, they're waiting for the push to come through, because once these players actually get aggressive, then you have the reaction from Chronicle, from Leo, to burst through this open door. This door that might even have been opened by their own Odin spraying through. And that's the swing we're talking about. Little double kill for Chronicle, and now they're worried about Leo. Running out of ammo, the nade's going to be used, and Kiko has to try the reload. At least you'd imagine showstopper used, and it's right on Kiko's feet.
Well, it would have to be a clutch for the ages, and it isn't going to be. 7-1. Fnatic truly running away with it. Leo as well, that turnaround at the last second to catch Nats lurking through behind him. But the fact is it's only been a blip on the radar so far. Chronicle up to his usual tricks. And this was the moment. I thought he was dead to Rice. You see that nade come in and you go, okay, you're probably focusing in front of you, not Leo. So aware of his surroundings. And this is the Fnatic we wanted to see all season. dominating. Every single one of those superstars is up there, and there's no doubt that Boaster has been putting in that supportive utility. Already 8 assists onto the board alongside the rest. Liquid are going to try and find a hole in that armor, but the fact is they're already in serious danger. 7-1 down. In case we haven't said it already, this map decides who is out. The other team, they go into a match tomorrow. If they win that game, they make it to Shanghai. That is the margin of error we are in right now. A single map loss and you are home. A map win and a series win and you are on the plane to Shanghai. That is the smallest of differences. And with KC watching every single round that goes by, now to be honest, I imagine Navi and Heretics are as well because they've had to wait. It is pressure on. And, well, already. Is that the second pause or the first pause? I feel like it might be a second one.
I can't recall the first one. But you could be right, Tom. I didn't see the little graphic pop up, but either way, a lot to be discussed on the side of Team Liquid. And,
Watching here.
you know, these are not setups that I think they've ran into all too often. If you came into the game today expecting Durka to be playing the way he is, you're insane. Even I would say that. But my goodness, if you came in to today and you dislike the way Dirk is playing, you're insane also. Because it's beautiful. It's working out. 7-1. The push in from Team Liquid, okay, they've avoided a lot of the utility. Good shock dart to break the traps. They get onto the site. Spike still hasn't crossed. That's going to be a big trouble for them. If they try to break out into the site, there can be a fight from all angles. Enzo picks up the first. That was just on the walk through the gap. Leo's trapped in a corner. But Alpha, ever reliable in these positions. When you need him most, he shows up again and again. Same thing can be said for Fnatic in elimination games, and you're getting to see that on this last map. It looks like a 7-round lead, short of an incredible play out of Kiko, a Sheriff, and a 1v3.
Okay.
1v2.
Yeah, he's gonna get the showstopper and the nade back online. So he has the utility to play with. Unfortunately, there is no opportunity for him to grab a weapon. So he's gonna have to isolate one of these duels. Already, Boaster is gonna start rotating back. There is actually a very good chance that he finds himself in a 1v1. It's just whether he expects it so soon. And now Kiko's so low, that showstopper's value has been diminished significantly. A single bullet could take him out of the round. Even a spam could do it. It's close, but he's still standing at least for now.
Yeah, but how much can you expect from him? 2 quick headshots, maybe that was the chance. Who knows if he even gets to fire another shot. The drop down and the quick response from Boaster means that he won't. 8 rounds now secured for Fnatic, a defensive side lead that will be hard to break. And as we said, coming into this series, if I imagine Liquid getting off to a great start with a huge lead, I can see Fnatic fighting back. I have seen Fnatic fight back. But when you see Liquid go down by this much, that's where I start to question if this team has it in them to make that comeback. Not just in general, but against this squad in particular.
Their record somewhat speaks for itself. They did manage a comeback of sorts, as said, versus GX, but they ultimately lost. They managed a pretty decent comeback in the last map from a deficit of rounds, which could have sent them packing. Even that went to overtime. But there has been nothing of this level. But we have seen them beat the odds already. 3% to get to the playoffs in the first place. I'd say their odds are slightly higher. Kiko leading the charge, but already locked down in play, and they have not spotted out Chronicle. He is still just standing into the ground. That is absurd. Every single kill put in front of him is dropped. Well, they know where Enzo is. He's just decided to use himself a drone. They take a pause, and guess what? Fnatic get an Andalusia flawless.
Yeah, the Fnatic pause. We saw it. We saw the effect it can have all season, in fact, all year, 2 years. But Team Liquid's this time backfires. It gives Fnatic a moment to talk, and well, I don't think any of that talk even mattered. Chronicle on the backside, able to completely dismantle the push, catch a player up top, and the rest of the squad, no drone, no entry utility. Instead, they're walking through a poison orb. Viper's got nerfed for a reason, right? You don't want to challenge straight through that utility, and I think they just found that out the hard way on Team Liquid. 9-1. The defensive side is showing 0 signs of slowing down.
It's also just, you throw in a showstopper, you don't really expect a player to just still be sat at the back of the site. It's almost the disrespect. The Fnatic is beginning, or more so continuing, to show this Liquid side. We've got an ult or two to play with in this one, but again, it's a similar road. Leo has been consistently garnering information and denying them space. A decent fight, though, and this time Kiko gets both openers.
There might be a return from a blinded up Leo, at least blocked off by the smoke. But how much more can be expected? Mystic's TPs have been dangerous, and he comes out just as the door is closing, but they're ready, they're watching it. Still dealing with him seems to be a different thing entirely. Leo eventually gets there. 2 versus 3. Viper's Pit online. Chronicle's position is beautiful. The drone at the wrong time again. Enzo's caught, and the numbers now favor the defenders. They're on their way to start this defuse, and there's no utility to be put in by Liquid. The Viper's Pit now active, and that's going to give them the cover they need to stick this. At least that's the thought from Liquid. Kiko needs to be quick to check that they're not defusing it all the way. A tap again, draws Yumpy into the open, and Leo puts him in his grave. Double digits for Fnatic. 1 for Team Liquid. This couldn't be going anywhere. I suppose it could be going worse. It could be 11-0, but I'm not sure that the margin is that much thicker.
That's the thing, though. It's these advantages that have just been let slip. The first picked up by Kiko. Later in the round as well, but the Nightfall couldn't have been better. It allowed as well for the drop down. That's the thing. Nobody heard the drop from Chronicle, so he's able to get into a position. The drone, yeah, I'll be honest, is questionable.
When you're
not having anything, not having any possible cover, it's such a massive risk. And then the clutch, every clutch has been played perfectly in this map from Fnatic. It was mentioned on the desk that that was something that Liquid desperately needed. So far, they've had nothing.
Oh, Kiko, this is a great play. I mean, that is as ambitious as they come. Straight into B after one player spotted, and you assume that's the only one. Well, Fnatic have got you there. Hook, line, and sinker. TP into spawn, spotted, no chance to commit it. The Team Liquid are stuck outside of a site that they have no access to. I don't know where they're going to take it, but I think I know the result no matter what. Okay. Durka is dropped, but look at the damage in return. It's still a very difficult round to find any legs to stand on in.
Yeah, and well, Fnatic even just sat spread across the map. They don't really need to re-aggro or try and take any fights. Leo just can't do anything wrong. 15-3 from the Swedish superstar. But that's the thing. We've seen different individuals. The last map, Alpha was unstoppable. The first map, Leo was the king. This map, they've got absolutely everybody online. There hasn't been a piece missing to the Fnatic puzzle, and Liquid have tried hyper-aggression, slow-paced rounds. They've even got into post plants. It doesn't seem to matter. Well, the TP actually puts Boaster. He's gone right back to where he was before. Paranoia still held right until the late round. Nice shot from Mystic at least, but he's going to need 1 or 2 more of those. Let's at least spot out Boaster. If they can isolate him, maybe they have a chance.
Oh, they have done just that, but look at the HP, Tom. A swift breeze will knock them down at this point. In the last round, there's no need to take risks. They'll stick this one together. A turret put down that could have eliminated Enzo. Just half a second more. The spike tapped Enzo's steps should be enough. At this point with the off angle for Chronicle, a wild spray through the smoke will do all that it needs to. 11 rounds for Fnatic, 1 for Team Liquid. This was looking close. Hell, we could have seen it. Go to Team Liquid 2-0. That first map 13-11 with a massive comeback from Fnatic. The second, an overtime that Liquid barely managed to clinch out. And in the end, it comes down to what seems to be an even turf. If anything, coming in, looking at the last couple of games, you might almost favor Liquid on this map. Certainly win rate-wise, they've been looking good. This isn't the way I expected the last map to go after what we saw in the first 2 maps, I have to be honest, Tom.
No. It was a gamble at every stretch last year to go anywhere near this map versus Fnatic. Throughout this season, that's not been the case. Foot beat them. Heretics beat them. KC beat them. I don't think Liquid are going to be doing it, though. 11-1 down. They would have to have one of the most mammoth comebacks we've ever seen. I can't say I'm a believer. Fnatic have come to form at maybe the perfect moment. The stars have aligned at the time they needed the most. And Liquid find themselves just 2 rounds away from being eliminated after all.
They fought for their lives, for survival in the group stages. Now they find themselves doing that yet again.
All right.
Team Liquid off to a good start in this pistol with a quick double.
Watching
It does
here.
little to alleviate the stress of the lead they've given to Fnatic, the near flawless half they need.
I still feel nervous though. That's what this game has done to me. Like every single time I see Liquid at an advantage, there's someone there on the other side.
Dirk is dead. Dirk is dead. Don't worry.
Yeah, well, Leo, Alpha, and Boaster are not.
Leo's facing into his 4th death so far, maybe 5th. If he goes down here, good stun by Yampi. Slows them slightly, but the door takes so long to open. He's still going to be in position, able to catch a headshot, but not the kill. Leo down to 20.
30 seconds left.
Would be his 5th death of the game so far.
Oh, it's not going to be the connected shots, and Enzo should have secured this round. 20 seconds left for Boaster. He's actually just going to claim the orb. Almost manages to take out Mystic, but it's a big round for him. A second one, doubling the scoreline of Liquid. And if there was ever going to be a comeback, they needed that round.
They did, Tom, and everyone that precedes it. It is going to be a...
They could lose one.
Oh yeah, they can, Tom.
They could lose one.
Lose one for the OT. I mean, for the 13 to 11, what a dream it would be. But for now, it stays there. Something we can think about when we close our eyes. When your eyes are open, it's a different story. Somewhat of a nightmare to live through as a Liquid fan. Tournament survival based on the thinnest of margins for error.
But the thing as well is you almost have to look away from Liquid and look at Fnatic and say, do I really believe they're not going to be able to scrape through 2 rounds? Even if it's in the most BS of fashion. The fact is, though, they've had that. An easy start, though. Dirk gone again. No Odin for him just yet, and I'll be honest, the expectation isn't really there for him to have it at all. Still got to be careful, though. Alfie has invested into a Ghost, and even that seems like it could be devastating. A couple of players already tagged quite low. Mystic, though, still looking like he's come to play in this second half.
Nice kill for Kiko. Of course, easy when you've got the Outlaw up against no shields or light shields. One shot to the body, and he lands that one cleanly. And the double stack on top of the boxes earlier. Mystic did well to find his first, and here he grabs the remaining 2. And Andalusia flawless for the side of Team Liquid. But this was round number 2. This was where Fnatic came in with nothing. Now they buy everything, and they will bring to bear the full might of their attacking side. No way that Liquid can lose this one, can give it up. It would be 12-3, and at that point, I 100% agree. You just save your ults, dump them all into one round, and what can you do on the receiving end?
I don't even know if they'll need that. You've got Leo, Chronicle, Dirk, and Alpha all up there at the top. And that's the thing. That's the miracle scenario for Fnatic. That's all they've ever needed. An early setup in an attempt to try and deny that rubber control. And an early rotation back towards this B site. That's where the early steps, the early sounds have been made by Fnatic, but we know that they're a team that absolutely loves to play with the rotations when it comes to this map.
Well, Team Liquid know that too. They don't want to give them the opportunity fighting into these angles where they'd seen players just moments ago. There was contact on A starting the round, they backed off. Contact on B, and even Nat spotting one on C. They know at this point that it was a default, the 3-man push, a great response in a low buy round. Now the advantage is in their court, but in terms of weaponry, there's still a lot to be made up for. Fnatic know that. They've grouped up as 3, look towards A main for an opening duel for a ranged angle, but nothing being offered up. Liquid have 40 seconds on the clock to stop Fnatic from stepping forward. The wall bangs start to drain some of this ammo. There haven't been a lot, or any really thrown through so far, so Enzo still has the 130 bullets to play with. Don't think he'll get a chance to use all of them. The sights are set on A, and Enzo and Kiko need to hold strong.
Already? All right. The Ares has managed to start things off well. He's going to have to pull off something we may never have seen before, with the Ares doing so much work. Leo, though, still finds a trade. but the advantage is firmly
10 seconds
stuck
left.
with Liquid, and Enzo is still
remaining.
standing. Nat's there to support him, and at this stage, Chronicle just has to hope to try and hold on to the gun. We'll be able to take one with him, but getting away is not going to be easy. In fact, the players of Liquid are chasing, running after him, but he will be able to escape. It's another tick in the box for Liquid, but the first of many.
All right, okay. I got to put my hands up there, Tom. My bad. I disrespect the Ares quite a lot. I usually don't see it do a damn thing, so I feel like I'm pretty justified in doing that, but maybe I just don't know how to use it. My guy's slowing them down in the full by, catching those little angles. Well, there was no need for that. Slowing them down on the way through. I mean, it's not a strong weapon, I'll say that.
Yeah, still criticize. I have to hold my hands up to now criticize it further.
Just a little bit. Just saying it's not a strong weapon. If anything needs a buff, I think the Ares does, but maybe not in Enzo's hands. Good start. And now the push up with the Odin alongside Kiko. This is a very dangerous play. Not with Kiko. Popping heads. Oh my goodness. I thought, numbers advantage. Even with the weaker weapons, you can get something done. And they caught him. 2 or 3 players swinging on him in the open, but he hits every single shot. That was like it was an aim trial.
And another Andalusia flawless for Liquid. They're keeping these rounds squeaky clean, making sure that their ultimates build up, making sure the credits are never going to be running dry. It's still going to be a long time before I believe in the comeback, but at least the way they're playing this defensive side is with mass confidence. Because the fact is, if you give that space up, if you allow Fnatic to have control of Rebel, have control of Mad, you've already lost. The game is over. And they're going to continue to fight this throughout the game, already taking that control early. Fnatic, though, maybe having some other ideas.
My wire.
They're going to be destroying some of the utility towards that B site.
There.
But look how far already Kiko has got. He is right up close.
I must wait a moment.
They can now pull rotations in the other direction.
That's the important thing. If he fell back, this would be a great position for Fnatic to play from because they know they've got that information. But now the pressure's on a little bit. That flank could be coming through, and Kiko was a big menace when it came to flank plays on Icebox. So someone has to be watching it. The turret is left behind to do just that, but they want to focus forward. A lot of space taken on the back of the Nightfall. Durka able to get onto site. Wondrous Fury put through is causing a bit of a headache. Not too much damage, not really dealt. It just staggered the push, allowed Mystic to get on spot. Off in hand, and the shot not going to land. Got to bail out now. And with the man disadvantage, that pick could have been everything for Liquid. Now, a much more difficult way back through.
Losing Nats. Off the back of that Nightfall. Not going to be ideal, an opportunity, but not taken. A quick response from Boaster. However, Kiko is still landing the shots. Does he expect the player on the close position? He half checks it. Doesn't expect Althea to be there. And now it's left all up to Yumpy. He's pulled off miracles from this position before. But both players having a decent idea of where he is. Boaster actually just going to exit the site, give him an opportunity to reload, and that time is ticking so desperately low. Yumpy needs to get a move on. He's going to take the fight versus Leo, and it's lost. The streak comes to an abrupt end, and now Liquid needs 7 in a row.
Expertly handled by Fnatic. As soon as they lose that first player, I love Boaster's repositioning towards the spawn. He basically locks in the round at that point, isolating duels, leaving it down to the clock. And his position would have been so unknown. That showstopper could have changed the game entirely. But in the end, the result swings to Fnatic. A round locked in and a huge lead with 7 chances to close this out. Seems like Team Liquid will be going home. Nice shot by Kiko, though. He's got some life left in him.
Oh, he's going to have to watch this one from the back. He's joined us as a spectator. And he's taken Durka with him. Normally, in some cases, that might just be enough, but we've seen the depth that Fnatic have shown. Even on an individual level, Boaster actually has the spike here. He's got to be careful. Any sort of battle that he takes could risk losing one of their prime pieces. With 3 players here, they're going to decide to back off. They could already see Alpha on this side of the map alone. In fact, Nats is so far out of this, he wants that utility to stay online as long as possible just to get them information. Also has a quick rotation over onto that B side. But what it does mean is Fnatic hits C. It's going to have to be a full-on retake from the side of Liquid.
I'm so conditioned, I had to just double check that wasn't Mystic going for the TP. The guy, he's just unhinged.
30 seconds left.
With the From the Shadows, with the Shrouded Steps.
Cam is still there.
But they knew about it. They pinged it the whole time. They're ready for it to pop back up one more time. Nice shot onto Yumpy. Enzo's on his way in. Big gun in hand, and not good for one. In fact, it's Nats to pick that up. But now he's forced backwards. The delay of this lockdown is going to give a lot of time into the hands of Fnatic, and with that pick on Mystic isolating duels, they know exactly where Nats is. It looks like the chances have run dry. And the side of Fnatic have locked themselves in for a further playoffs journey, eliminating Liquid. The Kings draw at least another breath. And now they've guaranteed themselves a second shot, even if they falter against KC. 2 chances to go all the way to Shanghai. A glorious win for this squad. Can't help but think it could have been a better show on map number 3, though. Liquid have got to be devastated to go out like that.
That's the thing. 3 of the 4 teams of the top 4 will be making it to Shanghai. So yeah, they've got 2 opportunities now to make it into that position. Facing off against KC, they're going to have to go straight away and start their work to get ready for that matchup. But for Liquid, it's heartbreak again. As we said, the first 2 maps, desperately close. This team definitely showed that they had some life in them. Kiko in that last map, especially 7 first bloods, 18 kills. He was performing. Unfortunately, again, they fall short. And for a team with high expectations, that has got to be disappointing. The fact is, though, it is cutthroat at this stage. 3 teams make it, 1's already fallen, and another's going to fall later in the day, Mitch.
You can see it there in the background as some of the former Fnatic players over on Liquid greet the management staff and give them a well-deserved congratulations. This was one hell of a battle. 3 maps out of it.
Soon.
The Team Liquid, we have to say goodbye after a phenomenal run. 3% chance of even making it here. They managed to make it happen. Their fate, though, doesn't bring them to double elimination. They go out here and they'll watch the rest of playoffs in Shanghai right here in Berlin.
Yeah, it does give them opportunities, of course, to prepare, build, and get ready for champions. That's what one of the sort of saving graces of this whole scenario is. They already have some wins under their belt, but for Fnatic, it's always been about looking for those trophies, looking for those victories. They've taken down a team they've faced off against many a time, and now they have a couple of opportunities to make it back to a Masters event, a place where this team was glorified last year. 2 of 3 trophies were in their hands. They still look to try and claim another.
Well, it's going to be a hard battle for any of those 4 teams. Imagine 3 out of 4 going through. You have to lose twice to go down and out. For Fnatic, well, they've lost twice so far in this season, even going back to kickoff bouncing in the first match here. But they never lose 3 times. That's the thing. It's still going. This squad somehow just manages to course correct every single time. Perhaps you give some credit to the captain, or the old captain of the ship we saw there, Mini. You can't take anything away from these players. We call them the best in the world for a reason.
Yeah, for sure. I think it really has been, at least this last map, a resurgence. Again, you still see the aspects of Fnatic that we know and love, that resilience. And when those players come online, when you see everybody popping off as they did in that last map, that's when you're truly scared of Fnatic. That's when this team is as dangerous as ever. They've still got to go back and face off against KC, though, and I don't know. I think that's going to be an exciting game, and I think the French team will feel pretty confident about that one.
Oh, I think they will. Well, that will be a match that I'm very excited to see later on. I think we even get to cast that one. It's going to be fun. For now, though, it's time to toss it down to the stage. I believe we've borrowed some time from Chronicle. We've got Yinsu down there to talk with him. Let's see what he has to say.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. That's why I'm joined by Chronicle here from Fnatic. First of all, when you guys won that last round, you stood up and it looked like you had so much energy to get out. What were you saying? How were you feeling in that moment?
I was just a little bit trash talking nuts.
Oh no!
I mean, it was just funny. Like, I just remember like when I sent, and right now, before the Lotus, he was just looking at me smiling like he had something to show to me. Thankfully, I countered it.
Oh, but it's a wholesome rivalry, right? Because you guys know each other so well that you could have that kind of relationship.
Yeah, I mean, I have only good relationships with him. We have no war, and we are still friends. So, I mean, I think he's very good, and they played very well today, but today we were stronger.
Oh, it's always so good when you guys go up against each other. Now, I have to address it off the bat. In the past, you know, Boaster playing the Odin, he's been doing it for years. You playing the Odin makes a lot of sense. Even Alpha picking it up. Leo playing Odin? I thought he hates the Odin. What was going on today?
I mean, even their kit they played with Odin.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's a part of our strat to make it unreadable. And I think it kind of ruined their anti-strat, what we're gonna do, because when we are spamming, they probably expected to be like Bolster or someone else, so we were kind of playing passive with that. But now, it was very aggressive with Odin, so it just worked out pretty well.
Oh, so nobody can tell who it is, because it could be Doug, it could be Leo, it could be anybody.
Yeah.
Oh, very, very smart. What happened on Icebox? Because it felt like maybe you could have closed this out 2-0.
I think we were just bad at holding lurks most of the time on defense, and by my thing, we were doing great at the start, but because of some situation, we just switched the strat, and it didn't work out pretty well. But it's fine. I mean, we know that we could clear it too, so it's not a big deal.
Do you like the Chamber Reina comp stuff? What did you think when they locked that in?
I mean, they won against us, so I can't say any bad things about it, but I think if they'll play against us next time with this comp, we will win.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Now, tomorrow, you're going to be playing against KC, so you go from Nats to N. So how different of a rivalry do you think that's going to be?
Yeah, Nats is a player and then he's a coach, so yeah, that's kind of different now. But yeah, I mean, it will be a good fight for us since we lost the qualification to Madrid to them, and we need to take another revenge now in this match.
Oh, you never rest, you never rest. Last question before I let you go. Lots of Fnatic fans turned up today. You know, I believe that your wife is in the crowd as well, and they were cheering every single round, even when you guys weren't winning. So anything you want to say to them?
Thank you so much. I love you.
Oh, thank you guys for coming out for supporting Fnatic, and thank you, Chronicle. Congratulations again today. We'll see you tomorrow. But that is not all. We have more games coming up, because after this, NAVI will be taking on Team Heretics.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. I, Caballo Grande. I, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my Jovi, be my Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it. Girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
Fnatic, they live to see another day. However, for Team Liquid, this is the end of their road for Masters Shanghai and the end of their split. I'm your host, Youngsun. I'm joined once again by PM and Ash. I mean, they put up such a good fight, and it feels like even making it to playoffs, Ash, in itself is something we should celebrate, but it's going to be very sad to see them completely out of contention now.
Yeah, it's tough to miss two back-to-back international events here for Team Liquid, but we also saw, I think, a ceiling for them as well. How good they're able to look. Compared to how they started off this season, a lot of improvements have been made for this team.
Yeah, it's clear that on the attack side, there is a topic to be discussed for them during the break. And well, it's not only that you have to take space on the attack side, you have to put your abilities on top of the players. So they were not able to uncap sides because the abilities were falling for nothing, and the Fnatic was dodging every abilities and making the kills.
Well, this is the thing, right? It's a new roster. They just retained Yumpy and Nats, but they have time. They can still make the champs. And PM, if you were on this Liquid team, what would you be working on from now until the next split? What would you prioritize?
It's a big challenge. They have to find a system they all agree to work on and with. They have to make sure that they are all on the same page, because when you look at the details, it's better, but it's obvious that during the matches for months now, one guy is going left when the other guy is going right. So it's not that you have to do the better choice, you just have to do the same thing. It's not really bad to do a bad thing. If you do it together, you can still win, but right now, they need to be on the same page, because when they say, okay, let's just play Icebox with agents that are very individualistic, they can make it. They have the skill and talent for it, so they have to find a system they all go for.
Yeah, it's not the end or be all, of course, and we will see them again, and we will see them back here for Split 2. But on to Fnatic, I am just so happy and relieved, Ash, to see Leo and Alpha just back with a consistency through all three maps today. They look great.
They looked insane. I mean, Leo, especially on Ascent, when we were looking over at this first map, he was like the saving grace, even in the first half when Fnatic were down, what, 9-3 at the half? Leo was still up there, I think, with a 2.0 KD, and then Alpha, I feel like Icebox has been his kingdom this season.
It was impressive to say that Fnatic lost the second map and still get back into Lotus, and it doesn't feel like the mentor were hit, and they were able to even close it, because we know that Liquid on the defense side, they can be a force to reckon with. So make sure that you finish the match in a good way, and they did so. So Fnatic is here. It's not yet very convincing. They had to fight for it.
Yeah, honestly, I was very worried. I was talking about how, God, I wonder how their mentor was going to be. Forgot that this is the team that came back from 3-11 twice. So maybe they learned from that. You know, they could come back from a game even if they're losing. But the thing is, tomorrow we have the qualification match for Masters Shanghai. And this is where Fnatic fell for Madrid. So how are you guys feeling about this KC rematch?
I feel afraid for Fnatic. It's coming.
Of course you would. You would
Yeah,
as well.
I'm
I'm
biased.
sat with two KC fans.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We are
He didn't know. He didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that. But we are two French speakers, so yeah, obviously we go for KC. No bias at all.
Ash?
You know how the cookie crumbles, Sue. I mean, you know that I'm a big fan of KC here, but I think the risk is also going to be with the map pool. It depends on how that map pick ban ends up going down, because I do think that there are a lot of strengths on the KC side and weaknesses on their side as well with that. So I think it is a bit of a toss-up in that kind of regard. But KC have also had this day off where they have that additional time to prep, being that first seed.
Giving N like an extra 24 hours is like giving him like a whole week, I feel like, to prep. But also, they're going to have second chances now. So whoever loses tomorrow will not be eliminated. They'll have another chance to try and make it to Masters. And speaking of that, let's talk about the second match of today, because for today, at least, it's still single elimination. So whoever loses between NAVI and Heretics will be eliminated. And we speak about how things went at kickoff. We're running it back. We've seen this matchup before, and last time we were here, it was Heretics that knocked out NAVI to go to Madrid, and in many, many people's minds, PM, this was the moment that Heretics became a serious contender for everybody.
Yeah, that's when they are born, actually. They went to the final going through NAVI, who was somehow convincing before that, so that was rather unexpected. They are the unexpected challengers for this year. No one saw them coming, except they obviously themselves. So yeah, it's do or die, you know. Do or die is not so good against NAVI. When they are the back against the wall, they are always the more challenging. So that's why I'm concerned, because when you go later in the competition, there is a lower bracket, and then NAVI somehow they say, okay, it's fine.
They come alive, right?
Yeah,
they come alive,
it's only in the lower bracket and elimination matches that they are so alive.
Yeah, they are this team that's able to pull out all the stops, like you were saying there, in that kind of sense. And then you also have the additional pressure, though, of NAVI being the old guard in this matchup as well. Meanwhile, Heretics, they had some of the least amount of expectations at the start of this season, and they've exceeded all of them at this point. And I feel like that also puts a different kind of pressure on your back.
Yeah, it does indeed, but let's not forget, the last time they faced each other when NAVI were knocked out, Wood wasn't even here. So they didn't even have their quote-unquote full roster that they envisioned. He is here now. He looks amazing. And I feel like, Ash, if it was going to be difficult for NAVI last time, I think it would still be difficult this time around with him on the team.
I think it's even harder, to be honest, because I think Patatek was a great support on the side of Team Heretics, but Woot is coming out with a firepower that Patatek didn't have in comparison in that kind of regard. So they are going to be looking at a bit more force as far as those gunfights for NAVI to go up against in that kind of sense. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's a great upgrade.
I just want to shout out to the W Gaming tag there. I felt like only one team in the world is deserving of that title, but you know, PM, he is just kind of W Gaming.
Yeah, because he's very young, you know. He's going for a Turkish aim, and he has shown so far some carelessness. He doesn't care that much, and that concerns me, because at some point he will feel the pressure that this match, it matters. So when will it be? Is it today? Is it later? But right now he's just having fun, and for him it's just another match and to have fun on the VCT stage, and so far his delivering is very, very impressive.
Do you think that it would even be an issue for NAVI to deal with? Because they've been around for so long and they've gone up against every single great youngster player, you know, rookie that they've ever faced, and it doesn't seem like they've really had any problems in the past.
No, it's fun for them to have a fight with a youngster like this, and the only problem with NAVI is themselves, you know. They need to be challenged. They need to lose their own map and then go on the opponent's map and win it.
Unless it's Ascent, then they win it.
Yeah, maybe you think that, and today they will pick Ascent and lose it. Why? Because it doesn't make sense, and that's NAVI for you. They have to make things that surprise you all the time, and that's what I'm expecting from them.
I think it's because they also have a youngster for themselves, Angel, right? Ash, he's rolling the years back. He's playing like, you know, he's 17.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, he's out there taking first engagements all the time and just going for duels when you wouldn't expect him to be. But you know what? It's a good thing he's not on smokes anymore, though.
I want to see him on Clove, make it happen. Today
Please.
might be the day, who knows. But let's talk about the duelist players of both of these teams. Of course, on the one side, we have Miniboo. I think everyone's already saying that he's one of the best. He could be one of the greats if he carries on like this. And then we have Zipan on the other side, which I feel like has chronically been underrated. Like, he's been around for so long, he's been winning for so long, he's been playing out of role sometimes and then in role sometimes. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup.
It really is. And looking at Zipan and Miniboo as well, I'm expecting the map pool to also lean into seeing Zipan on that duelist role here as well. He is kind of like old reliable that you can always count on as far as making space, helping the team get information. But Miniboo is that star-studded, like, firepower, full force rookie who's just going to be in your face all the time.
I mean, if it was a fight, I think I would have to back Zipan. What do you think, PM?
Yeah, that's experience for you. I agree with Ash. Like, it's true, he's very shiny, he's very good, Miniboo, but also he can be overeating and can go sometimes too soon into it, especially when he's playing Yoru and he has an ultimate. He's going to get scout, get information, but we can't act on it because the team is not ready to do it. So in a way, he lacks a little bit of experience, but he has true firepower, so he's a force to be reckoned with.
I think it's a really good point because when you also look at Miniboo, we've also seen some of the highest highs and also some of the lowest lows. So again, some of that comparison and contrast to the fact that, again, old reliable on the side of Zipan, but for Miniboo, it's consistency, and it's not like he's always going to be able to replicate the same amount of fragging power every single match. And when he's also not up there, that's one of the win conditions for Heretics. They will lose maps when Miniboo is struggling to take that space, trade himself out even, or just be ahead of the play.
But then, like, Boo gets an ace. So it's like, oh, yeah, the other Boo, he's still
Older
here.
brother.
He's still, well, we don't talk about brothers with you, PM, but I'm sorry. I've always
Point
wanted
taken,
to do
point
that.
taken.
I'm so sorry.
Bad
but
memories.
we will have a banger matchup coming up with two brothers, of course, on the team. It's time to bring back NAVI and Team Heretics to the stage.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
Earlier, we saw a tweet there from the side of NAVI with Zipan, looking like he was gearing up for a boxing fight. But it looks like Miniboo actually did come to fight from that walkout we saw from him. But a fight they must do because, like the game earlier, if they lose this one, they will be eliminated. And Ash, you spoke about how important this map Veto is going to be. And it looks like Heretics have taken out the Ascent.
I mean, it's no surprise here. Heretics have been banning Ascent. They've been floating it against teams who have been weak on this map. And then NAVI, of course, Breeze didn't pan out with them trying to play ahead of the meta, which means going to Lotus first here for Team Heretics, I feel like is a very strong way to start off this map pick ban for the Spanish team.
Is this split a trap, PM? Do you think that Heretics have just been prepping loads on this split and goaded NAVI into picking it?
It is because NAVI is expected to lose their map all the time. And also, you have Lotus, and Lotus could be a trap for Heretics because they are showing cracks on it. It's true, it's formerly their kingdom, they are always winning, picking it with that Sunset, obviously. But remember, they lost it recently, and so it's not so good these days. It could be a trap, not so much on Split, but Lotus for Heretics.
I have a sneaky feeling, Ash, we're going to get all three maps.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I feel like that is also the NAVI way all around to lose out that first map and then take us to the next one. But overall, I think that's a really good point that PM made there on that map pick ban. When you're looking over towards Lotus, Heretics have also shown so much of their hand on this map that if they continue forward with the same strategies, the same set plays that we've seen, NAVI is a team with experience that will be able to dismantle that.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what agents we're gonna get here because NAVI, they went through a whole season of doing the most un-NAVI things, of only making like 3 or 4 changes to their comps. And then last week they were like, do you know what? It's time for 2022 FPX. We're here to play. We're gonna change everything again. And we saw some funky changes coming out. You know, that Breeze comp, which...
No Viper.
Angel do be angeling. So do you feel like we're gonna get that version of NAVI today, PM? The
Yes.
ones that like to change things, or, you know, the more kind of bog standard?
So they are playing Brimstone on Lotus, and I would say that Clove could be a good replacement for Brimstone, which would make no sense because it's Lotus, and if it doesn't make sense, it's good. It's Lotus.
Hear
and
me
it's-
out.
it's Navi.
Shall Clove. How do we feel about that?
That would be expected.
Yeah,
that wouldn't
No.
be unexpected.
Okay, so NAVI don't do the NAVI thing, but Heretics,
No.
they're the ones that make changes. What do you think about this?
It was required, I would say, because they were feeling that they didn't have any vibe no more on this map of Lotus. They were being countered, identified. Carmine, they took Cypher to counter their Neon. So let's go back on a, let's say, a more classical Lotus, even though they have a breach on top of the phase.
I think also looking towards Miniboo being on the raise here, if he doesn't have the same kind of fragging game that he's typically having on the Neon when that does fall flat, at least on the raise pick, there's a lot more utility that he gets to actually provide to the team. And then when you're looking over at NAVI, I'm honestly shocked that Xiao is going to be sticking on that Brimstone. That's such a risk here on a 3-site map.
My mind is just blown that Voot is going to play Fade for the first time ever in an elimination match against NAVI. This kid has been in this studio for 2 weeks, and this is the 5th agent that he's going to play. This is crazy.
I mean, he's insanely flexible as a player, and so it's not really a surprise. I'm looking forward to seeing what he's able to pull out.
I can't wait to see this. Thank you very, very much, PM, for joining us. We talk about how this is the old guards versus the young guns. I'm about to bring you guys something vintage, something classy, something timeless. It's Pansy and Steel.
You know what? That is so much nicer than just old. So thank you so much, Sue and the desk. They love hearing from you, Ash and PM. But I kind of want to come to you into this scenario and kind of ask you it's a very broad question, but because I feel like this is a coin flip game. This is a, two heavyweights, two kind of teams of varying experience, but both levels of high levels of success. Give me some win conditions here. What do I need to look out for NAVI or Heretics? What am I looking out for during the series that should tip those scales?
Especially with Team Heretics starting on their defense. I think the thing that we look forward to is their strength in the retakes. So we need to make sure that they're all staying alive into those retake situations. But NAVI, especially in the mid-round, exploring the map individually. If they're able to win some of those duels and break the Team Heretics retake, but instantly we might be seeing a little bit of action.
Maybe.
A little bit of a trap.
I don't think Dizzy actually did what they wanted there. Miniboo still going to get away with this corner that he sat towards for now. Going to be trying to be played in off the back as well. I think they're still going to be trying to clear this. Miniboo did have a chance at a shot, and he does. Oh my god, he's got 2. One was more than enough, it felt like, but he finds 2 out of that. And now just Sugetsu, Artist, and Xiao to try and get back towards the site again. The spike hasn't been fully committed, so there is a little bit of leeway in that regard, but still, this is a brutal start.
Still almost a minute on the clock, so anything can happen. I think in these types of situations, NAVI should just look to group as best as they can. Getting spotted at A, that's not the biggest deal. They can still do a fake, end up in B, but making sure that they group up, because the attackers, if they pick a site randomly, they'll have the numbers.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. 30 seconds now. The clock is ticking down, so they will have to make their minds up pretty soon. The last noted piece of contact off the back of the Prowler at A, but as we've noted, they are starting to slip the net a little. There is utility holding them back from this B site, however. And keep eyes on what Boo does in this as well. One closest by door. Smoke towards main. See if you can isolate one. Not to be the case. Sugetsu on guard duty, but they've got the spike down.
Spike's planted. This is big. And this is where Team Heretics shine, moving together. Omen with a late flank through middle.
This is huge.
First contact from heaven.
Yeah, they've got lots of utility left as well. Rien still has a fair bit of kit, so does Voot. So already it's going to be Boo closing the gap. This timing is perfect. Oh, the shot almost a little messy, but yeah, this is really clean work in the end from Heretics. A perfect start for them. Yeah, lost out on Miniboo, but he got his and then some.
I really like the trap setup that they laid at the start of the round, getting the aggressive position towards like that new cubby position out at a lobby, and then waiting with the breach done ready and you know, fade, raise, breach all ready to fight together, getting those, you know, 2-for-1s there. Big start from Miniboo, getting those 2 kills. It looked like he was done for.
I don't know how he got away with it. I thought they'd kind of cleared that. I thought they were going through the process of it, but still managing to find both players was just, you know, outstanding.
I think he got shot in the head through the box even.
It felt like
stunned,
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the time he even swung, he was down to half HP. So we're looking at what the buy's going to come back in with Na'Vi. I'm seeing an Outlaw, a Sheriff, and then just Classic. So a little bit of threat to it, considering the amount of light armor. And keep in mind the, well, is it Miniboo? Yeah, he's the one with the Vandal here. So, okay, so you don't want to be losing that. Again, the prized possessions here, Vandal and the Bulldog. So Benji Fishy and Miniboo will want to be a little careful with how they play on this approach. Keep that in mind.
This is something that we've come to expect from Na'Vi as well. They are purchasing that Outlaw after they lose Pistol. And it's one of those things that teams have to look out for. If you're investing into that second round, do you go light shields against Na'Vi, knowing that they'll pull out that Outlaw? So that's a really big thing to kind of gamble and figure out.
Yeah, a bit of a risk. But is there any reward? Deep off angle for Voot here. Angel, does he clear fuck? Bit of an awkward fight there. Instantaneous response from Heretics, though, to put up the, you know, the stopping gap in case they try to springboard in. But no, Na'Vi just kind of testing the waters.
The Angel might pass that Outlaw to someone else. Now that he's lost his light shield advantage here, he might pass it to someone else. But it looks like he's going to stay with this. They do have the Gecko Flash, the Dizzy, and the Wingman for the reclear on A.
Yeah, but it's brutal. They have to use this just to clear over towards this side. Paranoia. Oh, Miniboo was on for an opportunity. Still going to make the most of it. Boo's gone down in the meantime, but yeah, this is really comfy. Unable to really pressure Miniboo. Na'Vi being herded around the map, and Zugetsu, well, forced to kind of suffer through the end of this. If he can take another with him, hey, maybe not to be the case. Miniboo, clean start, and he's going to have his ult ready to go.
Yeah, I think the showstopper is going to be pivotal on this bonus round. If Team Heretics is able to snowball with this, you know, we've seen such good traps and setups from them both these rounds. So if they're able to snowball, this could be a really risky situation. You know, Team Heretics picking Lotus over a map that you would traditionally expect, like Sunset maybe. Yeah. It seemed like they're a little bit stronger on that than on Lotus. And Navi's shown that they're actually quite decent on this map. So they'll need every lead that they can get.
And I think PM was right in bringing up on the desk a little bit of, you know, maybe playing outside of the expected a touch. And you've clearly seen them reworking this, right? Heretics have come in with a very different composition, new agents to be brought out.
That Paranoia has been spotted.
Yeah, that's actually big info. Does this then speed anything up? Do they pause? It looks like they're trying to maybe lean in quicker, but this is dangerous for Na'Vi. Luckily for them, they can chill for a bit. But look how proactive Heretics are being across the map here.
Angel stole that A lobby control at the start of the round. He didn't even use Gecko, any abilities from it. No Dizzy or anything, just walked out, dry saw, nothing. They have an inkling that Cypher's probably playing the retake on A. Because of that really aggressive push on C, you don't traditionally see that behind the Sentinel player playing there.
So again, maybe the logical step is to try and challenge a C site. Now, I don't know if Boo spotted anything yet, maybe. He was definitely jump spotting it. I feel as though considering he's slipping back towards site and now off the back of the spam, yeah, he's definitely noted it.
We've got the rotation coming in as well. I think they suspect something's happening, but
they're
yeah,
not falling for it.
Navi's so indecisive of their own that it's just like, which way are they going? So it's hard for either team to kind of read the situation.
But credit to Heretics for not rotating or overreacting to this. They're playing this very, very smart here, and it's a last-minute attempt now. They've got to commit to it. 25 seconds, maybe a quick pivot to B would still be possible, but not now. Now they've got to commit. Zipan does well with one, and can Zipan live? No. Miniboo going to just be lighting this round up with 2 quick kills. He's having a tear this game so far. 8 already in this matchup. 13 seconds. Na'Vi need the plant. Priority made, that's down. Time's on their side. Now the rest, you've got to look at what Heretics coming back in with. Boo's only got that Sheriff, the Outlaw with Rienz. This is a rough round, and they're taking away the danger man. Perfect follow-up from Artis. Not going to be able to close down to Rienz, but this is a lot to ask of him. 40 HP. Maybe looking for just the Vandal. See what he can achieve in this. Again, for a bonus round, not bad by any means. Still trying to force them to make a choice. And Angel found the timing right so they can walk away and hopefully keep these weapons in hand. No issue there in the end, but NAVI, a costly round for them.
Very costly. I think the showstopper usage there is kind of a letdown for Team Heretics. You expect to close out that round, but I like the gamble suck they did. They showed that they were aggressive on C, and they knew NAVI's not going to go back to C unless they use like something to reclear, maybe a Dizzy or something. They know that Cypher's playing retake A. They're going to come into A, and we're going to be here with our showstopper and just be ready to receive them.
Right there.
So the buy back in now for Heretics, fully formed, and on the other side for NAVI, everything they want as well. One off from Artis's ult, that's looming on the horizon. Wondering if they've got something in mind for this, but Heretics right off the rip. Again, very happy to challenge on these extremities. We saw it last round on C, now we're seeing it over towards Rubble.
You know when those like solar eclipses are happening and they say don't stare directly at the sun? I wonder if Angel's one of those guys that just looks straight at the sun.
I feel like he would. And now, oh, this timing is rough for Mini Boo. Boo trying to keep him somewhat safe, but he couldn't do enough. There was no more to be done. The Dizzy, the push, everything was perfect for that. But it's traded out one apiece, and they're not going to work off the back of this yet. Where does NAVI go? I don't say it's indecisive, but they're being very, very careful with how they decide to approach this map.
I think here we might see them doing a little bit of a pump before they finish where they want to go. And I think that Brimstone really helps with that because he's able to deploy multiple smokes at the same time, whereas like it takes a little bit longer, like a few seconds longer to do it with Omen. So here comes a little bit of pressure towards B. They're breaking the trips, but they're going to connect with their team towards C. Just on Benji.
Oh, this is a really hard situation. Sometimes this guy can thrive though. Don't forget what he can achieve if given the opportunity, and the support's on the way and they've slowed down the initial attempt at the plant. There's the swing, not quite good enough. Traded out by his Food, who's made it towards the site. So again, still a couple of problems being presented for NAVI. 20 seconds and they don't have backside control. And they have only Sugetsu left to try and clear this. 1v3 is a tall order. He's not going to have this one. No, Rienz is there. Heretics responding well here because NAVI are being quite slippery with how they're approaching this map.
I think that they kind of made a mistake in that last round by going. So when you break the trips and everything towards B, you're calling basically everyone back from A towards B, which gets them a bit of a jump on the rotate to C. And I'm thinking like, are they really being slippery? It looks like Benji is a little bit slippery there. He was perfectly positioned, waited for his teammates, the honk comes in, the flash comes in, he peeks with it, but unfortunately the second player from NAVI wasn't blind there. I'm really liking the defense from Team Heretics right now.
Oh, it's looking pretty solid. I want to see what the response is, though, because they've got to deal with this early round aggression that's been garnering them space, and this is just sloppy. This is messy.
So much damage.
It's just passing out damage like it's free. You are lucky to be alive, Boo. 10 HP, and as same could be said for Mini Boo, only on 20. This aggressive start is being dealt with now. They're willing to challenge. They're willing to fight for this. NAVI getting a little scrappy here and taking a lot of that A space away.
I wonder if they're going to wait for more utility to come off of cooldown, or if they're going to brute force into A site. They also have... Oh, no.
Oh, the timing on that. I'm surprised either are alive, really. It's amazing. Yeah, both sides kept those players up. That just doesn't even feel right. But again, NAVI would love an opportunity to get a pick here, but Heretics do need to play a little bit carefully, dismantling somewhat of this stack. His paws have left them sweating long enough. I think they're starting to peel away from this.
Now is where we might see something a little bit slippery. As we see everyone holding the space towards A here, we're going to see them putting a little bit of pressure towards B, or maybe it's going to be an A fake, and then they're going to connect to B through the blue door and see if Sugetsu's able to get a pick here.
This is Benji Fishy's spot, though. The timing's everything. If this split is well constructed and well timed. Oh, that's clean from Benji. He knows there's more. He's got two already. Does get traded, but it's Shao and Artis. No easily recovered weapons either. This is difficult. And look where the spikes dropped. That's going to add insult to injury. Very difficult to get that back in hand. That could have been that maybe potential to pivot towards that A side, but no. Spike where it is. They got to try and swing it together. Lovely positioning from Heretics. Locking that one down and really getting a good grip on this game again. So I see Heretics look solid here.
They're not making any mistakes, it looks like. I feel like there could have been a really dangerous situation if that breach stun comes in at a little bit of a different angle and actually hits Benji there, and Benji's not able to take out those first two. We could have seen a completely different situation, especially if NAVI is able to get another kill or two. Then they have that rolling thunder still that they could have invested into the round to secure it. But now, I mean, we're so close to so many ultis for NAVI, we're probably going to see at least two of them this round.
Yeah, snowball round in hand. Artis has his, Angel's got his as well, but that's no real detriment to Heretics and their aggression. No fear to be shown at the start. Gonna take that space, get the ult orb in pocket. I want to see if they try and explore the map again. Look how versatile Miniboo's being. He is everywhere in this map. Early contact on A, cool, no worries. I'm off elsewhere.
Looks like they're just gonna, they see the investment from all the abilities on A lobby from the defense. Navi goes over towards C, gets that orb, pushes it back that space a little bit. I wonder if they're gonna go up a little bit more to break the trip or camera or anything like that, but it does look like they wanna go and reclear A, knowing that usually when the defense takes A, they just leave it open or leave one player there because there's no real good spots to play it from.
Okay, so clear of rubble using Fish. Ult, and now it's on Boo. How do you respond to this? Do you call for support now? Are you expecting this to be a fake? This is a really bold assessment from Boo if he decides to not rotate on this. You can see the Heretics want information, right? That's what they're trying to prioritize. Where the hell are NAVI? Because they haven't carried on that trajectory. They showed a little towards A, but there's no follow-up. There's no commitment behind it. So once again, Heretics are in the right place here.
30 seconds
Incredibly
left.
good reads, and we're getting late. This is where it gets scary, because Heretics now, with that little bit of utility investment, can actually do so much damage. Miniboo tries to go forward. He does do well, but it's Benji Fishy who tries to join him, and maybe NAVI get gifted a chance here. 15 seconds, though. What does NAVI do? Re-ents? Okay, they're just walking smokes here. That's not going to work against NAVI. It got so down to the wire there, but NAVI just played it patiently in the end.
Only one ultimate used there for Navi as well. They get 4 in this round, and they can get great combos as well. We've got Lockdown plus, you know, Brimstone ulti combination. You have Rolling Thunder with the Brimstone. You have Rolling Thunder with the Showstopper. So there's so many combinations that we're going to see something coming out here. And I'm actually disappointed from Team Heretics. It looks like they're so good with their gambles.
Yeah.
And they're down to like 25 seconds left in the round, and they go for that fight on C Mound. I feel like they were stressed for like information. Like, are they going towards A? Well, maybe we should fight this a little bit earlier and catch these guys. But I feel like if they just waited a few more seconds, they had a great like opportunity to set up a crossfire.
Absolutely.
Oh, they're going towards C. Great. We open the door. We have this crossfire on them. So, and then also Angel probably would have been using Thrashing to see sight. He's going to be, you know, not really.
Out of the round,
yeah, he's going to be disabled while you go open the door, shoot him in the back of the head. So I'm surprised that Team Heretics, with such good reads, like all the way up until the ending, that they chose to take that fight that early.
I'm with you, because it felt like they had that in hand almost. They correctly gambled after that fake towards A. Boo somehow kept his composure and didn't call for any rotations. And yeah, that slight re-aggress to take over Mount Control, maybe feeling they just wanted to offset the tempo a little, I can understand, but still, I felt like they had that in hand. So a little unfortunate in that regard, but it's NAVI to call the timeout here. So maybe an overall check-in, or also just what they want to be doing with this round upcoming, because this could be a nice swing round for them, buffer out the scoreboard a little bit with 2 rounds to the name so far, but with this many ults, how do they want to approach this? They've got plenty of options, as you said.
So many variables,
There's
yeah.
a million different combinations they could look towards here as to how they want to play it. But also for Heretics, this is just, can we be dangerous this round? We've got a bonus rifle basically, or like kind of a hero rifle on Rien's, the rest on Sheriffs, some very light investment around it. They have a couple of ults of their own and very nearby to getting some online. It looks simplistic from NAVI so far. And I'm seeing a walk from Heretics on the other side of the map. We're looking for value here. And that's some of it. Benji Fishy, brilliant. 1 is all he's going to get, though. The site will be theirs. Rocket gets posted, and he gets a reward. Food's gone down, and the flank gets noticed. Sugetsu was already on the case earlier here. Paranoia is probably going to cause him his death in this, but still, is there any more danger? Is there any more?
If Heretics gets 1 more kill here, Miniboo can invest that Showstopper, but it looks like they're already in for a little bit of either... Oh wait, is he popping a satchel to get fast movement? They do want to go for this.
Getting closer.
It's going to be difficult, but if they're able to get that first opening into the round and then pop that Showstopper.
But Artis's position is brutal to clear. He's just going to be playing this and he can slip back towards sight. Yeah, clearing Artis was the hardest part of this one. Good trade for Boo. He's doing some serious damage. It's not the dream that Navi would have wanted, but... Oh my god, Boo! Oh. Okay, that got way too close. Like, what? Boo, calm down. Like, he's hitting some shots, but Navi make it out of the woods, standing and alive, right? Now, Heretics have a similar prospect, I guess, as Navi did for the last couple of rounds. They've got every single ult available, and it's their opportunity to answer back. Can they stop the rot here? Because this could be a momentum-building round coming up, right? This could be 3 in a row for Navi. This would be a very big round to confirm. But full buy against full buy, plenty of ults on either side here. This is a critical round.
It's critical for both sides. I think Navi really want to get this, and I like the investment of the Showstopper only last round, because typically, like, the Raze is going to be getting a lot of the opening kills, which means that they're going to build up their ultimate fairly quickly compared to other agents like Breach, that's like flashing for players.
Ooh,
Paranoia takes him off.
This is so, on a knife's edge in this round. Benji Fishy again. They've sped this process up, right? Na'Vi last time around would put a couple of fakes, going to show presence around the map, try and keep them guessing, put a couple of question marks here, there, and everywhere. This time we can see a lot more committed progress towards C early, but no big response yet from Heretics. They're happy to sit in this.
Heretics has been conditioning these C mound fights and traps a couple times this game, and Navi's a little bit scared of it. Great repositioning of the util by Benji there. Love that he had the foresight to see that this was going to come in. All the info from the Omen teleport there as well.
This looks... Again, they've got to let Na'Vi sweat here. If you're Heretics, you can't over-respond.
Heretics has so many ults, they're not afraid to let Na'Vi make the first play.
Oh, and it's going to be towards B. And it's a very quick battle. Angel on the case, joined by Artist, and Na'Vi just collapsing Heretics. Rienz and Benji Fishy now feeling almost irrelevant to the round, so Getsu's been waiting here the whole time. Finally his opportunity, but Benji Fishy also has made it towards the site. Only good for one. Thought he might have had a little more there for himself, but Rienz with 13 seconds, it ain't much time to play with. He hasn't got the position, and Na'Vi bulldoze their way in towards that B site, and it works out so well.
And that's got to be hard. Like that's a pause right there for Team Heretics. That's got to be a timeout from the coach. Hey, we got to talk about stuff because we just burned 3 different ultimates into this round towards, Na'Vi. They used none, and they lost the round off of it. Like you can't have your gun round after doing an eco. You pop 3 ultimates against 0 ultimates and lose the round. That's just like the coach has to come in and say like, yo, like this is what I see is going on. You guys have the pretty good reads. And listen, like when we're sitting here as casters, as viewers, we get to see the map. We get to see exactly what's going on, and we get to see that Team Heretics is in the right spot. But the players, they don't have all that information. They're doing the right things, but then they like second guess themselves towards the very last second, and then they do a misplay, which catches them off. Maybe the coaches are realizing like, hey, like you guys are set up. Just, take a deep breath when you're in these situations and just stick to the plan. Because if you just stick to the plan, things are going to work out in your favor. We have the information. They don't.
Yeah, it's pretty evident. Hopefully the coach can check in with them because you're right, it's a very unique scenario where you're watching a team, by all accounts, being in the right place after a couple of fakes. Na'Vi being hard to pin down early round, showing presence everywhere, putting a couple of question marks across the map. And Heretics either matching the rotations well, Mini Boo's been everywhere correctly. You've seen them stacking correctly. You didn't see Boo call for too much support towards A, but it still falls apart, right? And that's the bit that's baffling as well.
Well, that takes us back to what we were saying beforehand about the win conditions. Na'Vi is going and disrupting the retake. We haven't really seen Team Heretics going for those 4v4, 5v4, 5v5 retakes. It's been disrupted. Na'Vi there pushing through the link before anything could happen.
Yeah, and now do we see a pace change from Na'Vi? Do they try and go for something a little bit more one-dimensional? I want to see how they come at this, considering they've just had that timeout, but again, they are up against Sheriffs and some odds and ends, so maybe they want to be a little bit more careful. And as it stands, Na'Vi once again kind of testing the lay of the land itself, and it should be a relatively passive start to this round, as Heretics just taking their time. It seems like they're more just having a chat towards spawn, which, take the time out, don't blame you. Wow. It's a big investment here.
And all just to secure the round, I mean,
yeah, why not? Yeah, if it gets you the round. Have to wait to see the outcome. Highly likely. As Plant's going to come in, Na'Vi should be able to finally tip the scales to get the lead in their hands here.
Mini Boo should bait a little bit, see if his teammates can get some kills. He has got the showstopper after.
Let's see what he wants to achieve in this already, though. First man down. It doesn't feel like that might be the play already, though. I hear the investment, and I see it working. Heretics going to find 2. Na'Vi now on red alert. They've got to be careful here. Already, Sugetsu and Xiao going to take them away from that spike. Keep this safe. Boo couldn't quite find the play-in on this one, and they're desperately trying to get towards this. Odds going to come in. They're drawing a lot out, but still, the round is looking set for Na'Vi. Boo can't do enough. Oh, and Sugetsu letting them know a little bit there. Okay, Na'Vi taking the upper hand now. That's 5 to them.
They had to burn a couple of ultimates to win that round, Na'Vi, but I don't even think that's the worst thing because Team Heretics is traditionally like pretty strong on their defense, and if Na'Vi is able to kind of min-max how many rounds they can get on their attack, it's going to make the rest of the game so much easier for them to close out. They still have this lockdown. They haven't used it at all, so I wonder what we're going to see with it. Is it going to be like a real hit or a fake? But yeah, big investment from that showstopper again from Mini Boo, but this is another time that they use it and can't convert. It's got to hurt.
Yep, 4 to 5. Na'Vi now in the lead. And a pace change. Look at the pressure towards Mound. Do they follow this up, though? They're willing to scrap on this one. Boo certainly was. He's going to find Zipan, but Angel's got the trade. And again, you're going to start seeing the Na'Vi. Do they stick to this? They certainly are now with Rien's going down. Got to be a little careful to not overdo it, but not falling for any of this early round aggression. If they are, they're willing to meet it.
Oh yeah! Monster on the move!
They're taking no... Oh my god, I was going to say they're taking no risks, but Miniboo over-delivering almost, but it's a 3v2. This is difficult, but not impossible. Trying to...
Where's position?
Yeah, maybe trying to slow him down a little bit, allow for rotations from Benji, but...
You should run.
Yeah, lockdown's coming to play. They've got so many of these ults to run through, or at least had. I think Angel's got his back to play with. Oh my god! Food with the drive-by. Angel's head's going to be ringing after that, so got to get out of there. But still, bringing it back to a 2v2 is fantastic.
Smoke's down.
Benji does have a hat to use if he goes through the door, but it looks like he's going to go straight through Waterfall on this retake. Fresh smokes. It's going to be another 10 seconds before they get to go through.
Molly as well. Really, really difficult to try to approach from that manner. But hey, here's the adjustment.
There you go.
This is what you were asking for. Sugetsu, does he stop it before it starts? Not yet. Information coming, they know where they are, and that's a very spammable box. Fu gonna deliver the punishment towards Xiao, expecting the readjust. Excellent read from Heretics on the playback in. Good work from both of them there, playing to their strengths. Foot finding that little fadeaway on Angel was ridiculous as well to bring it to the 2v2, but still, Heretics matching the scoreline back to 5 apiece.
It's one of those classic, like, look over there things, you know, but I really like how, you know, there was enough time left on the Brim smokes, and this is kind of like how smokes can kind of work against you. If you lay down your smokes, you hold the smoke, and you're gonna have the advantage with a player coming through it, but you're denying yourself the information. People aren't gonna run through for those, you know, 10 seconds. You gotta be staring at it the whole time. Gives them time to rotate around, open the door, get the hat off onto the dead players, and then with that information, now it's just like they have the upper hand coming in for the retake.
Okay, it's a step back into this matchup because those 4 rounds back-to-back would have been motivation crushers for Heretics. Do they get the right read again? How does Na'Vi decide to paint this round? What's their approach looking like? Going to clear the utility, and now Benji knows he's in trouble. He's got players left, right, and center, and Zipan outdoes him. Sight under the Na'Vi control. They're going to get the plant off the back of this. Nothing to deny that, so time's on their side, and what a pace change, too.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of like very fast plays. You would think you would see it when you have the ultimates, and then here it comes with just guns.
That's all they need, apparently. But now we can see Heretics on this retake that we've kind of famed them for a little bit here. Miniboo trying to be set into motion, but Angel outdoes him. How's he gone away with that? And Heretics just trying to put bodies on the side. They're going to get traded out, but the numbers just so favorable for Na'Vi, and they're just not letting them through here. Rien's. It's going to be a valiant attempt. It needs near on heroics at this point. You can already see that Molly trickling through. He knows the time's up. Na'Vi right back in the driving seat. 6 to their name now. Lovely pace change there after Heretics finally answered back.
I think we're going to see a little bit of a slower round here from Na'Vi. Like maybe an initial, they take control. They want to get Zypan that showstopper and utilize that in this round. It's going to be pretty big. If they're able to close out 7-5 in this half, especially after losing Pistol, that's going to be a really big half win for Na'Vi.
Hands down now. Looking at the buy.
It's not pretty.
It's not nice. I'm looking at what Boo can even really get here. I think he's even deciding what he can get away with. The rest, yeah, Guardians, couple rifles, but there are Sheriffs. Yeah, that's all he can really afford in this. And on the other side, Sugetsu, even with the Operator, a whole new look in the last couple of seconds. And Miniboo trying to maybe hunt for another weapon, but just here's the rattling off a shot, and Na'Vi instantly take the B site. Wait, where's Boo gone to? Where's Boo gone to? Hello? Someone turn around and deal with Boo, please! They do, Artis. Oh god, he's under so much pressure. He's able to kind of like calm himself here, but that was so precarious. As we are into this 4v4 post plant. Still 2 rifles in hand for Heretics. That's Rien's and Miniboo. And Heretics gonna try. Oh, belting shot from Benji Fishy and a quick trade from Angel though. Not gonna let them go unanswered. Na'Vi digging their heels in. This would need a 1v3, now down to a 1v2, that left corner. Oh my god, no, what is going on here? Miniboo, relax a little. I don't think he's got time for this. He's running so low
Gonna have
on
to
it.
use the paint shells.
Yeah, I think he knows it. He's out of time here. Angel. Oh, come on. Oh, the mechanics are just filthy, but it doesn't matter. 7 rounds. He's a happy boy. Maybe he doesn't want to see that highlight again, but you know, rounds around.
You won the battle, but I won the war.
Literally, that was the most prime example of it.
I mean, throughout this entire half, we've basically seen that same thing that we talked about at the start of the game, though. Just Team Heretics, like the only real time that they get to play like a 5 versus 5 retake came down to a situation where they had 2 sheriffs in hand. And we saw NAVI just consistently disrupting them all throughout the time. So moving into the second half, I just don't even know what to expect from either team. NAVI is looking so on point when they get all these multi-frags. We've seen it from like multiple situations where they're just lining up and like 3 or 4 kills on Team Heretics happen in all like in one instant.
So 5-7 first half. Again, we did note that this is probably going to be one of the closer affairs. I think even the desk highlighted they feel it's going 3. Could very much be the case. 2 quite evenly balanced teams here. I'm glad to see the scoreline somewhat representing that even after the first half.
I love this usage of the Prowler, the Breach done ready to go on top of it. If it triggers, they're going to have her sight for free.
Yeah, sight control gained. Oh, nice paint shot there. That could be a bit of an issue. No. Had to get the plant down, took a bit of chip damage. Dizzy going through, clearing over towards Rubble. And NAVI kind of squeezing across the map. Some towards CT, some towards T. Benji Fishy takes a swing. Hits it, can't get away from that flash. Oh my god, okay. He does get closed down on, but there was a trade ready. Credit to Rienz to kind of almost overextend to get that, to bring that numbers advantage still to Heretics. Sight pressure comes in, yeah, that's... Heretics aren't losing this one. They are playing this push and pull until Shao pulls them apart. 2 back-to-back, no third for him this round. And Heretics pick up another pistol.
You know, we talk about if it goes whatever, 3 maps.
Yep.
I'm not sure.
Really?
I'm looking at this. I'm thinking Team Heretics needs to close out this map. I think if it goes to split, we're going to be looking at something a little bit scary. Team Heretics hasn't looked good on split at all. So unless they have a trick up their sleeves, they should probably like look to close out here. Navi's in a really good position.
I think it's 3 mapper.
All right, we'll see.
Fine. We'll see.
We'll see.
I'm a believer in this so far. But you're right. Split does add a question mark. When we were looking at the Veto, to be fair, there's like, ooh, Split coming in. You didn't want to take that one away, huh? All right, you've picked your poison, it seems. This round, I don't want to call it a throwaway, but let's see what those Sheriff's Frenzy Classic can achieve here. Quite difficult, but they do have the players in the right place for players towards that A site. Already seeing Sugetsu go and walkabout. So he can't really get to, well, I want to see what he can find here, or how far he explores, because obviously Benji Fishy on the other side is walking through C with no resistance, and Sugetsu is behind them. That's a player spotted. Hello, and goodbye. Boot's gone down, Sugetsu can just hit and run. That's all he had to do there. That's a huge amount of damage achieved, but the rest of the round gets very difficult with Benji Fishy taking so much space.
The full A gamble stack. They'll have the man advantage going through retake, but they don't have the weaponry for it. If the Breach Artist has full utility, that might be the difference maker. Info for Sugetsu. Keeps his life.
30 seconds left.
Time to rotate now for NAVI.
Spike planted.
Yeah. And a Guardian for Angel. I guess he got that off of Boot. They weren't... Huh. They didn't juggle that one away, but as it stands, that's a nice little pickup there. Gonna drop that one off. He's got plenty of util, Angel. This is gonna be sketchy. Paranoia, nice to offset the timing and tempo a little, keep them at arm's length, but NAVI starting to heat up here. Benji Fishy has fallen, they're down to 3 players. Suddenly this becomes a problem. Miniboo back to the wall, and NAVI flooding the site. High Dizzy comes in, Artist finds Miniboo. This is incredible from NAVI, but Rienz is still on the site, and he's not letting this one slip as best he can, but it's down to a 1v1. Oh, Rienz. That got far too close for what that was. An incredibly costly round for Heretics, but 7-7.
7-7, that was close. Again, another opportunity for a bonus round to clear up here. Navi doesn't have any ultimates here, but Rienz does. And that could be a really big thing here coming in.
I want to see the buy they go for as well. The Heretics. I'm kind of interested to see how far they invest into this.
Just get the Stingers. Drop the Sheriffs, get the Stingers. One thing I have to point out, though, is Benji. He's traditionally so strong, like a rock, and so important for these guys as we speed up here.
Yeah, pace change, and Miniboo's in danger. Does he get to live? I don't think he does. NAVI turning the screws here. Xiao and Zipan with the opening picks over towards Rubble. The control off the back. And Heretics are left in tatters. What a start from NAVI.
Off your feet!
Oh, look at Sugetsu again. How many rounds is he going to be behind them? Now, luckily for Heretics, it wasn't Benji Fishy who died. He's the one fighting back. Angel gets cleared close, and there's no trade available, nothing. That felt almost a worthless death to a degree, but okay, Zipan's still on the case. And it's down to Rien's and Miniboo. That
enemy remaining.
Oh, Jesus. Rien, you got another in you? A 1v3 this time, perhaps? 21 HP and a bit of a prayer. Zipan just needs to live. Rien's goes cresting that corner too deep. He's so vulnerable. He knows it. Elbow. Sugetsu. Yeah, not the only threat there. Artist was on the same angle, and NAVI.
So many ultimates used from Team Heretics this game where they weren't able to convert the round. And that's going to be just hurting so much for these guys. The amount of ultis, they haven't used them in the best situations, to be fair. So it's kind of on them a little bit. But if they were sharper with that, we could see Team Heretics in the lead a little bit. NAVI able to stop it. And Team Heretics has lost their pistol round leads. Basically, that's all it is, right? They have 4 rounds off the back of the pistol round.
Pretty much. And we go again. This time Miniboo with a little bit more freedom. Oh, Angel. What? How is Angel... I don't get it, man. I don't get it, man. All you gotta do is, I guess, click on the heads. That's it. It looked like Heretics were in the right place that time. And again, Angel just kind of left in no man's land. And then he gets bailed out by, I think it was like Showers there, a couple of others. That was incredibly well done to keep him safe like that. But now what are you meant to do? Benji Fishy, a 1v3. And I mean, the round's barely started. And look who's on the flank again. Sugetsu permanently.
My ultimate is ready.
Feeling it, Benji?
Will he use
What are you up to? If anyone can, Benji is one of those players who can. Hello, pace change. Taking it up. I want to see how he plays this. I almost wish I was just a spectator rather than caster. Because
Right?
It's interesting to see what he goes for.
Sit down.
Just do a watch party. Benji Fishy, what is the game plan here? Because I don't know why, but with him I feel things are possible, right? He's got a decent amount of time. Now, problems though, if we're going to talk about it. One smoke, push out, Molly, and you still got Artist with his utility. So they're coming well equipped, and not to mention it's Xiao and Artist. He kind of needs one here. And he's found one! Benji Fishy is playing this like a god. A 1v1, does he reposition? How does he want to approach this? This round is his canvas, and he can paint it how he wants. Xiao trying to close in. Time. You can hear it starting to tick here. The clock is on his side. 2 kills. It needs to be 3 for Benji. He hears the steps. Oh my. This guy's ice cold. This is so sick from Benji. That is so goddamn sick from Benji Fishy. What a Red Bull clutch from the man. Playing that to perfection.
All you have to do is call him out a little bit, and he gets, like, fueled up by it, right? He takes this personally. I haven't been playing well all game. All right, here's a 1v3. And I really like the position between everything, just the presence of mind to know about this push from Sugetsu. He's been doing it basically all game, both sides. Finds him, gets his hat, gets the last 2 positionings, and he plants for Mound. Once he plants for Mound, he positions himself elsewhere, and he's able to isolate those one-on-ones and just, oh, so squeaky.
That was real clean. Off to a stop, though. Zipan wants his name up in lights. He's going to get it. Lovely fall. The third. Go on, Zipan. And that's how you break their hearts. Zipan just takes the fight. Just takes the fight. He's like, oh, Benji Fishy, great. Hey, no, great clutch, dude. But I'm just going to destroy your whole team. So.
You get a clutch, I get an Andalusia flawless, right?
Like, look at this, dude. Ugh.
These are dirty kills from Zipan here. But one thing I don't understand is Team Heretics, they have not been doing very well starting the fights all throughout their defense half, and on attack, whenever they try these fast-paced plays, they're not winning them. They're playing it like they still have Neon, but they don't. And Miniboo's just getting caught.
See if Miniboo can activate throughout this, but gotta say it. We're starting to see a real heater between these two. Money's going to be humbled this round, though, as we're down to the Sheriff's bits and pieces. On the other side, Money's starting to become robust, getting a buy-in-hand almost here for NAVI. Look at those ults as well. Artis, not a million miles away. Zipan with his online. Angel, 2 off. Angel's got to be a little careful, though. As He has been caught out a couple of times. TP dealt with, and they're going to start trying to take that space.
I think Zipan's gonna invest his showstopper in this round. He's been so liberal with it throughout the game.
Any more? Oh, yeah, this is just so difficult to even witness at this point. 1 by 1. Rien's left with a ghost and a dream. Any upgrades around?
Not close enough.
No. It's quite tricky. That's players there.
30 seconds left.
All right. Still no upgrades here. I mean, okay, nice try. Nice try. Xiao, not allowing any fun to happen. You know, just no fun allowed. You need to calm down. We've had a couple of these rounds now where individually you guys are heating up a little bit more. We're gonna just calm this down. Speaking of calming down, Heretics calling the timeout. 8 rounds to the name. Navi starting to get into the swing of things. Economy starting to stabilize, starting to get everything they want here. Heretics need to come up with like a, the whole game plan of how they want to approach this. As you highlighted and as you brought up, some of those early fights are not going their way. They're still looking like they're trying to play with that neon, yet they don't really have the neon. They're starting to struggle in certain areas here. Do they need to completely change the approach, change the tempo? What would you be doing?
I think they need to change the tempo here. I think they're going way too fast at the start of the rounds. They don't have the neon. They can't really afford to get out and take the space that they need to with the raised double satchels. I think another thing that is happening here is Navi is winning all of these fights, these team fights, and it's usually like, again, 3 or 4 players all dying within 2 seconds. Navi is also going on walkabout pretty much every single round. So as soon as they are able to take control of an area and with 0 resistance, they move up. Anytime that Team Heretics shows that they're heavy in one area, then Navi pushes on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah.
So Team Heretics, if they're able to clue into this, then what they could do is they could punish Navi for pushing and getting all that deep space because they know where Team Heretics is or isn't. They can punish that, slow down the pace, let Navi make the first fight, and then they can re-execute onto them.
Okay, let's see if they can maybe do that.
Some key ultimates in play. We got Rolling Thunder for both sides. Might be a lot of players thrown into the air.
No one going for anything too risky here. Keep my eyes on Angel a little bit. Sometimes Angel does do weird things. But now though, relatively calm and composed, excluding Miniboo, who's actually got a fair fight against Xiao and sends him away in tatters. A little bit of a different look now. Heretics starting to really take control of that B side. Lovely trade to them. Angel does get one back, but the side should be, I don't want to say theirs for free, because there's still players nearby, and they're very aware of Miniboo's positioning, since he already showed towards Waterfall. And a deeper angle, as Sugetsu's got it. So yeah, a bit of a nuisance, but I like this pivot as well. Heretics opting for that A plant, which is probably the right call.
Navi has a little bit to work with, so they're going for it.
Oh, just Xiao now, 1v4. So a lot to ask of him. And I think he knows it, so.
He's just trying to look to do damage to Team Heretics economy and maybe see if he can build up some ultimate orbs. That's all he can really do here.
Yeah, and again, Navi did have that buy in hand almost, right? They decided to build up a nice buffer of credits throughout this. And Xiao, not really going to be played into, unless he can catch someone as they try and back away, but yeah, he's not getting what he wanted here. Miniboo still just close enough to potentially even catch him on the way down. Let's see if he can keep the rifle though. Yeah, I think for now, almost a stalemate there at the end. Really no good option for Xiao, but good pivot from Heretics, keeping on their toes.
I like how on that play, Miniboo, he missed the shot on the waterfall player, and instantly he backs up and hides, takes cover in his smoke, and just stays alive. Him being alive there is a threat. And as long as he's alive, Navi doesn't have freedom to move around. So good decision to, as soon as you miss your fight, you don't have to sit there and fight to the death. You can back away and reposition and stay alive.
B-site looking like a destination again for Heretics. They found something that works, but they put Artis here. Does have his ult. Stall off the back of Mosh, but they're going to disrespect that. Miniboo flying in towards the site.
They gotta go quick.
Back this up. Here comes the ult though, and here comes the retake. Xiao get the first. What? Miniboo connects on that. Takes away Xiao, but again, Angel does get a good trade. Artist on the follow-up. They're starting to suffer in numbers. Heretics not sitting so pretty now. That Spike yet to commit as well. Maybe holding back for another pick here. They need something. Oh, that wasn't pretty for Voot. Boo's gonna trade it, but still. A little bit of a stalemate here. No one feeling comfortable yet. Miniboo trying to find a little bit of safety. We can see where these Na'Vi players reside. Sugetsu waiting, chomping at the bit. The timing, not good enough. I thought he might have had that there on towards Boo, but still, Artist fancies a go, and he's gonna win it now. Boo, have you got a 1v2 in you? A bait on the door here. Actually committing to it.
You watched Benji Fishy do this, he's like, I got this.
Oof.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
This is tough, this is tough. Yeah, near an impossible. Zipan and Artist making sure that spacing was real close that time. You know, really tightening those screws up. But this will be 11 for Na'Vi, so I've got to say as well, you could be stuck on 10 for a while, but once you see 11 on the board, that is brutal. If anything goes wrong, if they get that snowball round, 12's kind of locked. Ugh. I don't know if Heretics found that complete solution yet. They found a good look towards that B side, but I don't think it's fixed all the problems they've been having. But they've got plenty of ults to play with here, Josh. They've got the Showstopper there, they've got the Nightfall, they've got, you know, the TP and Boo, but still, they've got a lot to play with.
Hey,
but
don't knock the TP, because that TP gets you really valuable information that can target with the Nightfall or target with a Showstopper.
You're saying it's as valuable.
I'm not saying it's as valuable,
okay, well,
but it's like...
Thank you for that caveat.
Okay, you're welcome.
Well, let's see how valuable it is. Already, you can see the pressure mounting towards that A side, and it looks like they want to follow this as well. They want to commit behind this side. They've already put one of the players into play. Zipan, a shot in the dark, and it's worked out. Good trades over Heretics until Xiao. Showstopper finds nothing, but Artist does. And this is just a brawl, straight up brawl. And now just one man left to control this round is Sugetsu. They haven't progressed past this area. Oh, and they line up, Jesus Christ. Sugetsu, the ult gonna be invested, he swings. It felt like there was a chance. Even my heart stopped for a second. Rien's had to be careful there, but still. 10 rounds, double digits made. They're keeping up.
There are 2 round points in the game that are the biggest tease ones. The first is the 9, because the 9-3 curse and everything.
Sure.
The second is 11, the amount of games that will be up 11-3, 11 whatever, and then 13-11. You're not there yet. Clinch that OT first, but Team Heretics is not giving up without a fight and getting a little bit cleaner in the rounds.
Yeah, but I'm scared though, because Navi is so close to a snowball round themselves. You got 1 off for Angel's ult, 2 away for Xiao, 1 off for Sugetsu, and then suddenly it all becomes so much easier to get that 1 round that works. And it's not like Navi have been slouching. They've been, I mean, by scoreline they've been leading, and also by tempo and everything else. It's just been a couple of good responses from Heretics. Ult gonna come in here. Miniboo's gonna try and close the gap towards the site. Gonna get what he wants here, as Navi have to respect this. They have to sit towards CT, but look at where they are going. Massive flank on the way.
They have Showstopper up again as well, and Thrash.
But out of all the players you want to maybe avoid, Benji Fish is one of them, such a clutch little player, and he's already found Angel. Good trade for Xiao, clean from Rien's, and avoids the Showstopper. That's a big card away from the deck. There's now 3 remaining. What could Sugetsu, Artist, and Zipan do? Still got rifles to play with, so it's not without threat or danger. But the paranoia is going to slow down the play through Waterfall. Offset the timing a little. You can see the Heretics getting more and more comfortable in towards CT. You can see the flank even coming from Miniboo. Oh, and the timing just as the turret went down. Miniboo isolates Artist. And they're just being torn away as Sugetsu falls. The final hour, Heretics are starting to look better and better for standing. Josh, they've got a lot going for them here, but that snowball round is almost online for Na'Vi. They've got 3 key ults for themselves.
Na'Vi cannot let this slip away, but their economy has got to be in shambles after that.
Yeah, what are they at? 3.6, 2.8?
Yeah, they bought, I think they might have invested too much in the previous round, but it's just one of those situations where what can you do? The thing with Na'Vi is, the scoreline's only this close because they lost both pistol rounds and the follow-up rounds. So they started essentially 4-0 down. Yeah. So this is 11-7 in terms of gun rounds. So Na'Vi needs to make sure that they're, getting as many of these gun rounds as possible. And this is where the decision comes in. Are we gonna be trying to half buy? Are we gonna force buy? What are we gonna do? Well, they can still play for the OT. they can do a light buy and then try to see if they can win. And if they're in a winning position, they can pop the ults. They could do a force buy with light shields and Vandals on some players.
What would you pick?
I would probably make sure that I could do a full buy the next round and just buy whatever I could that makes it a winnable situation. So if that's like light shields plus stingers or sheriffs or whatever like personal comfort is, I'd probably look to do that where I still have enough money reserved so I could do a full buy the next round. And then I look to keep the ults. If there's a perfect opportunity to use them where I can just drop them and swing this, I do that. Otherwise, let's dump it all on that last round. Go for that OT, because once you're in OT, it's all gun rounds.
Yeah,
and that's
true.
where Navi's been strong.
I'm just nervous seeing Guardians and everything coming out here. This is a big investment from Navi.
It's a good Guardian map.
It is. It's just risky, but they feel they've got something. They've got plenty of ults to play with, and there's no subtlety, no secrets that they're going to hear these Guardians rattling off shots. Heretics should now know what they're facing on either side of the map, and opting against dealing with that aggression by Rubble this round. Oh, okay, so Getsu's got, that's, I mean, they don't know the level of success they've had, but that's the C side basically open.
Benji's got that hat as well. So everyone's gonna group towards A, and then Benji's gonna drop his hat on the body, get all that info. Once they realize nobody's A, boom, they're gonna speed up and go. Boo might even use his ultimate to get into the site. They know that that's free.
Yeah, Angel's seen them, but can he stall them out, or does he want to just play a little safer, wait for the support here, TP? Okay, towards the back side, commitment, yes! Okay, Boo's gonna commit to this one. He's got the paranoia too, that could be massive. 3 players on the other side here. Oh, no! Boo's made an absolute blunder! And Zipan now with an opportunity, Boo trying to make up for this one. And yeah, they've got to scrap this out, they've got to secure that side because there's a rifle left down and open and available. Angel's got his ult, everyone's got ults here, Shao as well. Angel dipping down on his own.
They gotta get out of a tree, they know that.
They're scrambling.
Yeah.
Maybe the ult's enough that it's, you know, too much of a threat for 20 seconds. They're now walking into such a risk here. Oh, jeez, this is... Yeah, this is where it could go terribly wrong. I don't think that's going to affect the plant. It doesn't. A double face towards CT. Heretics picking the right fights and Shao in a really difficult situation. Benji there, they just about pivot in time, but man, that got so dangerous.
That got so dangerous, and I'm so surprised that Navi actually drops the Brim ulti there. It's like, there's so much time, you're not gonna get the kill with that. There's so much time to get off, get somewhere else. You're not gonna get the kill. All you're gonna do is stall a little bit, but you still have a 2-on-3. What are you actually stalling for? You need to get like one more, find out exactly where they are, maybe invest a Thrash first.
Yeah.
Oh man, but I mean, this is it. This is, Navi still has 2 ultimates to use.
True.
That's pretty much all the ults we're gonna see this round.
Deep breaths, folks. This is the key one. Turns the Flash Angel up for the challenge. So Getsu drawing the eyes here, but...
Man, don't get caught in the open again, Angel.
Oh, Angel. He's still... Look who's behind on door! Mini Boo has just right up the guts through B. There's another player, there's Benji Fishy. They pivoted, they split in this final round. They had no idea this was coming. Heretics, this is heaven sent. What a beautiful readjust. Just toying with Navi's expectations on the round. I want to watch this round back no matter which way it goes. And now Shao and Zipan are left reeling after that start. Still got some utility, sure, but they've got bodies against them. 4 players waiting. Zipan, a chance. Oh, brilliance from Zipan. 2 big picks and now a fair, even scenario. And through the smoke, it just fades. Heretics in the final round there, pulling off some magic. Josh, I don't know if you caught it, but that little adjustment straight through B was absolutely nuts.
Yeah, I didn't even catch that myself. I was so focused on, like, is Angel gonna get caught in the open here? He's died a couple of times in this area. He's got his Thrash. He can't be here again and die. So, oh man, I mean, Team Heretics, they gotta be happy about turning that one around at the end.
Yeah, Navi are gonna be kicking themselves, I'm sure, but it was meant to be a close game, and it was 13-11 in the end. And we've split next. Don't go anywhere.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Lord Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on down second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
I was doing root things and parents were like limiting me from PC as a punishment. And Bo was like defending me and like saying that I have a lot of potential and there is esports. He was like kinda explaining it. When VALORANT came out and then suddenly I got a new PC. Bo told me there's a lot of potential in VALORANT, it's a new game, just play VALORANT, you're gonna do good. When I hit 16 in July, there was VCT quals at the same time. And you can play VCT quals back then from 16. So like on the second quals I could play. And Boo at the time got kicked from Giant. So we built up a mix. I played my first official. I was legit shaking. I couldn't think. I threw the game. But then we play the next tournament and we beat Prime Gambit 13-4. And instantly the Russian team invited me, and that's how I signed my first contract.
And I'm so glad Mini Boo is here with us here in the Riot Games arena. Boo is so real for that, believing in his brother. I've got PM and Ash back with me here. Heretics, I feel like, deserve so much credit for what they did on that map.
Yeah, I have to praise them because it's really a show of a top team in Europe right now. They had to change their team comp, we talked about it, and they did so, and they had plans all the time. On the defense, on the attack, they were trying. It wasn't perfect, and it's typically something you can expect from a team that is changing the team comp and the agent comp, but they were trying all the time, and they were getting in a fight with NAVI in clutches. And into the chaos, they were winning clutches, they were winning rounds, which is what you want to do to win a match against NAVI, especially an elimination match, a knockout round. So I'm very impressed because it's a fight that many teams lose against NAVI in those circumstances, and they were here, all of them.
Yeah, I think that both these teams, they do thrive in that chaos as well, but when you also look at Heretics, I feel like that's where they almost come to life, where they have the opportunity to kind of micro for themselves a little bit more and isolate a lot of those fights. And I think that the change over to the Raze there for Mini Boo was a huge difference maker with the impact that his utility was able to find, whereas previously on the Neon, it became a little bit lackluster because a lot of teams started to read into it and expect where he was going to be using that.
I mean, we heard teams talk about this. Zaysh even said it on Twitter. You are forced to adapt when you play this many games in such a short amount of time. And it does feel like Heretics, maybe even they felt like they were forced to change things up. And it sounds like you both really liked the fact that they managed to adapt.
Yeah, it's an achievement. And it's true, Ash is really on point to say, it's the moment you thrive the most, it's the clutches for NAVI. And when you beat them 13-11, it means that you're on top. It means that you're into the match and you're able to do many things that other teams were not able to do, just like Fnatic.
I mean, one does not simply beat Xiao in clutches this many times, I feel like. So props to Team Heretics, but it's not over yet for NAVI. Let's take a look at Sugetsu in the AIM Labs warm-up, because they do have an opportunity to bring it back, and they will be able to try and bring this back on Split, their own map pick. I know what you guys said about how, they could lose their own map pick, but for me, this has been so good for them, Ash. This has been one of the maps I feel like they might even be the best in our region for.
Yeah, for NAVI, they have looked decently good on Split, but both these teams also got taken out on Split by BBL as well. And I feel like we did see, a strong scoreline up against Carmine Core for the likes of NAVI. That was a 13-6 to close out that 2-1, but that also came down to Zippen having an insane scoreline. He started out, I believe, the first half on that map. I think he ended the map actually 17-8. So it was an explosive individual performance from Zipan, and overall, we can't necessarily always rely on that type of breaking power.
I'm really afraid for Fnatic, for Heretics, sorry.
I'm afraid for Fnatic
for
as well.
Fnatic too, but it's tomorrow. I'm just getting on the match right now, and it's true that now that NAVI is being led 1-0, it's their wall, it's their back, against the wall, and that's the moment they are the most dangerous, and that's the moment they were able to pull out the clutches. It's like psychological for them.
Well, let's take a look at the agent select here. No, nothing too weird, but Wood is moved over to the Viper here. I thank God. That Brimstone, what was going on? I didn't want to see that Brimstone again, so I'm happy with this.
No, it didn't make any sense, but of course with Heretics, it's the fact that we haven't seen Wood actually on Split with this team either, and they lean into a much more traditional double controller composition with this, especially starting out on that defense first, having Wood be able to slot into that Viper instead of the Brimstone. He's got to slow down somewhere. He's already got 5 agents on his belt. You don't want to add a 6th.
Yeah, they're always winning with this NAVI, and they have a double initiator combo to make. Like you find someone with a Prowler or with a Recon and you stun him with Artist and you have the race to jump onto it. So they were not able to do it on Lotus. Sometimes they were blindly stunning positions. And the idea is really to put utilities on top of players, not on top of space.
Well, this is the thing, Navi, they've been in these positions many times before and they have prevailed. It's time to jump into Split with your casters and I can't wait to hear Steel to say something nice about this match.
You might be waiting a while, Sue. I'm trying. I'm trying with him. He's, you know.
You know, the last 3 times Team Heretics played this map, they lost.
Thanks, Josh. Appreciate that. Focusing in on this, though, with that in mind, because it actually does segue nicely into our point. Clearly a very favorable map for Navi in this head-to-head here.
Yes.
There's no two ways to put that. It's a very clear-cut affair. Is there any caveats that you want to be looking now towards Heretics with that could potentially change that opinion? What are you looking for here?
So I'm looking at Woot on the Viper instead of Breach. I like the Breach comp more, but because they've played and lost every time on different comps, I'm liking that they're changing something up to maybe throw Navi off a little bit.
Well, fingers crossed. It's quite hard to throw off Navi, though. You know what I mean? Unless you do something really weird. But we'll see. Proof's in the pudding and all that. For now, Navi starting out on the attack. Heretics on the defending side.
Poison's off.
And no real hurry to start things off with. Angel calling for that re-smoke towards Melrim. And Heretics just going to be going through the motions here, but Woot's in a little bit of trouble if he's not careful. There's plenty of players towards mid here.
This much time, and Woot still has middle control. It's going to be great info, and Boo's just jiggling at B main. He's going to back up. He's probably going to drop a smoke in the middle of the site and play off that trip.
This is super patient from Navi.
Navi, yeah. I mean, the same thing as Lotus. Kind of like, should we go this way? Nah, let's go back the other way.
I do hate saying the phrase Navi-esque round when it just gets to 30 seconds and they've gone nowhere. But they've at least got mid control, right? So they've paid the couple of steps. They got the shoulder being checked from Boo. No surprises.
30 seconds left.
But they are in a little bit of a predicament here because you can't really back from the site. Can they at least play the life for Heretics? Rien's absolutely can't. Effective trades for Sugetsu. Sight's theirs, but a quick rotation. Again, just back and forth. And the numbers are very favorable for Na'Vi. They have no idea about Xiao either, surely. Yeah, well, now they do. Minibu's gone down. That's going to be a very clean plant coming in now. That's Benji Fishy. Trying to work his way over, but
planted.
Rough situation. Lots to clear. Very tricky for him to find any viable step forward.
We said that last game. He got a 1v3.
Just don't feel it here, Josh. I don't know why. You know what?
Now who's pessimistic?
It's always been me. That's the that's the beauty of it. I'm a miserable git. Benji Fishy.
That's one.
Okay, don't stop. Benji, relax. Relax! No! No way. Time? Oh, thank you, Xiao. There we go.
Hey, whose side are you on?
No one's. Na'Vi with the first hit. Oof, that was fine. That was fine the whole time. I don't know what you mean. Yeah, not even close.
For a team that's as good as they are on defense, I'm surprised that in that round, after Woot gave up vent control and all of middle, basically, and they had 3 players towards A, I'm surprised that the 2 B players, that's Boo and Mini Boo, didn't kind of, oh, sorry, that was Rien's and Boo. I'm surprised they didn't try to play a position together, whether that be B Heaven and give up B main, or play in B main together and give up B site.
I feel a little bit late almost to try and respond. There was no safety to play from when you're in that predicament.
Hello. Nice little ad right there.
Hey, look, I do want to see, right, stat-wise, have more classics been, like, used since the bundle came out? You know what I mean? Like, is there actually just bundle strats these days?
I mean, classic's pretty OP.
Hey.
Used to be better, but...
True. There we go, double drop. Jesus. Okay, I mean, maybe...
Like I said.
Maybe I need the Heretics bundle.
Free gun, by the way.
Yeah. Which bundle did you buy?
None.
There's no way you didn't buy one.
You would judge me if I told you which
No,
one
I want to judge you.
No.
You need to...
I'm
judging
judging
your
up.
stream?
I'm judging
No,
up.
I'm going to go watch your stream. I'll put the VOD on. Someone could let me know. I'd really appreciate it. For now, Na'Vi going through the steps here pretty comfortably. A little bit of a threat up towards Heaven. Artist took a little bit of damage, as did Sugetsu. Hold on, this is getting really dangerous. That's the spike drop. Oh, come on, Heretics. What is this? What is this? Miniboo just had to live for a second longer and it all worked out well. That is not the round I expected Heretics to be winning.
Well, if you get the Team Heretics gun bundle, I guess
you're good.
I guess you're gonna get a couple of classic kills that's gonna help swing the round, and that's gonna be a big swing round for Team Heretics.
Yeah.
Navi still gonna be able to purchase some Vandals here, but sheesh.
Which one did you buy?
Well, I'm about to get the Team Heretics one.
I just...
My Europe account, I have none. No, skinless
Okay,
on
well,
it.
I'm not being specific about the account you have no skins on, am I? Are we just, you know... I bought the Sen one. And I feel disgusting being an EMEA caster, buying the Sen bundle.
You fell for the Zelsis trap.
Oh, a bit of marketing and I'm all theirs. Yep. You know, they also won the event, so it felt right. So get to with the first pick, though.
On screens.
Not bad.
It's pretty good considering they only have a couple of Vandals here and the rest are working with pistols. Zepan's gonna not be able to get that because that's across the map.
And you can see that Navi like what has been achieved early here. Drifting back towards the A site. Now, I would say a little bit of an addition. Benji Fishy is on this side of the map and he's normally quite good at holding this down if you roll your minds back some way. However, vision is limited. Only gets to have his eyes towards...
Where are you?
Around push and the paint shell solid. I'm surprised he even tried to go for that, but he did try and stick around for a second longer. Actually, the drop. Gonna make it a little tricky. Gonna catch Zipan on the cross, and the spike's not been ferried over safely yet. Flash towards ramp, identifies no one, so they know they can start building back in through ramp. Plant's gonna come down. We've got a little bit of safety to play with, but not a lot. Keep in mind, there's still Frenzies, still Sheriffs, sorry, that's Shao and Artist. This isn't a comfortable round yet. So we get to looking to maybe leverage that a little with Shao. The angle, oh, the timing, the paranoia looking good. Oh, Benji and Boo, the timing. A little unfortunate for Shao and Sugetsu as Angel trying to play on the side just gets swung on Heretics. Clean on the playback here.
I think all of that, the entire round was so ill-timed from Navi there. First starting with, they put up the Viper wall, like about 5 seconds before they were ready to go in. They used the haunt and then the grenade, the paint shells into spawn and all that stuff. But by the time that they're able to go into sight, the wall's dropping because it was just so disjointed. And then again here, they're setting up a play for ramp. They're gonna send the paranoia up as soon as the Viper wall drops, but they wait so long to do it that, you know, they haven't re-smoked screens. Benji's able to get the side, the shot from the side, and you know they just have to be a little bit more proactive, and a little bit tighter with the timings, and just actually take the timings that they have instead of kind of waiting and popping stuff a little bit too early.
Okay, let's see if they can maybe tighten that up going forward here. Looks very all in. This looks very clear. And they've not met the same resistance, so Benji Fishy is not here. So you've got 2 new players this one, and Miniboo's got the trade after death with the paint shell. So Shao back and forth here. Zipan tilts it a little further, but it was Rians who was on the site early. The Boombot does... Oh, I thought he had Angel there, but no. Actually, Navi, in all the chaos, actually looking pretty composed, still with 4 standing. And Plant on the way, they've got everything they wanted. This little bit of a gear shift, this new look they brought out for this round has absolutely caught off Heretics, and only one there in the end for Benji. Good trade for Angel, and comfort being found in really all that chaos.
It's almost as if Team Heretics got this like false sense of confidence at the end of the last game as they close out the last few rounds there. Yeah. And they're like, oh, I'm feeling it a lot right now. So what we're seeing here is they're kind of bleeding out as the round progresses. Miniboo first, he goes through the Viper wall, he gets his one, but he goes down. Rian's still in the site. We're not seeing them fighting together from multiple different angles. We see it, one goes, then he's dead. Then another goes, then he's dead. It's like a gladiator style where it's just like, we gotta do something together, boys. I love this stun line.
And is there a reward? Zipan at least going to be played up, but you get to work off the back of this. 2 towards Vents here. Benji Fishy, the one towards Heaven. Zipan. Okay, yeah, he's got that. Benji Fishy goes down. That's B-side on a platter. TP commitment from Boo. Wants to try and keep some control here. Avoiding the utility towards back of the side, but this is hard to avoid, right? Oh, but he plays ahead of it. Perfect. Tries to go for the follow-up, had to do something, but it's allowed for time. Wood's now been able to get over towards the side of the map, so Angel and Sugetsu trying to bank on the ults coming in here. And Sugetsu's just kind of giving himself nothing to... Oh my god, come off it. Oof. Why do I always feel things are possible with Sugetsu? It's just like he'll just do something. It's like, oh, well, I guess you're going to win that 1v2. Not now. Actually, Heretics continue forward. And I just feel between these two, it has been, I don't want to say sloppy, that's the wrong word, but it goes from like 0 to 100 in such weird, like, installments almost.
The timing is definitely off, not just in terms of like an individual micro, hey, I'm putting my wall up too early. It's like you're expecting this like slow build-up, but then it's like, oh, it suddenly explodes and busts, and you're like, okay, well, I wasn't really expecting that. That was a bit, yeah.
It's a little odd.
It is weird peaks and valleys in terms of pacing and everything from the teams and from when they choose to explode.
Yeah, and actually, his boots are going to be put on red alert and on notice early. Nice starting damage. Can't quite close down on that, but considering the buy they've got, you're looking for any of those small benefits. Again, going with Frenzy, Sheriffs, Spectres, Guardians. Rian's going to... Ooh, I think he saw at least... I think he saw 2 players, if not 3, possibly.
Might have caught a second at the very tail end, yeah.
Not sure if he quite caught the third, but regardless, you're kind of in the right setup for this if you're imagining it that way, as BenjiFishy can somewhat solo out towards A comfortably. TP gets put towards the backside. Boo, trying to play off his life here. Actually, that Paranoia did really well to slow down that ability to close, but the flash was good, but Rian's on the bailout. Offsets the timing on the push towards Pillar as Xiao now trying to close down on this. Beautiful utility to clear through on the side, but it's still a 3v2. Mini Boo and BenjiFishy still alive, still kicking, and now it's just one. Ult gonna come into play. He knows both are on towards the site. How do you want to approach this? He's been clutched before. Planted. Does he have the chance to clutch up again now? He's such a good player with these sort of scenarios.
And neither of them have 150 HP.
Who's the first? Sees nothing. What's one left? Remaining. He's waiting for that counter swing. Doesn't see it yet. Does he know where Xiao is? Not a clue, and Xiao's repositioned towards CT. Xiao's playing time, and time alone. And the clock is on his side. You can hear it ticking and ticking. BenjiFishy just needs to play it to perfection, and he can't this time. Xiao disallowing any of that, playing very safe in the end, just slipping towards CT. The right call to be made as NAVI now keeping the score within touching distance, 3 apiece.
It's a big kill here, big flank from Sugetsu up B heaven. Something that Woot was aware of, just missed his shots, I think, and that opened the round up for Navi to be able to get into the site, get the spike planted, get the great positionings, leaving Benji in that 1 versus 2.
It's totally reset the money as well, kind of flipping the scenario on its head. We've got the decent purchase out for Navi. They do have Zipan's ult ready to go. On the other side, a couple of ults, yes, but no weaponry to supplement it either. So down on the classics, Guardians. If they try and do something a little bit more creative this round just to try and offset that very severe lack of purchase. Already though, Miniboo's been found. So things not looking great here as Rien's popping off shots, hoping for a connection, but still they'd need something to really go wrong here as Angel steps up towards vents. Got to be careful.
We have the nice attacker spawn hold from Sugetsu, just in case anyone's kept going through walkabout. But we haven't really seen that from Team Heretics. They haven't really pushed through and flanked, done these big flanks at all this series, I don't think.
No,
it's
really.
usually like a Navi thing to do, but usually if you do it on your defense side, then you look out for it on your attack.
Yeah.
Sugetsu's a big player that does that. B site open.
Yeah, there was a gamble stack coming out from Heretics. Opted to go for this A approach, put all the players there. Didn't get a reward for it. So it will be a plant. What is the one to do this? They will get themselves in a very comfortable post plant. Any position they really want here, as Heretics are pretty much a mile away at this point.
I'd like to see Woot doing something with his Viper's Pit next round. He's had this for 2 or 3 rounds now. I think he's scared because Ipen has his Showstopper now. But it looks like these guys will go in for a little bit of a retake, maybe see if they can get some chip damage, upgrade some weapons. Oh, starts with 1.
Any more where that came from? The rest are in CT. Smoke towards main. They're starting to think about this one. BenjiFishy has given them pause for thoughts. Xiao gonna deal with the wave coming through though. Gonna find 2, even look for a 3rd. He's got 3. That's fine, no threat to the defuse now. They do get a rifle to walk away with, but for Navi, they'll be happy enough to take the round here. 4 to the name, taking the lead now. As Heretics need to get a grip on this game, and Navi need to stabilize a little themselves.
Well, every round so far, we've seen Team Heretics doing the same start where their Vipers basically just denying middle control for a period of time. But NAVI is so happy to go with these like late timings, these 40 seconds left, 30 seconds left, that they don't really care about this mid-timing thing. I think what Team Heretics needs to do is something behind that. So they're denying all this mid space from NAVI early, but they're not transitioning into anything for the late rounds. We haven't seen really any fights at B main. Last round, they were on an eco a little bit. We saw an A main push, but we haven't really seen a lot of extremity work. It's been really passive, but like not even fully passive. They've been bleeding out on the site trying to hold the site. We haven't seen any gambles where they're just ready to fast flood.
Okay. Well, a timeout for Heretics means it's time to potentially open up those options, isn't it? Maybe discuss going for some of those aggressive looks on the extremities with intent behind them, or problem is though, NAVI get the opportunity with a little bit more of a buffer behind them to just go for a complete switch up as well. They still have that ult in hand for Zipan. A couple on the other side too though, and as you said, even just prior to this, I'd hope to see maybe Voot invest that somewhere, opt that this is the round to do it, maybe see how that affects Zipan potentially as well and his. So
did Miniboot just send a satchel and spawn?
I don't know, but we've got a tech pause.
Well,
welcome, Josh.
The game's not a game without a tech pause.
No,
for
this is the
fans.
perfect opportunity for you to tell me which bundle you bought. I'm so glad that they did this.
Are we actually going to do this right now? Because
Wait, why is it such a big deal? Why is it such a big deal?
Oh,
thanks for the replay.
Oopsie. I wonder what he probably was like putting a headset on or something, accidentally dropped something on the keyboard. Oops.
There was a water spill. I wonder if that was Rien's. Oh, you can. Oh, the tissues are out and everything. Don't distract us. Bundle, Josh. Which one? What'd you go for?
I went for the Sentinels bundle.
Oh, you're as basic as I am. What the hell?
I love Zelsis.
Yeah. That's it. I love Zelsis. Brilliant. Thanks, Josh. Nice one. Yeah, I mean, this game just feels so close to cool still because it's like neither team is able to get that full, I don't say momentum behind them because that's such a wishy-washy term, right? It's kind of hard to quantify, but there's just, it feels like a lack of stability from both. But neither are complete slouches in what they're doing, right? There's a reason this is like a heavyweight game. It's just like round by round, blow for blow. But I do feel NAVI are getting closer to finding the tempo that's working here because I haven't seen any adjustments for that mid-take they've been doing every single time. They've been kind of getting their way in middle, whatever they want. There's not been a fight back, and as you highlighted, there hasn't been a fight for an extremity, so Heretics get no space to play for. So I'm waiting to see what they do because they did have the tactical before the technical, so hopefully they've addressed some of these problems.
It's still early into the half, but I mean, when you look at what rounds Team Heretics won, they won 3. Of those, one of them was an eco round where they got 2 classic kills to open it up, a sheriff kill on top of that, and then they were able to pick up a gun and close out. Then the next round that they win, I believe it was against like a Force or like an eco from NAVI, not a great buy. And then one more of the next 4 gun rounds, they picked up 1 of them, whereas NAVI got 3 of them. So NAVI, again, like last map, is doing really well when it comes to these gun round plays, and especially if they're able to use their ultimates. We haven't seen great ultimate usage from Team Heretics, and that's basically what we've seen throughout this entire series so far. So if we want to see Team Heretics start picking up more rounds, what I think we need to see is them sticking to what they do best, which is making sure that they're all alive for the retakes and having good reads on their defense to be at the right side at the right time and do these big team fights, big retakes, or big floods. And we haven't seen any floods, we've seen trickles.
Don't say flood and trickle after they've been spilling drinks all over the desk. You're going to encourage them. This is awful.
What are they going to do next? Pee themselves?
Okay, well, maybe not that far. You know, maybe we just get them like a little beaker, you know, a little cup or something, a little sippy cup. It's got to have a straw in it. They do have a lot of goods on the desk here. That does worry me. I'm seeing bottles here, cups there. Bloody hell. Rolling the dice, aren't they? We are getting back underway if you did.
Dangerously.
Yeah, apparently so. Coffee cups everywhere. Oh, dear.
I did a little bit of spill earlier, too. I swung around.
Really, Josh? They can't see my face, so you really just put that out there, huh?
I swung around, knocked that bottle of water, yeah.
Nice,
or
dude.
as you would say, a bowl of water.
That's exactly how I sound. Thank you so much for that. But we are back underway. Thank you for your patience. Apologies you had to listen to us for a second too long. I hated it as well. For now, though, we're looking for adjustments. Show me also. One, we got the ult from Voot, right? Perfect, cool. He's opted to invest in towards middle. Fine. Now, Do we see anything else on the map? Do we see any aggression on the extremities? Anything else to write home about?
I wonder if Navi is going to do something. It looks like they're posturing towards A, but are they actually going to hit and end A? Or are they going to do something where they backstab Woot? Or what are they doing? But they have that showstopper, and they do have Prowlers.
I'm kind of hoping they try and filter through that way, but really quick pivot coming out from Heretics. Already Voot's left his ult. You're going to be hearing the ults coming in from Miniboo as well. They're still getting really, really heavily invested. And they haven't really seen a body. They've seen utility. This is just going to be a shot in the dark. They're probably not going to connect either. Viper's Pit's dropped in middle. And now Rien's just middle of no man's land. NAVI just kind of like showed a little and Heretics absolutely bit onto it, but fortunately for them, Miniboo and Voot are hitting shots. It's down to Artis and Sugetsu. It is Artis who's got the spike, but there's no easy route for him here. Maybe looking a little towards screens for a moment, but those smokes are dissipating. The options are getting more and more limited. He's got problems up top towards Heaven, through towards CT, and it's clean cut from Heretics. I thought that was an overreaction there, Josh, but they had players in the right place.
That was looking a little interesting. I thought Navi wanted to kind of show that they had a lot of players there and then pump the brakes enough to make Team Heretics have a little bit of doubt of like what's actually happening.
Which kind of happened, right? That was kind of there.
It looked like a mini, like a little drizzle coming out. And well, basically that's what happened. But Team Heretics, they had more players. So like the first round that they were defending A site, it was only really like Miniboo comes out of Heaven and then there's Rien's in sight, and that's basically it. But now they have a third player as well, and that was enough for them to stabilize there with the 2 deaths for the 3 kills. That's all you really need to do on defense. Just make sure that you have like 1 more kill than death. Keep those numbers.
Now, early work from NAVI. Look, I don't know if Voot caught a glimpse just as that smoke was dropping. Seeing him call in the cam does make it seem as though that's the case. So NAVI now, do they get a challenge on this? I mean, Voot, how do you play this one?
Are they going to tether and paint shells him?
It looks exactly like that was the plan. He does get away with his life, and a lot of damage done in middle. Benjifishy only rewarded with 1 kill. Artis got the trade there. That's an upgrade available, but still, you look at what Xiao's walking away with is 3 HP. There. He is still alive. And you can see the stack from Heretics. There's 4 players on this side of the map. If they pivot through fence anywhere, I mean, Heretics, this is a real investment. Starting to doubt themselves. They're already starting to peel away Voot, but sticking around was Miniboo, Rien's. Oh, the shot not on there. Angel outdoes him, and little by little, they're working this out. TP to back of the site. Voot now having to gamble, take a guess.
30 seconds left.
How do you want to play this? And Navi aren't sitting pretty. Their HP is low. Angel 45, Xiao 3, Sugetsu 51. Boo and Voot split between the maps here. Split between the sites even on this map here. Boo's gonna hear all this. Does he get the timing? Right, he does. 13 seconds. They have to commit, and Boo's still here. Paranoia,
10
smoke,
seconds
TP. A lot of it, and they have no idea. Angel seemed none the wiser. The TP was taken, and Xiao is gonna have to be a hero. 3 HP and a Guardian. This is brutal for him, but at least he's got the time on his side, right? That is the only benefit to this.
Does Boo use his TP for info here?
He's gonna smoke it.
No.
Opting to smoke off Xiao.
Shadows traveling.
Smoke goes in. He's creeping a bit closer here. There's nothing you could have done. Vu with the right call in that regard. With Xiao being so low, his options are very, very limited. But again, that round felt wild to me. They stacked all their eggs in one basket, right, on towards B after that initial real contact here. 1-for-1 trade out pretty much. But the damage that was received towards NAVI was monumental.
It was monumental. I don't understand though. It feels like Team Heretics, when I watch them play this, feels like they don't know what they want to really control on their defense side. They're not even fighting for the sites. They're fighting for kind of like a lot through B Heaven, a lot at middle, and they're not really like securing good positions so that they can have like a really nice retake. It looks like they are doing this trickle thing. And in order to do this type of style, they do need to have that freedom of rotating through middle, getting from B Heaven through the vents to A and vice versa. Because if you don't do it like that and you want to be able to do this trickle style, or sorry, flood style, where you're just fighting all at once and coming out when the attackers are going in for the execution, if you miss that timing, then it all falls apart. And I do wonder if Team Heretics if this is a reason why we haven't really seen them strong on split all season, and not even just the season, like we saw it also going back to Madrid and even kickoff, they haven't looked strong, and I do wonder if this is the reason, and they're fighting for the wrong spots, and we need to see them start using different parts of the map more.
That could be an overall ethos change at that point, but 5-4.
I mean, it's really good for defense. You have 5 and you lost pistol.
Not bad. Not bad.
They can make something work.
Good. Now, as close as we are, who's going to tip the scales? Money's starting to run a little dry for the NAVI side, but still able to get a purchase here. One away for the ult from Artist. That could be on the cards. As already trying to prioritize this B main control. So get to on the other side of the map. Still going to keep them somewhat respecting that, but Artist not going to get what he wants at the start here. Again, going back to this mid take, possibly. It feels like they rinse and repeat.
To Team Heretics, they've done their job. They've stalled out long enough. Now they can give up middle, and then they can take it like an extremity. They know B main was exposed early in the round. They know they're losing mid now, so I think they're expecting it might be a B hit. Here comes the dog to reclear B main. They're going to get this information on the breach. Now they know, like, hey, it's probably a B hit, but they're not doing anything yet off of this. They're just standing around in the B site.
Which is a bit, maybe still second guessing themselves. This is where they are going. It feels like that when you go to invest the Seekers, they seem a little lost as well. But making their way through 2, going up towards middle.
B fake and go A with a Nightfall, I think. Nope, he's coming back. Sugetsu's coming back, sorry.
No, you're fine, yeah. I kind of thought it was as well. That would feel like the logical choice, but doubling down on this, I think the Nightfall will only catch 1. Not sure if it got the second there. No, it did. Okay, Miniboo got caught as well. There is a third unknown body, and Miniboo's in a lot of trouble. He needs help from Rien's desperately. Na'Vi, he's starting to flood on through. Zipan there, and Boo by his side, though, going to take away the tip of the spear. Turns around to look towards main. They know that's where Artist is coming from. And Angel outdoes Rien's. 10 seconds now, they clear back of the site. Site should be at least safe for the plot. Oh my god, safe for the plan. Yeah, all right. So get to make sure of that. As Benji Fishy just a little late, but this guy's pulled off 1v3s before. Don't know if it's even fair to ask it of him again, but he's going to give it a damn good go.
He's going to go for 1 kill first, then use the hat.
Oh, but the timing. Look at Artist repositioning. That's almost unfair. Tap on the spike to try and draw someone in. Clean. Perfect. Does he get another chance? Can he read the post plant? Not well enough. Artist, good positioning. Not much more to be done for him there. And NAVI flooding through heaven worked out so well for them. I was kind of in agreement with you that I thought it was going to be that pivot towards A, through the vents, kind of playing off the back of that. That felt logical, but even now they were still up to the challenge, even if it got a little bit dangerous towards the side.
It's like 2 things happening, right? You have the Na'Vi indecisiveness that we saw throughout Lotus as well, that they are kind of going to like one spot and then it feels like it's not one cohesive voice. It's like multiple people having different thoughts, and one person saying like, oh, we should do this, and someone else is like, no, I did this, so like, we should go back, and then, you know, that causes it to be so disjointed.
It does feel a little jilted, but we are seeing the Sheriffs going out to play. We've got 2 Vandals into this, which is with Boo and Miniboo. That's about it. As a quick mid-presence shown. No surprises in that, and it feels rinse and repeat. The difference is that Boo's actually gone walkabouts.
I like this from Boo. I feel like it might be a little bit too late to do this in the game, but this is a great reaction to have. Unless you do that. I mean, the theory behind it, but like if you stand there with your gun out, you're chilling. I think he was like focusing too much on his team.
Well,
blinded.
That's like the IGL brain thing there, when you just drop what you're doing and your job to start focusing on other things around the map as they're just bleeding out here.
Yeah, Na'Vi will be grinning with this round. Probably the most comfortable round they've had in a while. And as much as it sounds silly, credit as well to Artist to being on the point. We haven't seen that B main control at all, really. We haven't seen that like tested particularly yet. It's been something we've been wanting to see.
Right.
And even highlighting it happened that late, but still being cognizant of the fact, still being very much on the job. And the site should be theirs. Again, it's just Benji Fishy. This time not even going to get played in NAVI. Making it up to 6 here with an Andalusia flawless. So everything moving in the right direction towards the final round of the first half.
Rolling Thunder for Artist as well. The last time they had it, they did end with B. They've been taking super fast mid control as well, so I could definitely see NAVI doing something in the form of pace change. Let's go fast. We do our fast mid control. We have the breach ulti, and we pop that either to get all of B heaven or to get B site. And we're just gonna see this fast crunch towards B. I don't know if it's gonna happen at the start of the round or if it's something that they're gonna pop like around 1 minute or to 50 seconds left.
We have a challenge on this. Wondering if maybe they were going to go for a fight on one of the edges of the map, but not to be, again, even with the 3-play stack on A. A little bit more of a challenge in middle, but no one really behind it. They've actually, if anything, sunk a lot deeper. They've done the switch up, though. They've put Benji Fishy to that B site. Neron solo, and the rest from Heretics kind of roaming around. Navi just going through their standard protocols, right?
I feel like if this is a Breach ulti or Rolling Thunder into B Heaven, these guys all get just demolished by it. And here's the dog reclear.
Time to hunt.
It is.
Scout destroyed.
Okay, trade in middle. This is, how effective is this? That's the question. At least one player affected, potentially two. The Paranoia on top, but Benji Fishy sitting deep towards CT. He's not involved yet, but he wants to keep some control. Actually getting much closer here. Trying to slip back into this. This is audacious. Timing is everything in this one, and it's a very, very thin knife edge that he's walking on here. But this Rien's actually with a bailout, but they know where Benji Fishy is. The utility connected. He's still good for it. Great trade from Artist, though. And brings it down to a fair 1v1, and Boo just creeping close to the inevitable death. What? 6-6.
Well, there's something you don't see every day. I feel like planting at that box, and we saw this in the other round as well when Navi did it in the 1 versus 2. Planting in that box it's something that you kind of like do as a last resort. So Artist was like, I want to plant kind of at an off angle and just chance that he doesn't walk out of me. But 6-6 is anyone's game. Team Heretics, look at 6 without pistol on their defensive split, looking pretty good.
Wow, 6-6. I don't think you guys can see it yet. I wonder if we will get the glimpse in game, but it looks like these two teams couldn't have been separated at this point, and we get the minimal UI. You're welcome. Prius observing in Europe. That's crazy. Poor old Prius. Like, I never used to bully observers, but since Prius, you gotta up the ante. But Angel, oh, you're playing a dangerous game. You gotta slip back a little deeper here. Oh, look, no harm, no foul. All good. All good. Didn't see a single thing wrong. Angel. You can't sit halfway between this. Fortunately for him, the dog doesn't actually clear close. Now it's going to find him, and now he is very dead. He's exceptionally dead. He's been put in his grave, buried, little flower on top, all sorts. Zipan, Artist, and Sugetsu not quite nearby, and I'm keeping my eyes on Benji Fishy when he decides to start building up on this flank. Until then, it's on the 4 on the site, right? Already, there's the first bit of contact towards Heaven. You can see who's turning. It's Sugetsu, right? Sugetsu wants to be the one to keep that in check. Doesn't find what he wants, and they're waiting. Still, Boo down below. It's such a late bit of timing from Benji Fishy. Unfortunately for Benji Fishy, his team have done very well. No threats really on the site. They kept very composed, but Angel just kind of in no man's land there.
Surprising positioning? Maybe not. I don't know what... I mean, it's like both teams here on their defense. It's the same thing. Being caught out of position, being in places where, like, what is your actual goal
what are you trying
here?
to achieve
Like, what are you doing?
Because
you're not stopping them if they're coming here, but you're also not spotting them deep for info to see, like, oh, wait, they're walking into B main. I'm going to back out. I'm going to call for my teammates to start shifting over.
Yeah.
You're kind of like, yeah, as you said, no man's land. Be somewhere kind of with purpose. It doesn't matter what you're doing. Just have purpose behind it. Don't just kind of walk about lackadaisically.
So, I mean, it depends which way you're rooting, but for Navi's sake, you hope that gets a little bit of an adjustment to this one. Shao this time, opting to shoulder the angle. And he is a little ahead of the wall. Dog's there. This time I'm going to try and back away. Smoke it, and he doesn't get caught off.
Gap in the wall.
Yeah, he gets to play back through.
That wall usually allows the attackers to walk into the back of the site. You need to position yourself. Oh, that's a big kill from Benji.
Oh dear, that's the alarm bells ringing. That wasn't meant to have such success on the other side of the map. They were trying to reinforce this B side, get bodies down here. And Angel's maybe question marking this. Okay, they're going to try and rotate. Where do they go? Through middle? They're going to try and take sewers? Are they going to go through T-spawn? Okay, I'm going to try and find out. But 65 HP, he's only got a sheriff to do it. So now they start question marking what they want to do. They've got 45 seconds. They've got a good amount of control. But how has Artist just walked down here? He's just navigated past Benji Fishy, but there is still the issue. He only has a classic. If it was something else, then hey, maybe. But him clearing this space kind of makes them want to still believe in this B hit, right? They're still going, well, they're not here, right? They're not on site. Benji Fishy, God know where he's gone. No one else is around.
Navi's thinking Benji Fishy's gone all the way to backstab B, but the rotation all the way back to A.
All right, Artist, a classic and a dream. remember the days you could walk on water. Ah, those days, there was an echo of them. Can't quite walk on water this time, though. Sheriff's left, really, in the hands of Angel and Shao. And we've got to get to work here. Bulldogs, rifles, these are valuable items, so if any of them get cost, you know, that could be a little bit of a downside, but as it stands, it's looking like 8 is pretty much set. Unlikely to see that change here.
The camera is destroyed.
Benji Fish, you got to be a little cautious. No problems in that. Boo did fall. But again, you don't want to be cost any more here. And they aren't. So Heretics keeping everything moving in the right direction, but Benji Fishy, that pick was pretty much the opportunity they were waiting for there. They could have gone for that B take, right? They could have gone for what they were initially eyeing up, but there were 3 players by that point.
It was a good audible from them. And if this is the adjustment that we're going to see Team Heretics making here, where they're kind of doing a slow spread default. They know that as soon as they get a pick, or as soon as they show numbers in an area, instantly we're going to see people moving around, pushing. We saw it from Artist, we saw it from, I think it was Sugetsu. Team Heretics is waiting for this. This is a great adjustment for them to make. Whoa. Instant push here.
Okay, where's the next layers to this? Where's
Nothing.
Okay,
it was just like puffing them chest out to make them a little bit scared.
Almost like just peacocking and then having nothing behind it. A little bit of a shame, because you felt like the Heretics were caught off by that. That could have been lovely, but no intent behind it. Just presence shown down towards B main. You can see the adjustment coming through. Whoa, okay, does get out of there. No trade. You can see already trying to backfill that space. I think was Angel, already looking to try and retake that B main control. So if you are one of the A players, if you're maybe the player towards mailroom, you're going to be on red alert. You know they're not coming B main anymore. Angel's already cleared that.
But still so split for Navi. Angel has great positioning. They have a good read that it's going to be A. It's all about Zepan. Can you move into a better position for your team? Shao's going to anchor the back of the site as well. They're way too split though. Everyone's 1-1-1-1.
This is very, very difficult for them. You're going to need an individual bailout potentially, which these guys are capable of, but not something you want to be banking on here. Zepan going to be good for the pick towards Benji Fishy and the follow-up. You talk about individual brilliance, he's got some and then to spare.
30 seconds
and already
left.
Miniboo does try and start clearing through by screens, but there's still the 2 players on the side. You've got 25 seconds. Spike is not to hand, and Boo's walking in with just a sheriff here. Miniboo left with it all to do, 19 seconds, and it's comfortable in the end. NAVI. Yeah, there was a second of danger, but a bailout from Zepan does wonders for them.
Those 2 picks at Heaven were crucial to convert that round, and I wonder if Team Heretics was a little bit sloppy on. Oh man,
it was just
okay, it was just a spray.
Yep. Wow.
I mean, was it a little bit too early to go? Like the smoke wasn't there yet. He had a sight line for that spam line.
And it's given them a chance, right? That's a gateway back into this game. Navi was starting to look a little, not stalled out, but it started to get scary because Heretics were in a good spot to build that momentum up. Can somewhat humble them, keep that economy from swelling out of control. No ults to bank on. I mean, Rienz is 1 off from his, 2 for Shao. Zepan only 1 away. That could be huge. He's able to get that going early, and it looks like there'll be that battle between Benji and Zepan. They continued on that path. However, they just paused for a second. Actually, all attention towards middle.
I like this from Navi.
Oh, Miniboo, no one was there to save him or help him out there. Between the Prowler and all the pressure, there was nothing he could have done. The rest of Heretics now are going to have to work with far less. This is on the back of maybe Benji finding a little bit of room to work here. Does he catch some timing potentially? Oh, he's praying they don't clear corners. And well, they gave it a glance, but he gets 2. That's the ult. And now they can gamble the right side. They can make that informed choice here. Artis. Yeah, position noted by Pillar, so he's going to drift back towards screens, but Benji Fishy tried to get ahead.
Overheated a little bit.
Tried to get ahead. Now, site's theirs, right? They can get the plant. They don't quite know where Artis has gone because it was, I think, Shao who got the kill then. I'm going to go for the plant behind the screen.
30 seconds left.
It's on Boot and Boot. A little bit of kit left as well. Smokes on Shao. Utility on Angel. Plenty on Artis. This is very difficult to hold.
A little bit of a one-way for Heaven's going to force them all out through screens. That smoke at lower might telegraph this as well.
Okay, got to deal with that. They're already going to be taken over towards Pillar, waiting late towards Heaven's going to be 1. 2 towards Pillar. Boot needs a clean kill. Can't adjust, can't snap, but it's a 1v1. What are we up to?
Oh,
Did he run out of bullets?
No, I think he thought that the player was going through elbow. Xiao was going to go through elbow
so he was trying to slip ahead of it?
He was trying to go around and play ring around the rosy, but he must have got the call late or just not processed the information. If he was gone out there, yeah, it could have been a different story.
Oof. But it is 8-8. Bloody hell. But that's, I don't know what the money's not good for Heretics. I know that much. So this is where it can really start turning. We know that Navi traditionally do nail it in the gun rounds, right? They've been really solid overall in that regard, but
and even here at middle, I like what they did a lot. They know Benji Fishy's towards A, which means he's probably alone. He throws his camera up. I love what they do, right? Zyben, he peeks, he breaks the camera, instantly they group towards mid, and they're doing a fight with 4 people, not 2 or 3. They're grouping immediately and doing that fight because they know that that next step is going to be there at mid.
Bring them down.
They might be a little ahead of this utility, so not be able to get that nice little crunch going on here. Miniboo just, gap closing! Dives in head first, but Navi respond quickly.
He's got Showstopper.
They get the chance to use it, or if they need it, not at all. They handled that well. 3 still alive for Navi. Moving on forward, starting to get this game building very favorably for them now. 1 off from double digits. Couple of ults in hand too. Everything's starting to look really solid for them here.
One of the things we've seen from Team Heretics is that they've been 5-manning a lot.
Yeah.
We've seen the occasional kind of spread default into a play. They do have Sky Seekers right now. Okay. I would love to see them use it on a fake. Do something where they take an extremity or mid, one or the other first, and then take the second after, and then pop the Seekers, probably from middle, to use that kind of to rock the boat a little bit. That's what I'd love to see. I don't know if it's going to be what we do see, but the problem is Navi is really proactive right now. Every round we've seen them, except for kind of pistol round where Angel's in the open. We can count that one out. But every round, once Team Heretics has shown where they are, Navi is trying to take control of another area, or they're trying to group and fight. We saw the group and fight a couple rounds ago, and a few rounds before that, it's just like, oh, you're towards A, okay, I'm taking B. Oh, you're towards middle, okay, I'm taking B. Oh, you're towards B, I'm taking mid.
A lot to discuss in very little time for Heretics. Trying to get everything in line, trying to identify what Navi have been doing so well, and that's time up, right? So they've got to get a plan in mind. They have those Seekers to work with. They do have the TP on Boo as well, but outside of that, the Rocket 2 away from Miniboo. I'd love to see them come up with a creative plan of how they want to use that, as you were discussing maybe, Rienz. Not sure if that's going to come into play here, but I mean, Benji Fishy's been finding boatloads of success, but they need to convert this into a round. There's been 3 back-to-back for Navi. Money's going to be finding real stability, already 5.2 sitting on a couple of players. And here it is, a proactive start already. Paint shell off the rip, B main control, fully in place. Oh, food!
Uh-oh.
I've got
well,
your trail.
That's it.
Oh, no.
The timing on this one is all over the shop. Miniboo has taken over a little bit of space towards A. They're going to check on him, surely. Angel's already won out the fight towards ramp. This is all bizarre. It's topsy-turvy. Do they get to play him in? They do. Boo finds the timing right, and he gets out of danger. So they can now pause, slow things down for a second. They've got a 3v2. They don't need to hurry everything. They've still got over a minute to work with.
And Benji's still alive for Team Heretics, and he's been so crucial for them. It's like a night and day difference, though, when he's online and activated, and especially when he's in these clutch and mid-round situations, it looks so good. I'm so surprised that, you know, I don't want to keep banging on Lotus, but he was not getting that same sort of value or impact at the start of the game, and now he's just really unlocked at the moment.
Let's see if Artis can match any of that. As a legend in his own right, but now he's going to need some key.
30
I mean,
seconds left.
I don't want to ever play against Benji Fishy. You see what it's like from the opponent's perspective? It's horrific. Just get jump scared by the little pinhead coming out without his hat on. And now Xiao, oh man, position's just been pinged. And you've got a firing squad to the right, and you've got a player playing in an off angle. Oh my god, a nice try from Xiao. Damn, dealt with Benji Fishy and Voot there, but yeah, Miniboo nicely spaced, making sure that wasn't going to be comfortable. We're tied up all even. But that start again, Josh, like, look at this.
Got your trail.
That's so unfortunate. I mean, the timing was just off a tiny bit. If Artis was able to get a flash like a fraction of a second earlier, if the showstopper came out a fraction of a second earlier, or, I mean, that was a sick shot too. So what can you do about it? They're stressed in the seats.
Yeah, just, you know, Plan as usual, boys. All going well. Fully intended. Okay, shades of a similar look towards B main. That seems like a high priority play, so they want to be trying to get. And look at the intent behind this. Sending the ult down. Actually, his Voot's still good for one. Going to find Artist. Trades there for Angel, but this map gets divided in a very unique way. Mid control gained, B main control gained, but then on the trade-off of Heretics, have access towards A. Yeah, there's still a player here in the form of Sugetsu, but if they can at least secure this cross, they should be, I don't want to say comfortable, but it's very, very doable to get a safe plant here. But all this time being purchased has allowed for this rotation now. Oh, Benji. Oh, you're just a criminal with it. And again, this is the map, I think against Paper X, that Benji Fishy for the first time truly stood out to me. I think they still lost the series anyway, but still, that guy was filthily good at this. But with 3 players for NAVI, they've got to take down 4 on the other side. These post plants are difficult. Look how far back Boo even is. And that's just a time purchase right here. And that's enough.
It's worth it.
Yeah, they've you know, cut their losses, called their quits on that. It's time to go save. Keep these 3 rifles. Hey, give them 10 rounds. That's fine. We'll take it from there. 10's all they get. But Heretics walk away with 4 alive. I mean, yeah, the Bulldog's still in play, but still, this has been a very valuable round for them after a highly volatile start with all that B main control, the pressure in middle.
I think Benji had 21 kills in that split game against PRX, and I think he surpassed that. He's about 22 or 23 at the moment.
Yeah.
So even surpassing expectations. 24
Not
even.
bad. Not bad going.
It's okay. Yeah, no, he's doing a really good job.
It's Fortnite kids, man.
Because a lot of his kills are high impact, right? It's disrupting the retakes. It's winning in a clutch situation. It's finding an opening so that he can call an audible and have his team come back to his site. But I really like it. We're seeing kind of like a deja vu from the last game and with Team Heretics, how they're doing like these fast splits and...
Yep. Here we go. This is where it gets so damn close. Na'Vi going for a heavier stack towards the A side, leaving just Xiao pretty much to B, and I mean, near on middle as well. Yeah, he's got a little bit of help from Sugetsu, but he's over towards the vent side. So if Xiao goes down, floodgates are open. How much damage can one man do? Nothing. Miniboo sweeps past him in a heartbeat. The site's theirs. Yeah, there's gonna be pressure from Heaven now, but by this point, you can start looking at securing the site itself. This is very early work. 1 minute and 10 still on the board. Going to be denied at least the plant for the first attempt. But there'll be more than that coming their way. And here he is. Man himself. Ult upon ult. Secured the site, secured the plant. Na'Vi working with Sheriffs. They do have the 2 rifles, one with Zipan and one with Sugetsu. And wait on that late lurk. He waits all day for this. Miniboo's just dodging bullets. None actually coming that close. He's gotten away with pretty much holding this line here. Does get overwhelmed by Zipan, who's got the follow-up too. This is now getting a little bit dangerous. Then you can now see Benji Fishy getting involved here. Vu is holding the back line well, keeping that all in play. Vu getting a little bit more curious, and here he comes. Finally makes his appearance. Out of the shadows, basically, with 11 rounds now for Heretics. Na'Vi gonna start feeling the strain here. This is getting really dangerous. This is turning points.
I like how Team Heretics is conditioning Na'Vi so hard right now, but I'm also not impressed at all by Na'Vi's utility usage. There are so many abilities being used from B Heaven before they're ready to go for the retake. We're seeing paint shells coming in to stall the plant by a few seconds, or stun coming a few seconds after that, a nightfall coming a few seconds after that. If they dump everything kind of all at the same time and flood in with it, maybe they have a chance to convert that round, but they're just kind of like, oh, I'm just gonna do this, I'm gonna like talk first, make a plan, and then execute the plan. We're not talking first before we start just dumping everything.
Yeah, you want to see that intent behind it, right?
Yes.
Use that utility with intent to follow it up, but yeah, maybe that's a pause point here for Navi. Still smiles on the coaches' faces, but you're gonna see those smiles converted, hopefully some value in game here, because they are being stalled out. This is 3 back-to-back now. Heretics stringing together rounds, getting some security building. I mean, Benji Fishy currently sat on 5.6 credits. You've got 4.9 on Voot. They're starting to get some real stability to their buys, so they've got a little bit of depth to them. Last couple of calls going to be made between the boys here for NAVI. They better have a plan in mind, because as it stands, they're being really pushed to their limits, and map 1 was not theirs. It was a close game, and Heretics walked away with a win, and we were all a little surprised to see Split coming through as map 2, because it was a very dangerous choice. One that sat traditionally in Navi's hands. Certainly not with Heretics. As it stands, they are up 11-9. And this is getting to crunch time now for Na'Vi. Have they found a solution? Do they have something in mind? If it keeps going this way, Heretics are winning at 2-0. right off the rip. Look at Miniboo here, straight up the guts. This is scary. See, even if he just holds his position for a second, they're going to try and dig him out of it, but this position alone is a thorn in their side. Oh,
They don't. Do they know?
I feel like Zipan's aware.
He doesn't
no,
know.
he's he had no idea. Completely sideswiped by this, and now they're on an island, these two players on this B site. No support coming for a second now. Has to be a bailout from Angel. There's not enough, really. He needed more than one. And now Shouts Sugetsu, what do you do here? You got 2.5, 8K, 800 behind you. They have very little money to work with, but they've got to go for something. Maybe that lost bonus kicking in at some point, but Sugetsu and Shout gotta make mountains out of this.
Oh no, Team Paranoia.
Rough. Okay, first step, Miniboo goes down.
It's a start.
Need some more. Looking at these post plants as well, difficult. We still got Boo sat just below them, so if they do try and cross towards the side, there is going to be that threat there. Benji on the back of the side. Boo gives away the game a little here, but it's Rien's on the swing. Using that contact on Boo as the swing point, and it works. That's 12 now. If there was going to be a round, it had to almost be the one just gone for NAVI. Because now they're going to be skint. They don't have ults to depend on. They don't have all of this buffer. And Miniboo just out of nowhere, flying right up middle, getting behind them. That is going to be devastating for NAVI.
The only thing that NAVI has right now really that they could rely on is a Viper's Pit, but Team Heretics, with either the mid conditioning where they fake that they're going there, or actually going there through mid, I think NAVI has to block that. They need to use that breach stun on it, they need to do something to stop it, because they can't let Team Heretics have full reign over mid.
Yeah, they got to stop the rot right now, because this is getting down to the dangerous point in the game. Angel trying to dissuade them from coming towards B main, but they are on the other side of this. Don't know if he's going to get contact on the Prowler. No. Well, that late presence through sewer by Benji. It looks like they're trying to clear through on ramp for NAVI. Starting to take a little bit of a glance. I don't know how deep they're going to try and go after this, or it even really matters, as already Heretics starting to progress towards this B site. 4 players here. Prowler invested, Angel caught again, punished in these no man land positions. An effective trade comes out, but Benji officially finally shows his hand. Look at this, his presence is a problem. He's a nuisance in the backline, they can't feel secure, so they try and play ahead. They try and be proactive in this. Maybe the right call, maybe not, but Artis is going in. He wants in, he's desperately trying. He's gonna only get them one. It's down to Shao and Sugetsu, otherwise this is wraps. I can't believe we got here, and that spike's not even down yet. It's still sat in towards main. Trying to isolate Miniboo here with 8 bullets to play with, but he's now got his boys by his side. Playing through by main, Sugetsu takes a step too far, and Shao left in a 1v3. Heretics going against the odds in map 2 here. Stunning quite a few of us, taking this in a 2-0 fashion over NAVI.
Big win for Team Heretics, and they gotta feel happy about that. They didn't have the cleanest game, but they were resilient the whole way through. And I think one of the things that we need to highlight about Team Heretics is I feel like their skill floor is actually decently high.
Yeah.
I think like Navi's is kind of low, and I think we saw that here where there's some flashes of brilliance. Their team play on some rounds where they are proactive, move around together and fight together, really good. But then you will see like these 1-1-1-1-1s, they're caught out of position, and Team Heretics is capitalizing on that. And when we see Benji Fishy as well, kind of locked in and finding all these lurk impact, that's when it's like almost over for the enemy team. You can't do anything about it. You need to shut them down.
No, it's highly impressive to watch. Benji Fishy having a belting series here. And I don't know where I put Split in their map pool, but it's shown viability, right? Which is dangerous towards other teams. If anything, their map pool gets stronger for NAVI. I'm sure there's gonna be some frustration watching this one back, to be honest. This game is gonna be heartbreaking for them. Had a solid opportunity, I felt, on the map Veto there, but they're not gonna make it any further towards playoffs. This is where their journey ends for now. Maybe glimpses of what could be with this roster. There could only be one victor out of this game, and it was gonna be Heretics. I mean, they came out firing on all cylinders. I think a lot of us looked at that Veto and, oh, that's a little dangerous. Okay, why haven't they gone for their comfort? I think we've seen why.
I definitely thought that, oh, once it goes Split, I'm scared for them because...
Hey, you're thinking map 3?
Yeah, pretty much. But I was also surprised like that they went for Lotus as well. But I mean, here they're showing us that they have something in store, and they're here to shut us all up.
They certainly are. So with that in mind, we're going to hand this one over to the post plant, where you're going to be seeing Yinsu, Ash, and I believe maybe Miniboo and Boo might be joining. So do stick around for that one.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Seal. Indeed, I got Ash here with me, and Mini Boo and Wood will be joining us in just a moment. Now, Ash, we will talk about Team Heretics in just a bit, but I wanted to talk about NAVI real quick because this is brutal. For me, they were one of the best teams of the entire season. They just dropped one game, and now they make it to playoffs and get eliminated on day one. I feel for them. I feel for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's heartbreaking because for NAVI, they already got, it's a repeat of what happened before, right? The fact that Heretics was this team that 2-0'd them during kickoff and knocking them out of contention for Masters Madrid, and now to have it happen again here for Shanghai, that is difficult to deal with, and it's so, it says a lot about how unforgiving also this knockout round really is.
Oh yeah, this is so hard. If you have a bad performance on the day, Ash, like we saw with Liquid and NAVI today, they're eliminated. They don't have another opportunity anymore. There's one thing that I'm sad we didn't get to because I had a great stat saved up for map 3, which is this entire year, every single time NAVI lost map 1, they ended up winning the entire series, except for when they played against Team Heretics last time at kickoff. That was the only time when they lost map 1, they ended up losing, and it's happened again. It just feels like Heretics might actually be their nemesis.
Yeah, it's definitely a rivalry that's being built here again. We talk about it, the young bloods versus the old guard within NAVI. And I think it says a lot about how some of these teams like Heretics are leaning into these rookie players that bring so much firepower, so much confidence to the team, and aren't afraid to make daring plays, which is funny to say because you look over at NAVI and it's a team that also likes to do the same.
Honestly, the second I saw the Shao lost like 2 or 3 clutches, I was like, this Heretics team is different. I've never seen anybody else make Shao sweat like that because he's always winning in clutches. But what does this mean, you feel like, for the next round here? Because, Ash, we could see a time, a day, and a place where KC and Heretics both go again and qualify on the same day.
Honestly,
that could happen.
I wouldn't be surprised to see those teams both end up being within the top 3 here for EMEA, because I think that they also have something to prove as well going into our second Masters event. You look over at Madrid, both teams ended up falling off early on. It was a real testament as to how new they were to competition, but now they've had that time to gear back up into it, and I think that they have a lot to prove.
Well, we do have 2 players here with us in the studio. Welcome, Mini Boo, and welcome, Wood. Come and sit down. So nice for you guys to join us. First of all, congratulations. Second of all, Mini Boo, you've done this before. 2-0 NAVI. I feel like kind of like a deja vu. We're seeing it again this time around. So was there any difference, you think, this time around beating them and the last time you faced them?
The difference is that, like, last time the second map was kinda free, but this time like they give like a good battle on the second map.
Oh yeah, I felt like it was really close, really close.
Yeah.
You won here last time, they beat NAVI. So how did it feel today for you?
I was feeling so under pressure, I'm not gonna lie, because I don't have any playoff win in Turkish league, like 0. So I'm so happy to win.
Oh, so this is your first playoffs ever?
No,
oh,
it's first playoff win ever.
Oh, so you lost last time you played playoffs?
Yeah.
Wow, and NAVI to go to take them down as well. We had PM here earlier. That was he described you as a player that when you play, you just feel like you don't care. You're so careless, so free. But he was a bit worried that maybe you'd feel really pressured today and you would be less free. So did you feel that at all?
Yeah, I'm normally something like that, but before the match, I mean, in the pistol rounds, I'm feeling so much under pressure, but when I'm like playing more in the game, it's going.
Forgot about it.
Yeah,
You're
I'm just
like,
forgetting.
Yeah, easy for them.
Easy for them, easy for them. I mean, I also gotta ask you as well. I mean, I know that you have a very deep agent pool when you look historically back at agents that you've played for other teams as well, under Fireflux and everything, but you've come in and you've played five
in
different
2 weeks.
agents. Is that a lot of pressure on you? Were you comfortable flexing so much?
I want to talk about first match for it. I just played 4 times Fade in the Lotus, and that's all. Like, I know what's the game, what's the Valorant. So if I play one agent like 2 or 3 times, it's okay for me. I can play in the officials.
Oh wow, okay.
I mean, when the agents that happened today, I was like, oh yeah. Wait, what is on the field? Like, what is going on? Because you guys talk about how you didn't have a lot of preparation time. So I mean, for you as well, Mini, but you were moving away from the Neon 2 on the Rays. So how have you managed to squeeze all of this in when you haven't had that much time to prepare?
I mean, all the pracs and like today even I called not I have nade, I have stun.
Oh,
Like-
you were saying stun instead of
Yeah,
nade?
and my teammates were confused, like, Enes is on breach, like, you have nade, bro, I have stun. And I was like, I'm gonna stun this, and I mean, I'm gonna nade this. So I'm so used to Neon Lotus because I played it, like, in my previous team as well, so yeah, it was, like, kind of strange to play Lotus, not on Neon, but yeah, somehow I managed.
How did you guys, every time he said stun, were you like, what? What's he on about?
No, I didn't, but Enes did.
Oh, no.
Enes did, because he has the stun. I don't have anything like that.
Of course. So he's like, wait, what? You have a stun as well? It's actually my stun.
Yeah, it's strange.
Yeah, of course. I believe tomorrow is going to be a big day. Today, when you eliminated NAVI, it didn't quite lock you in for another Masters event. I feel like the last time would have felt very differently because that kind of gave you the ticket to Madrid. But tomorrow, you're going to be facing Foot for a ticket over there. How are you guys feeling about this one?
I mean, I can start. So I think Footballist is a great team, and first time we played against them in kickoff, like I think they were not ready now yet, but they had a lot of time to prepare for this season. So I think they cooked some good strats, and they're a strong team. But I feel pretty confident that we win won against them once. We're gonna win against them twice. I don't think like nothing is gonna change. It's gonna be 2-0.
Yuta is there. He's waiting for you.
Yeah, he's waiting for me and I am waiting for him. So
Okay.
we're gonna see what's gonna happen.
Oh, you're currently doing a bit better than him statistically, so I feel like you're going to feel more confident going into this one, right?
I have always confidence about him.
Should we expect some beef on stage? You guys staring each other down?
Yeah. Is that what your kind of relationship? You can kind of like trash talk each other?
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, you will? Oh my goodness. What about you, Milibu? You ever trash talking anybody on stage?
I mean, sometimes I do trash talk just to hype my team up, but like nothing serious, you know. Like I respect all the players and they are all like great players, but in the game I might trash talk them to just like boost our team's confidence and etc.
Who's your Yuta then? Who's the player that you feel like? Oh,
I mean, obviously CNET. He has good stats. Yeah, he's playing great. Like CNET is back and. I put him down once, yeah, no.
Oh, wow. Okay. I never trash talk you guys, you know. Yeah.
I put him down.
Yeah. Actually, can we bring up the question from CNET first? I know we're meant to be doing this a little bit later, but since we're talking about CNET, he was here on Post Plant last week, and he had a question for you two. So take a look at this. Oh, in just a second. But I think he was anticipating, obviously, he was gonna be facing you guys, or he was gonna be facing NAVI, and it happens to be you guys. So take a look at this question on that screen.
Do you think you can win against us?
Wait.
Okay. I wanted to say 1, 2, 3, and then we answer yes, both, but yeah.
You can do it again. We're not listening, okay?
1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Oh, you think you can win against them? Why?
I mean, obviously, like, you're not going into the match thinking that you're gonna lose. Like, we are the champions and we are gonna win because we're the winners.
And also, I am going with 100 win rate, so...
That is true.
As this chicken.
That is actually true. What's the law for this chicken? What's the law?
I mean, we played 6 games in stage 2, and 2 times I didn't bring this chicken, we lost, and 4 times I bought it. It's from my mom, like for the that spring celebration. I forgot how it's called, like the eggs and
oh, Easter.
Yeah, Easter. So she gave it to me.
You shouldn't have said that, because like Yuta is probably going to go backstage and yoink your chicken off of you to try and stop you from winning. Of course, you guys have the winner mentality. You think you can win, but what is it that you feel like about your team that's better? Maybe an advantage, maybe an edge over Foot, because like you said, they've been flexible, they've been cooking, and they look really strong too.
Okay, we show the peoples we can win without the kills. I mean the personal performance. So okay, for today, I want to talk for today. I didn't perform like on my stats. Also, I think Domi didn't, but we won and 2-0. So that's making us good team.
I mean, I agree, Ash. The structure is there. They look good.
Yeah,
They're
so,
looking really good, yeah.
So he means like that our macro is like really strong, and we play together like as a team. So our team play is also like very good.
What's the calling like for you guys? Because obviously we know that Boo is the IGL, but who would you say is like the second loudest voice for you in the mid round?
I think Benji.
I was gonna say it's gotta be Benji.
I mean, yeah,
It depends.
It depends. Like if Benji, like he's kind of lurker, so he knows like a lot of information, so he can like second call, or maybe it's me because I'm going like in front and I see more than the people behind me, so I can like cancel the call. So like it depends, but like everyone in our team like really vocal. Like Wood's playing like Fade, he can like call a lot of his reveals. Like Anna's playing Breach, he can like make up the plays on the spot. I think it's like everyone.
Yes.
I mean, now I feel like you have the macro, you have the Turkish players too. I feel like that's such a good buff right now. How good's your Turkish, Miniboo? You know, have they been teaching you any phrases, any words?
I mean, I know some bad words, but I also know some good words. Yeah, so like teşekkürler, merhaba,
çok güzel, çok
kanka,
güzel.
Turkestan. Yeah. Some things.
What about you? Have you picked up anything from Boo and Miniboo as well?
Așteve muja.
No, așteve milu mă ajute.
Așteve milu mă ajute.
What does that mean?
I love you, baby.
Okay. Is that
A little bromance
Who's
brewing.
saying that to who? I need to know. Like, you say that to him, he says that to you.
I think he's saying it to Benji.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes after the clutch.
I mean, we have to learn that. I feel like Benji deserves that praise.
exactly.
And speaking of Benji, today we made a bingo card. So for playoffs, so I want you guys at home to play along as well. And the reason I want to bring this up is because there's one thing that involves the two of you. I wonder if we can kind of, you know, rig our bingo card a little bit for tomorrow so we can cross a few more off the list. So as you guys can see today, Reyna is picked. That is ticked off. We saw that on Icebox with Liquid. We also saw a death by a snake bite, which again happened on Icebox. So like Fnatic versus Liquid was popping with these bingo card. And one more thing, which once again happened during Fnatic versus Liquid, which is Mitchman cursing Team Liquid into a loss. So what we have left in order to complete this, as you guys can see, is a Fnatic player, current or ex, qualifying, so Fnatic or KC. That's guaranteed to happen tomorrow. So I can't wait for that. An Agent Comp, we haven't played it before yet. I think we might need to swap the cameras inverted because I can't read the card, but I see a 13-0 Angel picking Clove. That's already a dud because unfortunately you guys eliminated him. An N wearing the same sweater 2 days in a row and Coach falling off a chair. And the reason I wanted to bring this up with you two is if you look at the bottom row, Ulysses, who's a great Spanish caster, has a mystery pick. It didn't happen today, but he wanted to see a cute handshake between, I believe it's Benji and Rians, or maybe Benji and one of you guys. I can't remember who he sits next to. It might be you.
Yeah.
But we didn't see it today. So are you able to give us a cute, cool handshake tomorrow, you think, with Benji so we can cross this off?
Yeah. Should we do now?
I mean, they did it in game as well.
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't see you and Benji.
I think 3 times we did.
Oh, we didn't catch it at all. Okay, so what is it? The one where you go like this and fist bump? Is it that one?
Yeah. Like.
Yeah. Who came up with that? What's the reason behind that?
I think after Benji clutch in the Lotus.
Oh, wait.
I think I know it. Like we can do it.
Oh, you guys can do it, but it doesn't count because we need Benji. But I want to see it. I want to see it. Yeah, yeah.
Imagine I'm Benji.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Bang.
Oh, but who came up with this? Was it Benji that was like, oh, I got something cool to do. Let's do it.
No, like I called this time, but it depends. Like if someone do good things in the game, like extras, clutch,
Just
we are
automatic.
doing. Yes.
Okay, okay.
I love the vibes.
All right, we might have to steal that, Ash. I feel like you and I should come up with something. But last question not for you guys really, from you guys, because tomorrow, you might be asking this question for your teammates depending on what happens tomorrow, because the winner of Foot versus Heretics will be invited to join us here at Postplant, and they will be answering a question from you guys. So do you have a question for yourselves or Foot, perhaps, for tomorrow?
You wanna say it?
You can.
Oh, to this camera,
Okay. So, yo, guys, what's your favorite Chinese food?
That is a fantastic question.
That's a great question.
What is your favorite Chinese food? I want to know.
Wait, but we might have to hear it tomorrow.
Oh, well, because we just won't have him back, so then he doesn't have to answer.
You're banned from the couch tomorrow.
Okay, so my favorite is like chicken with sweet and sour sauce and rice.
Oh, what about you?
I don't know any Chinese food.
You need to take him out for some more food.
Yeah, your own dinner.
I tried Korean once too many times, but I can't eat Asian foods. Like, I don't know, my stomach is not good enough for eat that.
Ah, you haven't found the right one. You haven't found the right one. We'll find something for you.
Okay, thank you.
No worries, in Shanghai, there's a lot of places.
Wait, didn't you go to Korean food with Alpha and Leo? How was that?
It was so funny. After that we ate baklava.
For dessert?
Yeah. Leo really like it. Not gonna lie, really like it. But he's not eating sugar too much, but he really liked.
Oh wow, we need to do like a big VCT like dinner thing where everybody just
VCT
tries each
mukbang?
other's food. Yeah. Oh my god, that will be amazing. I will be so down. But for now, thank you very much, you two, for joining us. Congratulations once again today.
Thank you.
Good luck tomorrow. Thank you very much, Ash, as well, and to PM for joining us a little bit earlier. Thank you to you guys for watching at home. We're going to be back for the qualification games tomorrow. 2 teams will be making it to Shanghai Masters. Have a lovely sleep tonight, and we'll see you then.
Side of Fnatic have locked themselves in, eliminating Liquid, the Kings.
Actually does segue nicely.
Get up now. Get up. Get out. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence.